Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The moment Kamen Rider Zio's second form finished speaking, Cadelia Leviathan felt something inside her snap. Anger wasn't enough to describe it. Humiliation wasn't enough either. Her face twisted, almost distorted. He was right. After losing her claim to the title of Demon King, she knew the truth better than anyone. Compared to Sazek's Gremory's overwhelming transcendence, her strength wasn't even close. The gap between them wasn't something you could measure in small differences. If she wanted to reclaim her throne, she had to rely on outside forces. That was why she sought support from the organization behind the scenes, even if it meant bowing her head, even if it meant staining her pride. For someone who should have inherited the name Leviathan, it was disgraceful. And now this human was saying it out loud. In her mind, she had already killed Kamen Rider Zio hundreds of thousands of times. Hajime Aquino watched with amusement, covering her mouth lightly. "Oh my, looks like we hit a nerve." Her tone was soft, but the mockery was sharp. Riaz pressed a hand to her forehead. If Aquino's teasing caused trouble for Luo Hao, she wouldn't let it slide. Still, against someone at Cadelia's level, there was no real danger. Nearby, Azazel laughed loudly. "Your sister and her friends are brutal. She might actually explode from anger at this rate." Sazek could only smile awkwardly. This was technically an Underworld issue. He should be handling it, but if Luo Hao decided to intervene, perhaps it was better that way. Michael stepped closer, calm as ever. "If Luo Hao-sang takes action, then our involvement won't be necessary. For him, this should be effortless." Sazek and Azazel nodded. All eyes returned to the battlefield. This farce was about to end. Bang. Cadelia raised a strange wooden staff, magic surging violently around her. "You insignificant human, offend a demon king and pay the price. I will reduce you to dust." Yellow magic circles spread across the sky. A heartbeat later, boom. Countless golden beams rained down like divine artillery, smashing toward Zio's position. The explosions tore through the ground. Shockwaves rippled outward. The earth caved in, leaving massive craters behind. By high-level demon standards, it was devastating. Dust swallowed everything. Hovering in the air, Cadelia sneered. "Fool, too arrogant to dodge. Those who underestimate me deserve death." In her mind, the battle was already over. Riaz and the others simply sighed. They had seen this kind of confidence before. It never ended well. Sazek shook his head slightly. "If you truly wish to return to the Demon King's throne, you should learn to observe your opponent more carefully." It sounded like advice. It was mockery. "What did you say?" Cadelia spun around. The dust slowly cleared, and there he was. Kamen Rider Zio's second form stood exactly where he had been. Not a scratch. Not even his posture had changed. He casually brushed dust from his shoulder. "I expected more from the descendant of a former Demon King." His voice was calm. "This is disappointingly dull." His right hand clenched slightly. Cadelia's confidence cracked. "He took that head-on and he's unharmed?" "No, that's impossible." Zio tilted his head. "If you're a mage, then perhaps I should respond appropriately." A golden dial materialized in his hand. The power of Oma Zio began to resonate. The air grew heavy, and the real battle was finally about to begin. When the Grand Zio dial appeared in Kamen Rider Zio's hand, the reaction was immediate. Riaz stiffened. "Luo Hao-sama, there's no need to go that far. She's not worth that form." Her judgment was blunt. In her eyes, Cadelia Leviathan wasn't even qualified to force him into Grand Zio. Aquino tilted her head thoughtfully, one hand resting against her cheek. "She really is, but if Luo Hao-sama chose it himself, then he must have a reason." She didn't understand why he would escalate things, but she trusted him completely. Zenobia glanced at Saber. "That golden form, is that the one used for summoning?" Saber nodded calmly, eyes half closed. "Yes, one of his second strongest forms." In the distance, one person was visibly thrilled. His voice trembled with excitement. "Ah, magnificent. Is our demon lord truly about to wield that power again? This calls for celebration." He looked like he'd been waiting all day for this. Zio lifted the dial slowly. A mage versus a summoner, interesting. Grand Zio wasn't a close combat brute pretending to be a caster. If he was going to summon, he would summon properly. Across the field, Cadelia felt something tighten in her chest. Instinct, danger. Without hesitation, she swung her arm down sharply. "All of you, attack him at once. Crush that arrogant fraud who dares call himself a demon king." Sazek's earlier words had clearly shaken her. She no longer dared to confront Xiao head-on. Instead, she hid behind numbers. The magical soldiers surged forward, flooding toward him from all directions. Their objective was simple: tear him apart. Henshin, the command echoed calmly. Xiao rotated the Ziku driver at his waist. Grand Time Kuga Ajido Ryuki Phase Blade Hibiki Kabuto Deno Kiva Decade W0004's Wizard Game Drive Ghost Xade Build Celebrate Kamen Rider Grand Xiao. 19 radiant golden gates burst into existence around him. A second later, boom, a golden shockwave erupted outward. The approaching magical soldiers were blown away instantly, sent crashing through the air like debris in a storm. The 19 gates ascended, then folded inward, embedding themselves into his armor as sculpted emblems. Brilliant golden armor enveloped his body. 20 rider emblems floated behind him like divine sigils. Grand Xiao stood there, bathed in sacred radiance. Majestic, immovable, overwhelming. Cadelia's expression cracked. What is that artifact? It can transform into something like this? She could feel it, the pressure, the authority, the gap. Before she could process it fully, Waz raised both arms dramatically. Congratulations, no, there's no need for words, simply witness this moment. He coughed lightly. I may need to refine the congratulatory speech for this form. No one paid him much attention. Sazek studied the golden figure carefully. So this is another of Luo Haosang's forms. It may not appear as oppressive as that dark golden state, but the power inside it is tremendous. Azazel's eyes gleamed with curiosity. That artifact of his, none of them exist in any recorded system. Not heaven, not underworld. Could he be forging them himself? His interest in Luo Hao deepened further. Meanwhile, Cadelia felt her heartbeat quicken. No, impossible, you're just human. How can you possess this kind of power? I am the true demon king. If Sazek surpassed her, she could accept it. He was a transcendence, but this, another being stronger than her claiming the title of demon king, she couldn't swallow that reality. Grand Xiao looked up at her, voice calm and distant. Finished talking, a pause. Then let's begin. He glanced at the scattered magical army. You brought an army, I'll respond in kind. Snap, the sound was crisp. Behind him, countless golden doors began to open. Behind Zhonghuang Shuang, a total of 19 golden gates were erected neatly behind him. The numbers on the gate are arranged from 2000 to 2017, and these numbers represent the years when the knights from Kuga to Kamen Rider build appeared. And what exactly does this represent? I am afraid that only 2 people know about Changhuang Shuang and Kamen Rider Waz, and looking at the 19 golden gates behind the king of Changhuang Shuang. Immediately, at this time, Riaz and others also immediately showed an extremely surprised expression. Well, this time it turned out to be 20 gates. Lord Luo Hao, how many powerhouses does he want to summon? Riaz, who once saw the power of the king of Changyuanxi once. Naturally, she was very clear about what exactly he was going to do for the Changhuang Shuang at this moment, and listened to Riaz's words. At this time, Haimjima Aquino, she just continued to say with a smile, well, Minister Riaz. This is probably because men are noisy and they are keen on fighting. It is not surprising that they do anything on the battlefield. Obviously, although at this time Haimjima Aquino, she was also unable to see it. At this moment, Lord Luo Hao, what is he planning to do? But even so, however, she still felt that this action by King Changhuang she was very normal. And at the same time, on the other side, Sazek's Gremory at this time. He also saw the 19 golden gates that were summoned by King Zhonghuang Shuang. He also immediately showed a look of great anticipation. Are these the abilities that Luo Haosang's form possesses? It really makes people curious what could be behind the door. Obviously. From the words of Sazek's Gremory, it can already be heard. He is also quite curious about the power of this form of King Changyuanxi, and at this time, Azazel, he listened to the words of Vali behind him. Immediately, he also laughed arrogantly again. Haha tilde, it turned out to be the ability to summon a powerhouse from a different dimension. This demon king of time, his abilities are really gimmicky. However, how many artifacts does he possess? It's really intriguing. As a fan of artifact collection, Asashel is very fond of Luo Hao at this moment. After all, the two of them may have the same interests and hobbies. And at the same time, when I saw the 19 golden gates that appeared behind King Changhuang Shuang, that Cadelia Leviathan, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she continued to make a mocking voice and said to the King Changhuang Shuang on the ground, "What are you doing? The momentum just now was so powerful. As a result, there are only 19 portals. Are you still trying to use this number of guys to compete with me?" Obviously. At this time, Cadelia Leviathan, she did not think that the guy summoned by King Changhuang Shuang could compete with her magical soldiers. And when the voice of that Cadelia Leviathan just fell, there is no response from King Changyuanxi. At this time, Kamen Rider Waz, he had already said, Humph, what an ignorant fellow. Here, within the 19 gates, are all the High knights, just relying on those magic soldiers who were like rotten fish and rotten shrimp just now. Kamen Rider was, he didn't say everything. However, basically everyone can understand. What did he mean in his words? And Kamen Rider Waz's words naturally reached the ears of that Cardalia Leviathan. Listening to the green guy, he looked at himself again and again, mocking himself. At this time of Cadelia Leviathan, the anger in her heart was burning even more vigorously. And now, what she needs to do, it means that Kamen Rider Waz's arrogant words just shattered. She wants to completely smash the guy named King Changhuang Shuang that Kamen Rider Waz serves and respects. Cough, you give it all to me, this time no more failures are allowed. Give me a thorough, crush the guy with the golden armor completely. Followed by an order from Cadelia Leviathan. Suddenly, those magic failures with strange shapes that seem to have no thinking, they are once again taking a step forward. Floating, dashing towards the Changhuang Shuang above the ground at a very fast speed. And look at the magic soldiers who are running towards him. At this time Changhuang Shuang, he still did not take any action. Only, the 19 gates behind him were at this time opened slowly, 19 Kamen Riders. In an instant he passed through the 19 golden gates and appeared in front of everyone. From Kamen Rider Kuga to Kamen Rider Build all appear. Although they all appear in basic form. However, if only to deal with the magical soldiers brought by Cadelia Leviathan. Just the basic form is more than enough. Moreover, summoning 19 Heise Kamen Riders is the real fighting method of King Changhuangshi. Fighting side by side with the 19 Heise Kamen Riders is the real king of the emperor. Is this the power of Luo Haosang's form? Just looking at it from a distance, it is already very obvious. The mighty power contained in those 19 warriors. I saw Sazex at this time, he looked at the 19 Kamen Riders who were summoned by King Changhuang Shuang. He couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. Luo Hao, an extremely mysterious and powerful man. Lord Luo Hao, he won't beat that guy to autism. Seeing Hajime Aquino at this time, she couldn't help but jokingly said, when I dealt with the White Dragon Emperor Wali before, Lord Luo Hao just summoned 3 strong men. And this time, Luo Hao summoned 19 Kamen Riders at the same time. I'm afraid it's not really trying to shut down that Cadelia Leviathan. And listening to Hajime Aquino's words, Riaz at this time also said it quite seriously. Now you won't be able to let her go just by shutting her down. Cadelia Leviathan, the seriousness of her incident this time is very high. Like Saber, Riaz is a serious person. Of course, she wouldn't continue to follow Hajime Aquino's joke. Drink, aha. And 310 just after the 19 Kamen Riders debuted. A shout. Immediately, they have already stepped forward, wielding the weapons in their hands to fight with the magic soldiers brought by Cadelia Leviathan. However, the situation of the battle was clearly continuing with the absolute superiority of the Kamen Riders. Ah great, this is the real Changhuang Shuang. As expected of our Demon King, this moment is really wonderful. 20 Heise Kamen Riders are fighting together, looking at King Changhuang Shuang and the 19 Kamen Riders on the battlefield. At this time Kamen Rider was, he couldn't help but sighed loudly and look at the 19 guys in armor. It turned out to be a rout of his own magic soldiers. At this time Cadelia Leviathan, she also couldn't believe such a result. No, impossible. But a more powerful magic soldier formed to deal with the army of demons, angels, and fallen angels. How is it possible, only to be given by 19 guys in armor like this? Unbelievable, there was no way she could have predicted what happened to Cadelia Leviathan. The situation turned out to be like this, and just when that Cadelia Leviathan began to doubt life. At this time Changhuang Shuang, however, he also suddenly spoke indifferently to the Cadelia Leviathan in midair. What's the matter is that all you need to get power from the troubled troop. If that's the case, then it's really boring. Listen to the words of the king of the sect on the ground. At this time Cadelia Leviathan, she also stepped back unconsciously. The original Cadelia Leviathan, she thought her plan was so perfect. The special magic circle laid out in this King Shearing Academy will make it impossible for Sazex and others to exert their full strength. But he brought such a large number of magic soldiers with him. That Cadelia Leviathan, she never thought that she would lose. However, the reality is often cruel. Such a perfect plan prepared by Cadelia Leviathan, but it completely collapsed just because of the appearance of a Changhuang Shuang. There was no way for the huge magical soldiers whom he trusted so much to pose any threat to the Changhuangshi king. The 19 men in armor that he called out all possessed incredible terrifying power. With only 19 people, he has completely suppressed his own troops. What a terrifying power this is. Is this the powerhouse Luo Haosang summoned? Each of them is quite powerful. And look at the powerful strength of those Heise Kamen Riders. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also immediately showed a somewhat surprised expression. Although he was able to feel it very clearly when he saw the 19 Cayman riders, these are all very strong powerhouses. However, when Sazek really saw the 19 Cayman riders suppressing the magic soldiers of Catalea Leviathan at the same time, at this time Sazek, he was still a little shocked by this, and looking at the shocked expression of the Sazek's Gemin Li next to him. At this time, Asashel continued to say with a heroic laugh, "Haha tilde, it seems that if I had more contact with that guy Luo Hao, it is estimated that such a situation of being surprised is inevitable. Just had a little contact with the man Luo Hao for a while. However, the number of times Azazel was shocked was already countless. This man Luo Hao is really strong beyond the scope of understanding." And just when the words of Sazek and Azazel fell. At this time, the Seraph Michael, he also said immediately, "Well, although Luo Haosang is a man who is keen to fight, however, it is estimated that Luo Haosang's strength is not limited to fighting. Obviously." At this time, the Blazing Angel Michael did not think that Luo Hao was a strong man. His strength is only in the aspect of combat. As for the point of view of the Seraph Michael, at this time, Sazek and Asashel also nodded their heads. That's right. How could a powerhouse of this level be a powerhouse only in combat? However, at this time of Sazek, he also continued to look up at Cadelia Leviathan and King Changhuangshi. He also spoke slowly. However, let's take a look at what cards that Cadelia Leviathan has. Hearing Luo Haosang's words just now, that Cadelia Leviathan, she should still have her whole card unused. His eyes shifted back to Cadelia Leviathan and King Changhuangshiwang. Looking at his group of being attacked are the magic soldiers who are retreating step by step. At this time of Cadelia Leviathan, she also showed a rather tricky expression, because she is very clear. If this battle continues in this state, there will always be a moment when one's own magic soldier will be caught by this guy in golden armor in front of him. The 19 people he summoned were all those who wore armor and defeated them. And then, I'm afraid it's time for my own defeat. Moreover, listening to the words of the guy in the golden armor just now, he seems to know his trump card, 18. Why does this guy know his whole card and whether he wants to use that whole card? At this time, Cadelia Leviathan, she also began to think about this problem, and looking at the Cadelia Leviathan in the sky, looking at her hesitant expression. At this time, Changhuangshiwang, he also slowly raised his right hand, he said very indifferently, "Humph, haven't decided yet, there is not so much time for you to prepare for this battle." With the words of King Changhuangshiwang just fell. The right hand he raised was already ready to snap his fingers, and looking at the action of King Changhuangshi on the ground and the words he just said, immediately, Cadelia Leviathan, she has already reacted. That guy, he's definitely not joking. If you are not at this time, take out your whole cards immediately. It is estimated that he will soon be defeated by this guy in golden armor. Damn it, it was difficult for me to wait for such an opportunity. But are you really going to be disturbed by this hairy boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Cadelia Leviathan, she asked herself in her heart. And just when that Cadelia Leviathan was still hesitating, Changhuangshiwang, he suddenly continued to speak. "Humph, it seems. You are just a waste who thinks you have become stronger by relying on other people's feed." With the words of King Changhuangshiwang just fell. Clap, a sound. Suddenly, the 19 Cayman riders summoned by him all shone with different colors of light. Awakening, standing $71,989 by Hyper Castoff. Change Hyperbeetle, Lock Open, Extreme Arms, Great General. Genius, Arrogurity, Overflow, Flawless Bottle Boy, Build Genius, Terrible, Awesome, Terrible. Countless sound effects sounded at this time. All High Cayman riders, they are all transformed into their final form at this time. As for the King of Kings, he continued to speak at this time. "Okay, this fight can start the second round, but the premise is that you have the strength to compete with me under the power of King Changhuangshi." Suddenly, the 19 Cayman riders summoned by him. They are also instantly transformed from their most basic form to their final form. The ultimate red-eye Kuga, the super invincible Xaid, the explosive phase, the genius build, the zero of the dinosaur group. At this moment, the 19 Cayman riders in their ultimate form were standing neatly behind King Changhuangshi, and the magic soldiers who fought against the Cayman riders just now, they also stopped attacking at this time. Original. Magic soldiers like them who have almost no independent thinking, as long as they get an order, they won't stop their movements. However, when they felt the terrifying aura emanating from them from King Changhuang and the 19 Cayman riders in their ultimate form, these thoughtless magic soldiers stopped their movements immediately, stayed in place. He didn't dare to attack Changhuangshiwang and his Cayman riders again, and looked at the magic soldiers who were stunned in place and did not move. At this time of Caedlia Leviathan, she also continued to show an incredible expression on 310. No, impossible. These soldiers cannot feel the emotion of fear. You will never stop when you are facing a strong enemy. Caedlia Leviathan can't imagine, it's obviously like a weapon. But they stopped attacking because of the opponent's strength and terror. However, when that Kadi Li Leviathan, when she really turned her attention to King Chonghuang Shuang and the 19 Cayman riders in the ultimate form behind him, immediately, the powerful oppression and coercion that seemed to be suffocating had already hit her. Cough, drink. Suddenly, she felt that at that moment it seemed that even breathing had become extremely difficult. On the ground, Chonghuang Shuang. He was also looking at Catalia Leviathan and her magical soldiers in the sky. At this time, he unhurriedly folded his hands on his chest. It seems that the power given to you by the troubled group should be very precious. At this level, are you still reluctant to use it? Or is it that the side effects are so severe that even in a crisis situation like this, it's hard to decide? Obviously, at this time Chonghuang Shuang, he was stimulating the Caedlia Leviathan in midair. And listen to the words of Chonghuang Shuang. At this time, Caedlia Leviathan, she also continued to show an extremely complicated expression. Her brows furrowed tightly together. That's right, just like what King Chongyuan she said. Although the things on the side of the troubled group can temporarily increase one's strength, the side effects are so great that they are not used for people to gain victory. At the same time, he looked at King Chonghuang Shuang and his 19 Cayman riders. At this time, Haimjima Aquino, she also said with a rather excited expression, "Is this the full power of Lord Luo Hao in this form? It's really powerful." And Riaz, after she heard Haimjima Aquino's words, she also nodded. However, her expression at this time was still a bit complicated. The group of disasters in the mouth of Luo Hao, is it? Obviously. At this moment, Riaz, she felt a lot of concern about the term group of calamity in the dialogue between Lord Luo Hao and Catalea Leviathan. On the other side, Sazex and others, for the dialogue between Caedlia Leviathan and King Chonghuang Shuang. They are also quite concerned at this time, but the focus of this battle is still to kill that Catalea Leviathan. After all, for other things, as the leaders of the three-party forces, they will definitely investigate in person. However, come back. Each of the 19 warriors of Luo Haosang has a strength that can rival me. At this time, Sazex Gremory, he said in shock, even the Underworld only has 2 transcenders. However, at this moment, Chonghuang Shuang. The 19 Cayman riders he summoned, after they changed their forms, exuded that unparalleled, terrifying aura all the time. Even Sazex Gemin Li believes that many of them may be strong people with the realm of transcendence. And listening to Sazex's words, Azazel at this time, he was also more interested in Luo Hao's artifact. Haha tilde tilde, if that's the case, then this artifact of Luo Hao saying, I am afraid that it is no longer within the scope of the gods, if it is to summon 19 strong men of the transcendence realm at the same time. Obviously, at this time Asashel, he was also lamenting King Chonghuang Shuang and his 19 Cayman riders, lamenting the powerful power they possessed. It is completely beyond the comprehension of these people, and only Cayman rider was, he saw Chonghuang Shuang. When I saw that he not only summoned 19 Heise Cayman riders at the same time, but also sublimated them all to their ultimate form. Under the armor, Waz's expression also became extremely excited. Great, great, perfect. This is the real power that the king of Chonghuang Shi should have. This is simply the most perfect and most congratulatory moment. In Cayman rider Waz's view, how perfect such a scene is. King Chonghuang Shuang and the 19 Cayman riders in their ultimate form stood on the ground at the same time, fighting side by side. What a beautiful picture this is, and back to the battlefield of King Chonghuang Shuang, looking at the still hesitant Caedlia Leviathan. At this time, Chonghuang Shuang, he also said slowly, in that case, let's annihilate all your magic soldiers before starting the battle. Otherwise, there are so many mosquitoes here, it is too dirty for people's eyes. With the words of King Chonghuang Shuang just fell. Clap. He snapped his fingers again, from the moment when King Zong Emperor Shiwang just completed this action. Suddenly, the 19 Cayman riders in the ultimate form behind him also immediately took out the weapons in their hands, or activated their abilities or nirvana. Those magic soldiers are being cleaned up at the speed of light. This battle will soon come to an end. When those magic soldiers didn't even have the courage to fight, the Cayman riders in the ultimate form, summoned by King Chonghuang Shuang, they have absolutely no mercy. Some are wielding extremely sharp knives in their hands, splitting the enemy in two. Some use the powerful firepower in their hands to completely annihilate their opponents. And some, even summoned the Red Dongfengdong to cooperate with all battles. They are all using their most proud skills, and they are cleaning up the incomparably large number of magic soldiers at an incomparably exaggerated speed. And these magical soldiers that Caedlia Leviathan got from the Bang of Woe, they were in front of the mighty power of these 19 Cayman riders in their ultimate form. There is no resistance at all. Not even the courage to run away, only waiting for the fate of being destroyed. Sure enough, this time, Lord Luo Hao really has to beat that guy who claims to be the Devil King. With such a powerful force, how could someone in this world be able to resist this kind of offensive? Himejima Aquino, she said with a sigh, if only to deal with those magic soldiers and that Caedlia Leviathan. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she thought that Lord Luo Hao didn't need to call out so many armored powerhouses. However, now it seems that Caedlia Leviathan, she really experienced a battle like a nightmare. And listening to Himejima Aquino's words, Riaz at this time, she also said very seriously, indeed, but it offends the majestic guy of Lord Luo Hao. It is also a very necessary thing to be punished. That guy, she can't escape from Lord Luo Hao's hands. Riaz's words seem to be announcing the end of Caedlia Leviathan. And Saber, Jinahoya Quada, Tasheng Piggy and others, their gazes had never left Zhonghuang Xiwang and the 19 Cayman riders. Okay, what a powerful force. However, what kind of relationship do these summoned powerhouses have with Lord Luo Hao? At this moment, Zenobia Quarta had some new questions. However, her question may not get the real answer. And Sazek's Gremory et al., they looked at the magic soldiers being cleaned up at the speed of light. At this time, he also showed a very surprised expression and said, sure enough, these warriors in armor are incredibly powerful. If this goes on, this battle will probably end soon. Obviously, it's our own internal problems, and it's really a shame to leave it to Luo Hao Sang to deal with. As he spoke, Sazek's Gremory showed a slightly wry smile, and listened to the words of Sazek's. At this time, Asashel, he said with a smile instead, no, you don't say that, Sazek's. If it weren't for your inability to participate in the battle, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to see Luo Hao Sang's artifacts, as well as the amazing power of terror. Obviously, at this time Asashel, he thought that Sazek's didn't make a shot. For him, it was a good thing. After all, it is not every day that there is a chance to see the scene of King Chonghuangshi's shot. And soon. In the blink of an eye, there was a magical army that was huge enough to cover the entire sky. It turned out that in just a few seconds, it was all annihilated by the 19 ultimate Cayman riders. The speed is so fast and the destructive power is great, it is simply breathtaking and jaw-dropping, completely out of the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Is this really something people can do? This is a magic soldier carefully choreographed to deal with the leaders of the three forces. It was unexpectedly met by these 19 strange guys in armor. In just a few seconds, Caedlia Leviathan, the number of times she felt shocked in her life. Not today, but more than one day. The guy on the ground wearing the golden armor simply cannot be explained by common sense, and after cleaning up all the magic soldiers, the 19 ultimate Cayman riders at this time, they also once again gathered behind the king of Chonghuangshi, neatly arranged as if they were in an array. And this is the real power of the king of Chonghuangshi. I saw Chonghuang Xiwang at this time, and he continued to speak to the Caedlia Leviathan in the sky. Ask for flowers. Well, now the annoying mosquitoes are cleaned up, it's time to start the final round of battle. I hope you can take out the pen just now to be more powerful. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with my 19 warriors. The tone of King Chonghuang Xiwang seemed to be deliberately provoking the Caedlia Leviathan in front of him. And listen to the words of Chonghuang Xiwang. At this time, Caedlia Leviathan, her expression immediately became hideous. Damn it, how arrogant, he is only a human being, yet he can possess such a powerful power. Why is my plan completely disrupted by a mere human being? Do you know how long I have been preparing for today? Accompanied by a hoarse roar, Caedlia Leviathan, she also slowly fell from the sky to the ground. She stood on the opposite side of Chonghuang Xiwang. On the other side, King Chonghuang Xiwang, after listening to the hoarse words of that Caedlia Leviathan, he still didn't make any movements, and he didn't care about the other party's words at all. He also doesn't need to care about the thoughts and obsessions of these insects. For Wang, these are not necessary at all. Seeing the Chonghuang Xiwang at this time, he continued to speak. Sorry, I have no desire to hear your words. However, if you are born to be kings, it is necessary to clean up you fake kings. Obviously. King Chonghuang Xiwang, he deliberately said these words to stimulate the Caedlia Leviathan in front of him and stimulated her to become more powerful. In this way, the battle will not be so boring. And Cayman rider was after he heard the words of King Chonghuang Xiwang. He also had to sigh. Sure enough, the Demon King is still the Demon King after all. If the opponent does not have that level, it is very unavoidable to make him feel bored. It's just that Caedlia Leviathan, does she really have a way to make the Demon Lord of Time a little more serious? This is a battle between the true king and the false king, and looking at the Caedlia Leviathan who fell back to the ground. At this time, Sazex and others, their expressions immediately became serious, because they are very clear. Now, perhaps this is the real beginning of the battle. Haha tilde tilde finally this battle really begins, those before Luo Hao sang didn't even bother to do it. And looking at the Caedlia Leviathan who fell back to the ground. At this time, a Sashal said with a sigh, in the battle with those magic soldiers just now, the Demon King of Time, he didn't even bother to do it himself. Or he felt that those stinky fish and rotten shrimps were not worth his shot at all. As a descendant of the old Demon King, Caedlia Leviathan, she may also 3-3 to make King Changhuangshi a little interested. And listening to Asashal's words at this time, the blazing angel Michael. He said suddenly, however I feel, even if that Caedlia Leviathan did it herself, Luo Hao sang Changhuang Shiwang he may not be serious. After all, the 19 strong men behind him, ordinary people have no way to break through. At this time Michael, he didn't think that Caedlia Leviathan had the ability to break through the line of the 19 Cayman riders summoned by King Changhuang Shiwang. But if there is one point, the leaders of these three forces have a point that they highly agree with. That is, this battle will definitely end with the victory of King Changhuangshi. And when Michael's voice just fell, at this time Sazex he just said with a somewhat serious expression. However, from the conversation between the two just now, that Caedlia Leviathan, she must have the item she got from the troubled brigade that can temporarily increase her power greatly. Sazex's expression was also very serious when he said the three words, the troop of calamity. And listen to the words of Sazex. Similarly, the expressions of Asashal and Michael at this time also became a little more serious. It is clear. At this moment, the three of them all have a certain degree of understanding of the words of the group of calamity. That guy, is he finally going to make a move? Well, no matter how the situation changes, it is not impossible for her to win this battle. And he was also looking at Caedlia Leviathan who fell to the ground. At this time, Haimjima Aquino, she just continued to make a disdainful voice. She thinks, even at this time, Caedlia Leviathan, no matter what she does, it is impossible to cross the mountain, which is completely invisible to the top of Luo Hao. As for Riaz, she nodded her head to agree with the words of Aquino Haimjima. However, let's take a look. This guy, what kind of storm can she make? Riaz, she believed in the absolute strength of Lord Luo Hao. Therefore, it is not in a hurry to understand and solve the traitor among this demon. And the line of sight shifted to the perspective of King Changhuang Shiwang. He looked at the Caedlia Leviathan in front of him. Changhuang Shiwang, he still had a very calm attitude with his arms folded in front of him. At this moment, he is very clear. In such a crisis situation, the Caedlia Leviathan in front of her must be able to use the power of snake. As a descendant of the old Demon King, she originally possessed a very powerful power. If it is matched like this, it should be regarded as a passable opponent. Probably okay, and Caedlia Leviathan after she mused for a long time. She finally raised her head slowly at this time. She looked at the Changhuang Shiwang in front of her and continued to speak viciously. I'll let you know that I'm the real devil, the descendant of the Leviathan family, the real strongest demon in the underworld. Accompanied by the words of Caedlia Leviathan, she was already slowly raising her right hand. Then, in her right hand, countless orange and yellow magic streaks appeared immediately and they slowly adhered to her body. If it is an infinite number of snakes, it is generally entwined. And with the fusion of these magic stripes, at this moment, Caedlia Leviathan, her magical power has been rapidly improved at this time. The powerful aura immediately centered on Caedlia Leviathan and immediately spread violently within a radius of several kilometers. Feel the magic that suddenly becomes stronger. At this time, Sazex, he also said in surprise. Sure enough, that guy, she still retains her trump card. It turned out that in such a short period of time, such a large amount of power has been improved. This thing is a snake. As for the thing that Caedlia Leviathan used just now that can instantly boost his power, Azazel seems to have a certain degree of understanding at this time. As for Seraph Michael's words, his expression did not change much. Because he knew very well that even though Caedlia Leviathan was at this time, her magic and strength had grown by leaps and bounds. However, in front of the Demon King of Time, he still seemed so fragile. After using the snake, Caedlia Leviathan, whose magic and strength have grown by leaps and bounds. At this time she also immediately waved the wooden magic wand in her hand. she said very arrogantly to the Chonghuang Shiwang in front of her. How about it now I have the power to surpass you? Although this power is only temporary, the side effects are also great. However, as long as all of you are wiped out here, there will be no worries. It can be heard from the words of that Cadelia Leviathan. At this moment, she is very confident in her own strength. However, I listened to the words of Cadelia Leviathan in front of me. At this time, Chonghuang Shiwang, he was only silent for a while. Then, he was using his slightly hoarse voice to speak to Cadelia Leviathan in front of him. Does using that thing just increase the power to this degree? Really disappointed me. As he said, Chonghuang Shiwang slowly raised his right hand and pointed his fingertips to the Cadelia Leviathan in front of him. And Kamen Rider Waz, he also immediately raised his arms and shouted at this time, "Congratulate, for the strongest king in this world." As soon as Kamen Rider Waz's voice fell, slowly, the many ultimate Kamen Riders who stood behind the Emperor Shiwang, they also began to slowly move forward at this time. At the same time, they walked slowly towards the Cadelia Leviathan in front of them. They were not in a hurry to attack immediately. They seemed to think that the guy who claimed to be the Demon King in front of him had no way of escaping from their hands. And look at this scene. At this time, Hajime Akino, she continued to cover her mouth gently and said with a smile, "Sure enough, that guy doesn't have the value of letting Lord Luo Hao ask him to do it himself. Well, but if so many strong people do it together. That guy, she has earned it." Akino Hajime, she has never seen Lord Luo Hao call out so many Kamen Riders to fight at the same time. Of course. At this time, she also believed that the treatment received by Cadelia Leviathan was indeed unusual. And listening to Hajime Akino's words, Rias also added, "That guy, although he has greatly improved his magic and power in a short period of time, however, this level is in front of Lord Luo Hao. It is still the same as there is no change, there is no use." Although one Rias, she admits that Cadelia Leviathan has been significantly improved after using the power of Snake. However, just this level is still not enough. The battle is about to end that level of power. It's a lot worse than we thought. I saw Sazex at this time. He felt the power that Cadelia Leviathan erupted and showed a somewhat regrettable expression. And listening to Sazex's words at this time Asashel, he also immediately laughed out a heroic laughter. Haha tilde tilde, I'm very disappointed, right? I'm obviously looking forward to that guy if he is stronger. Maybe you can see the power of Luo Haosang's form, and listening to Azazel's words, Sazex nodded in confirmation. Obviously. For Chonghuang Shiwang did not plan to take action. At this time Sazex and Azazel, both of them felt very disappointed. And listened to the words of Sazex and Azazel. The Seraphim Michael, who was standing on the other side, also showed a somewhat embarrassed and speechless smile. He wanted to complain about what these two guys said, but he didn't know where to start. And at this time, Cadelia Leviathan, she was also able to clearly hear the words of King Chonghuangshi and those guys who looked down on her. Immediately, her expression became extremely ferocious again. "Damn it, how dare you underestimate my power. The current me is the most powerful, the real Demon King." An angry shout, a loud bang, the huge orange and black magic began to spread centered on Cadelia Leviathan. The surrounding ground even began to crack because it couldn't bear this huge waste force. But at this time, King Chonghuang Shiwang, he just said something very indifferently. "It's really noisy." With the words of King Chonghuang Shiwang just fell. Those 19 Kamen Riders who were walking slowly towards Cadelia Leviathan. They unexpectedly burst out with great strength and speed at this time and dashed towards the Cadelia Leviathan in front of them. Clock up, Kaimwaza, hypercritical sparking, genius, arrogurity, overflow, flawless bottle boy, build genius, terrible, awesome, terrible. Countless sound effects sounded at this time. Then, boom, the roars came and went, and they didn't wait for that Cadelia Leviathan to react. Those countless skills with terrifying destructive power were already constantly being thrown in the direction she was in. Powerful shock waves and roars continued to spread in the city, and the entire earth began to shake. Its cruelty is unbelievable. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he was even surprised by this scene. I saw Kamen Rider Waz at this time, and he said with a trembling voice, "Our Master Demon King, I feel under the form of King Chonghuang Shiwang, the wildness of Tibai's combat power." Obviously, even Kamen Rider Waz, he felt that under Luo Hao's operation, the form of King Chonghuang Shiwang exerted unprecedented terrifying power. Okay, what a terrifying power, what a terrifying method of warfare. Even Sazex and others who were watching the battle. They also raised their hands at this time, and they used the most primitive way to resist the wind blowing from the core of the explosion. As for Rias and others, they have followed Lord Luo Hao for so long. For this kind of occasion, they were not surprised and raised their hands with ease, with the passage of time slowly. Finally, at this time, King Changhuang also raised his right hand and waved it casually. Suddenly, 19 golden gates appeared behind the 19 ultimate Cayman riders, then disappeared from this world. And the smoke in the core of the explosion slowly receded at this time, when everyone's eyes are cast in the past. There was simply no way to find the figure of that Catalea Leviathan. After all, under such a powerful bombardment by Wang Yu's ultimate Cayman riders, it is impossible for anyone to survive. At this moment, Catalea Leviathan, her disappearance is as if not even half of the traces of her existence are left, and it is extremely clean and neat. And on the ground she stood on just now, a huge abyss with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a bottomless abyss appeared. This is the terror of King Changhuangshi, and just when everyone was stunned by the destructive power of King Changhuangshi, cough, cough. Bang, the barrier that was originally separating the Wang Academy from the outside world turned out to be shattered at this time. I saw at this time a very familiar figure. He entered the field of vision of everyone. Noisy, Wally, it's almost time you should go too. I saw the beautiful monkey at this time. He said this to the 313 valley beside him, and looking at the beautiful monkey who broke through the space and suddenly entered this Kuoh Academy, everyone was so surprised. This guy, who is he? Ria said in surprise, didn't expect to just deal with a guy, but another one came, and look at such a beautiful monkey and valley. At this time a Sashel, he just said with a smile, sure enough, Wally, you have also joined the camp over there. The real traitor turned out to be the person next to me, which is really terrifying. You say so, Wally? A Sashel, he said without any sense of crisis. And listening to Azazel's words at this time, Wally, he just smiled and nodded. Afterwards, he said to King Shuang of Zhonghuang in the distance, Senior Luo Hao, in order to catch up in your footsteps, I can only make my choice. Only in this way can I make real progress. Next time we meet, I will definitely become stronger. With the words of mutual benefit just fell. The beautiful monkey waved the weapon in his hand and raised a puff of smoke, and he disappeared with Volley in this King Scissor Academy. Looking at the disappearing Volley and Luo Hao under the armor, he also said with a somewhat interested expression, Old enemy, is it the White Dragon Emperor? Interesting, then I should really go to the Underworld and meet one of the real Dragon Kings for a while. By the way, I will also study the fusion of Chalongdi's armor and Fengmo. Ding ding, ding ding, the sound of the alarm clock called Luo Hao out of his sleep. He sat up slowly and yawned slightly. After resolving the incident of the tripartite talks, the current situation has stabilized slightly. However, Luo Hao is very clear. In this Devil High School DxD world, the real story has just begun. After all, starting from the team of misfortune, the mastermind of this world finally officially appeared. And looking at the Lord Luo Hao who finally woke up, Riaz and Asia in their school uniforms, the two of them also immediately smiled at Lord Luo Hao. And Riaz, she also said, Lord Luo Hao, you have to get up soon. You have to say it yourself, go to the Underworld to test your new form a little. And Asia, she also nodded in agreement with Riaz. Yes, Lord Luo Hao, you should also get up and take a shower. I also want to see what the real Underworld is like. After all, the last time I went there, I only went to a broadcasting station to watch Lord Luo Hao's battle. Asia is obviously a nun who used to be a church, but at this moment she is also very curious. What kind of scene is that mysterious Underworld? Yes, Master, I also want to get to the Underworld as soon as possible to see the real scenery there. Although Saber's own heart is not very curious about the Underworld, she was also helping Riaz and others, urging Lord Luo Hao to get up quickly. As for Zenobia Quarta, she took this opportunity to speak to Lord Luo Hao immediately. If that's the case, then please Lord Luo Hao to continue here, let's create. It wasn't time to wait for Noa Yi Quarta to finish speaking. At this time Luo Hao, he suddenly said, Humph, it's not that easy to get my power and bloodline. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. At this time Luo Hao also stood up slowly and walked towards the washroom. As for Zenobia Quarta, she also looked at the back of Luo Hao who was leaving, secretly clenched his fists. I don't know when she will be able to give birth to an heir for Lord Luo Hao. And looking at Zenobia Quarta like that at this time Riaz, she also frowned slightly. Obviously, her direct and clear attack on Zenobia Quarta, Riaz also felt a considerable crisis, quickly. After a little preparation, at this time Luo Hao, he was already on a special train to the Underworld with Riaz and others. Waz, who was sitting on top of it, also sighed at this time. I didn't expect that there is such a train in the Underworld that can travel through space at will. It's really amazing. I used to think that only a few Cayman riders could do things like manipulating space. It seems that people in this world are also very powerful. Listening to Waz's words, Riaz at this time, she also said with a smile. However, Mr. Waz, you are also very powerful. It turned out that before Lord Luo Hao hurried back, relying on his own strength, he delayed all that Kateria Leviathan and her magic soldiers. Ria's what she said here was not just polite words. At this moment, she really felt the man named Waz in front of her, really a very strong man, although it's not meaningful to compare with the foul level of Lord Luo Hao. And listening to Ria's words, Luo Hao at this time, he just held the cup of black tea in his hand and sipped it lightly. Then he said with a slightly dissatisfied expression, "Humph, if it's just an opponent of that level, I can't deal with them all. I don't even have the right to be my vassal," and listen to Luo Hao's words. At this time Waz, he also nodded immediately and said, "Yes, what the Demon King said is very correct. If I can't even deal with an opponent of that level, there's no way I can follow behind the Demon King." For Luo Hao's words at this time Waz, he also quite agrees. And listen to the words of Lord Luo Hao and Waz. At this time, Haimjima, Aquino, and Riaz immediately showed a wry smile, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly unconsciously. Lord Luo Hao and the man named Waz in front of him. They are all special artifacts with incomparably exaggerated power and an incomparably mysterious armor style. But even so, they were still dissatisfied with their power, and just when the voices of the people fell, Asia and Tasheng Kitten, who were sitting in the row of seats in front of the train, suddenly spoke loudly at this time. "Ah. In front of it is the urban area of the Underworld, that's great. Finally, we have reached the real Underworld." Obviously, after seeing a different Underworld at this time Asia, she felt incomparably looking forward to it. As for Saber, Zenobia Kuwata, and Tasheng Kitten, they only showed a shallow smile when they saw Asia's expectant smile, and listened to the words of Asia behind him. Luo Hao at this time, he just nodded, but at this moment the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ah, congratulations to the host for opening the second stage of sign-in." Yes, congratulations to the host for signing into the Underworld reward, King's Treasure plus Bengyu. Luo Hao, who had a very calm expression originally, heard the prompt sound in his mind. He also immediately showed a somewhat surprised expression. "It's so good, no wonder there was no sign-in reward when I came to the Underworld last time. It turned out that the follow-up plot was not started." However, the reward this time made Luo Hao feel extremely shocked. It turned out to be the treasure house of the king and Jade. Needless to say, the king's treasure house is in charge of the super reward of countless noble phantasms. As for Bengyu, it is almost an invincible thing, because Bengyu will materialize according to the development of people's heart and according to their own thoughts, although the condition is to have the strength to realize this desire. Humph. It seems that the Underworld is also a place that people look forward to. However, let's test it here now, how to talk about the integration of Chalongdi's armor and Fengmo's power. Let's talk about creating a new armor. With the support of Bengyu, the skill development this time should be completed soon. And just when Luo Hao's voice fell, immediately, on the ground in the train leading to the Underworld, an incomparably huge magic circle appeared at this time. And everyone, they also immediately showed an extremely shocked or even a little panicked expression. This thing, what is it? Obviously, for this purple magic circle that suddenly appeared, everyone felt a little crisis at this time. Is this a teleportation magic circle? No, the magic power is too huge. In a short period of time, there is absolutely no way to break it. As the Miko of Thunder, Aquino Haimjima, she just glanced at it and she immediately reacted. What kind of thing is this magic circle that suddenly appeared at the feet of everyone? Only, even a powerful witch like her cannot destroy this huge teleportation magic circle in a short period of time. And listening to Haimjima Aquino's words at this time Asia, she also said with a face full of doubts and panic. Yes, but such a huge teleportation magic circle is set up in such a train, what the hell is going on here? For the current situation, Asia is simply unable to react. 313 As for Saber and others, they were relatively calm at this time. I saw that at this time she immediately changed into the armor constructed by her own magic power and the sword of Oath of Victory that belonged to her. She immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, now the situation may be more critical. Let's all get ready for battle now." Saber, she stabilized everyone's mentality and urged everyone to prepare for the response, and listen to Saber's words. Immediately, everyone at this time, they also immediately took out their own artifacts or condensed the magic power in their hands. Quickly, everyone was already preparing for the battle at this time. And the light of the huge purple teleportation magic circle under their feet began to shine more and more. And Luo Hao, he is also very clear about the teleportation point of this purple teleportation magic circle. So, He was about to be teleported away from the train leading to the underworld. He also showed a smile and expression towards the Asashal who was walking with him, and in response to Luo Hao, Asashal at this time, he also responded with a smile. Then, immediately, the light of the huge purple magic circle also began to shine gradually. Eventually, the light reaches its limit. Luo Hao and his family members in this train were immediately teleported out of the train. And Asashal, he also scratched the back of his head and said, "Yeah, it's really amazing," Luo Hao sang. "Just a glance, did you already know the truth of this transmission? What a horrible man." Leaving the huge purple teleportation magic circle, when everyone opened their eyes again, they have already come to the real underworld. However, it was still the same as last time, coming to a place in the wild. Surrounded by incomparably hard alpine rocks, the sky is still an incomparably strange landscape of the underworld. How did we come to this place? For these unexpected situations. Feeling the incomparable crisis, Asia immediately approached Luo Hao for a sense of security. As for the other people, they have already taken out their weapons and equipped their fighting stances early. As for Waz, when he was on the train, he had already taken out his transcendence drive and completed his transformation. As for Riaz, she was standing beside Luo Hao tightly at this time. At this time Luo Hao, he was very calm. After all, such a thing he had already predicted early. At the same time, everyone felt extremely doubtful and a little panicked about the current situation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was an extremely strong shaking from the ground, accompanied by a roaring sound. This level of shaking is definitely not a simple earthquake. And this has a certain regular roar, and it really confirms that this is not a fade-out earthquake. Such a regular sound, more like a footstep sound, the footsteps of a behemoth. And Luo Hao, he said very calmly at this time, "Everyone, let's get ready, that huge monster is coming." With Luo Hao's voice just fell, immediately, except for Riaz and others, they all immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. Huge monster, X5. At the same time, everyone showed a puzzled expression and repeated what Lord Luo Hao said just now. And just when everyone was still wondering what Lord Luo Hao's words meant, the reality, however, quickly gave them the answer. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of thunderous footsteps, a giant dragon with a height of dozens or hundreds of meters slowly entered the field of vision of everyone. Wow, yes, a dragon. Asia, she immediately made a surprised voice. As for the others, they also immediately showed an extremely troublesome expression. Such a huge opponent, as well as the terrifying magical aura he exudes, as well as the waves of dragon might. All Luo Hao's family members feel the pressure. Such an opponent, the usual means, I am afraid it is difficult to deal with. Accompanied by Saber's voice just fell. Bang, a voice. She had already raised the sword of oath of victory in her hand. At this moment, she is about to release the power of the holy sword in her hand. However, just when Saber was about to make a move, Luo Hao, but he just stretched out his right hand to stop Saber at this moment. Then, he said very calmly, "Saber, wait a moment, look at that guy, what does he want first?" Listening to the master's order, there is no hesitation. Saber at this time, she has already put down the holy sword in her hand, and just like what Luo Hao said. At this time, the one in front of them, Tenny, who was one of the 6 dragon kings, also slowly opened his bloody mouth with a deep voice. He said to Luo Hao in front of him, "You are the legendary demon king of time and space, right?" Accompanied by the voice of Tenny, one of the 6 dragon kings, the voice just fell. The people standing behind Luo Hao, they also had to reveal an extremely surprised voice at this time. "This guy, he thinks Lord Luo Hao." Saber, she said in shock. "Is this giant dragon also a friend of Lord Luo Hao? Could it be?" And Asia's idea is more ideal. However, although they were guessing like this at this time, however, he still did not put down the weapon in his hand, after all. In their subconscious, this giant dragon as tall as a mountain and also exudes terrifying magic power. It's too dangerous. Only when listening to the other party's question, at this time Kamen Rider Waz, he was a little excited. Haha tilde in this place, there are still people who are more sensible. He actually heard about the fame of Lord Luo Hao, for Tenny's sensible words. At this time, Kamen Rider Waz, he was also very satisfied, and when Kamen Rider Waz's voice just fell. On a hill not far away, at this time, the fallen angel Azazel also slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. After he glanced at Dragon King Tenny a little, he said to Luo Hao on the ground. Then Luo Hao sang, "This is the helper I got for you this time. After all, he is one of the Dragon Kings. This guy should be able to help you a lot in controlling the Qilong Emperor's armor." And when Asashal's voice just fell. All the people present except Luo Hao and Riaz, they were all at once, and at the same time they showed an extremely shocked expression. They didn't think so at all. Tenny, one of the 6 Dragon Kings, was specially here to experiment with new skills for Lord Luo Hao. They thought just now that this gigantic guy with incomparably terrifying magic power was here to attack them. Obviously, the incident this time was created by a satchel alone. As for the reason, naturally, what Luo Hao said last time, he wanted to make his cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor merge with his armor of Fengmo. For a satchel who has a strong interest in artifacts, he is naturally very happy to help Luo Hao. And listening to Azazel's words at this time Long Tanny, he also said immediately, I just heard Lord Sazek say before, Lord Hao is a strong and terrible guy. However, I really didn't know until the first time I heard you talk about a satchel. It turned out that on Luo Hao's body, he also hosted the White Dragon Emperor and the light wing of Chalongdi's cage. It was a miracle that those 2 guys were willing to live with the same man. Obviously. Even the Dragon King Tenny, he was extremely shocked by the fact that Luo Hao possessed both Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and White Dragon Emperor's light wings. It should be said precisely because Tenny is the Dragon King. Therefore, he felt that the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor and the light wing of the White Dragon Emperor resided on the body of a man at the same time. What an outrageous thing. However, listening to the words of Dragon King Tenny, at this time Asashel he just scratched the back of his head. Regarding this situation Asashel he also didn't know how to explain it better. I saw Asashel, he said with some embarrassment. Well actually, the 2 artifacts in Luo Haosang's hands are somewhat different from the 2 you know. As for the specific reasons, I am not very clear, and listen to Azazel's half-understood explanation. At this time the Dragon King Tenny felt even more puzzled. Only, these issues are trivial. Boom, boom, I saw the Dragon King Tenny at this time. He also slowly turned around and faced Luo Hao on the ground in front of him. His huge body directly covered the strange sun in the underworld above Luo Hao's head. Let Luo Quan Hao be in the shadow created by Dragon King Tanny. Then at this time Dragon King Tanny he opened his bloody mouth and said, well, since it's so troublesome, well, let's try it out first. I also wanted to see the man who received such a high evaluation from Sazek Sama, what a power he has. With the voice of Dragon King Tanny just fell. Immediately, he was already controlling the huge body like a hill, posing a fighting stance. The huge purple magic power immediately lingered around him. Looking at the Dragon King Tanny, who was already in a fighting stance, Luo Hao at this time, he also just showed a shallow smile. Humph, interesting, like me compared to theory. Zero ask for flowers, do you prefer a direct hands-on combat faction? With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Immediately, on his waist a white space-time driver appeared for a day, and in his right hand he also tightly held a second-order dial of the Time King, and looking at Luo Hao who is already posing like this. As his family, Rias and others, they were also very sensible at this time and immediately stepped back. Leave the fighting space to Lord Luo Hao and the Dragon King Tenny. Only. The enemy this time was countless times stronger than the guy who was descended from the old Demon King last time. I don't know this time Lord Luo Hao. What method will he take to defeat this guy in front of him? Henshin. With Luo Hao's order, he has already turned the space-time drive around his waist 360 degrees. Rider time, Cayman Rider, Zio Zio Zio, the sound effects sounded and the silver and black were mixed with a little golden majestic armor which immediately attached to his body. Now, Cayman Rider Toki King, Second Order appears, and at the moment when King Second Order just completed his transformation in the time of Cayman Rider, the Cayman Rider Waz who was standing behind was watching the battle. He also immediately raised his right hand, raising his arms and shouting. This is the King's triumph, celebrate, he is above all knights, transcends time and space and knows the past and the future. A whole new history has begun, looking at the already transformed Cayman Rider Toki King Second Order. At this time Dragon King Tenny was also slightly moved and shocked. Hey tilde so that's it. Is this the forbidden hand of Lord Luo Hao's artifact? It is indeed very powerful, not just breath, but also the incomparably mysterious power of time and space hidden in him. He is indeed a strong man to be respected. Dragon King Tenny, he has no voice in his praise at all. Only Luo Hao at this time, he didn't just want to use the power of Cayman Rider, the King of the Second Order. I saw him at this time slowly opened his mouth and said under the armor, boosted gear, Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand with the order of Cayman Rider Tokuang's Second Order. Immediately, on his right arm above the original silver-black armor. It was a red gauntlet that looked like a dragon's body which was out of place. That's right, this red hand armor is the second sign-in artifact that Luo Hao obtained in this world, the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor. And what he is doing at this moment is naturally the fusion of Red Dragon Emperor's armor and his own demonic armor. And looking at Kamen Rider Toki King's second drink, who had already summoned the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor. At this time, Dragon King Tenny also immediately showed a slightly surprised expression. Who tilde is this, the cage hand of the Chilong Emperor owned by Lord Luo Hao? It is indeed a bit strange. I did not feel the breath of that guy from D-Drag. However, the breath of power is still very obvious. That's right, in the 3-7 period of Dragon King Tenny, he can also clearly feel that there is no boarding on the Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand on the right hand of Kamen Rider's second order king, D-Drag's soul. And Kamen Rider was who was standing behind to watch the battle. When he saw Kamen Rider, the second rank king, successfully summoned the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor, immediately, he also showed a slightly shocked expression. Is the Red Dragon armor the power that the Demon King has acquired in this world? I can feel the powerful aura contained on this Red Dragon armor. Although Kamen Rider was is very clear, the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor and Kamen Rider are completely two different power systems. However, he was still able to feel the aura of the enormous energy in it. It's just that at this time, the king of Kamen Rider, the second order, he didn't just plan to summon Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand in a state of transformation. I saw Kamen Rider Shuang's second drink at this time. He slowly raised his right hand. Boost, accompanied by a sound, immediately. At this time, Kamen Rider's power, the second rank king, immediately doubled. The red pattern, which is like a dragon pattern, immediately spread over the silver-black armor of Kamen Rider Shuang, the second order king. Although it did not immediately complete the fusion of the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor and the armor, but at least at the preliminary stage, Luo Hao at this time, he has already done it. And looking at that under the armor, he can still use the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand to double strengthen. Dragon King Tenny, he also immediately said with a voice of admiration. As expected, he is indeed a man who has been praised by Sazek Sama. It turned out to be able to use Chalongdi's caged hands to double again under the state of forbidden hands. Such a crazy move must be a huge burden on the body. However, Lord Luo Hao, who can do this, is indeed very powerful, so. As soon as the voice of Dragon King Tenny fell, his magic power had already been greatly condensed at this time, and the muscles of the whole body began to swell. Obviously, this battle is about to start at this time. And look at the attitude of that Dragon King Tenny. Luo Hao's family members who were standing behind to watch the battle unconsciously began to feel a little worried for Lord Luo Hao. After all, this time, Lord Luo Hao's opponent is indeed a very powerful guy. After all, he was one of the 6 Dragon Kings, and he was not on the same level as the former traitor, the descendant of the old Demon King. Moreover, this time Lord Luo Hao, he did not use the 2 strongest postures. However, only at this time Kamen Rider was. Not only did he not feel the slightest worry, he also felt a little excited. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of powerful power does Kamen Rider Shuang, the second-tier king, after multiplying using the cage hands of the Red Dragon Emperor, go back to the battle between Kamen Rider Tokyo's second order and that Dragon King Tenny? Sudden, in a situation where everyone can't react. Boom. A loud noise. Dragon King Tenny, he took a step forward and swung his incomparably huge right fist towards Kamen Rider Shuang's second order on the ground with extremely fast movements. What makes people unimaginable is that Dragon King Tenny obviously has a huge body like a mountain, but the agility of his body is incredible. In the blink of an eye, at this time, the huge fist pressure of Dragon King Tenny. It was already in front of Kamen Rider Tokuang's second order. Only, boom, a loud bang. Dragon King Tenny's huge fist landed heavily on the ground, and the powerful force caused a huge pothole to collapse on the ground immediately. And the ground was shaken by this powerful punch of Dragon King Tenny. Luo Hao's family members who were standing in the distance watching the battle, they even had to work hard to stabilize their posture on the ground. However, only at this time, only the Dragon King Tenny of the party he knew. His attack just now was completely in vain, not to mention it was a hit, it didn't even touch it. His own attack was perfectly avoided by Kamen Rider Shuang's second order. Moreover, even when Dragon King Tenny was still shocked by Kamen Rider Shikyo's second order's agility, sudden, brush, Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he had suddenly appeared in front of him volleying into the air. Boost. Accompanied by a multiplier sound, the red dragon pattern on the armor of Kamen Rider Shuang rank 2 at this time became even more shining. I saw that at this moment, he slammed a punch towards the Dragon King Tenny in front of him. In the face of Kamen Rider Shuang, the second order powerful punch. At this time, Dragon King Tanny, he also immediately felt the horror of the power of this blow, without any thought immediately. Dragon King Tenny, he has already raised his arms to protect him in front of him, making a defensive posture. Boom, a loud bang. Even though Dragon King Tanny had a body as huge as a mountain, he still slid backwards for a long distance, and then he was able to stabilize his posture by 2-6. As for the Cayman rider Shuang's second drink who had completed the attack, he also landed gently on the ground with a slap. Huh, what a powerful blow, but Lord Luo Hao, how did you avoid my attack at the same time? Immediately appeared in front of me again. After stabilizing his posture, after heaving a sigh of relief, Dragon King Tenny, he was the Cayman rider Shuang's second drink who was in front of him and asked, and listened to Dragon King Tenny's question. At this time, the king of Cayman rider's second order, he just raised his right hand very calmly. He said in a nonchalant tone, "It's nothing, it's just some small means of manipulating time and space," and when Cayman rider Takuang and second order's voice just fell. At this time, Dragon King Tenny, he also immediately showed a slightly surprised expression and said, "Wow, it turns out that it is the power to control time and space. But being able to use these two abilities is so handy and easy." Lord Luo Hao, he is indeed very powerful. Can't help it. Dragon King Tanny, he once again lamented Luo Hao's power. At the same time, he stood on the top of a certain mountain behind Dragon King Tanny. At this moment, the fallen angel Azazel was watching the battle with his arms crossed on his chest. Are still in the warm-up state, neither side started fighting in earnest. Although the battle between Cayman rider Shuang's second order and Dragon King Tanny just now was extremely fierce, but even so, Asashel, he was still able to see it very easily. At this moment, Dragon King Tenny and Cayman rider Shuang ranked 201, both of them did not use much power to fight at all. And at the same time, Luo Hao's family members, when they saw Cayman rider King's second order successfully repelled Dragon King Tanny, they just showed a more excited expression immediately. As expected of Lord Luo Hao, even such a formidable opponent, it is still possible to use such a powerful attitude to directly add you, that guy, to push back such a long distance. I saw Asia at this time, she said more excitedly. As for Haimjima Aquino's words, she only showed a relatively satisfied expression. Only Riaz and Saber, their expressions did not relax much. I saw Riaz at this time, she said slowly. You think so too, don't you, Miss Saber? The battle between the two of them just now has not fully shown their true strength. Following Riaz's voice just fell, Saber at this time she also nodded immediately and agreed with Riaz. Well, indeed. The two people just now are still in the stage of testing each other. Although the average combat power of the world where Saber lives may be lower than the world of this devil High School DxD. However, even so, Saber has enormous combat experience. She was still able to see it very easily. In the one-man one-dragon battle just now, both of them did not use all their strength at the same time. Go back to the battlefield of Cayman rider Tokyo Nishai and Dragon King Tenny. I saw the Cayman rider Shuang's second order at this time. He continued to raise his right hand and said to the Dragon King Tenny in front of him, "Then, the warm-up can end here. If the battle is only this level, it will be a bit too boring." Obviously. For a battle of this level, the Cayman rider Shuang's second order at this moment, he was also quite dissatisfied. The voice of the king of Cayman rider second order was just abbreviated. Immediately, Dragon King Tenny, he raised his huge dragon head to the sky and began to laugh heroically. Haha tilde, sure enough, there is no way to hide from your eyes, Lord Luo Hao. I wanted to test your strength first, but looking at it now, if I don't show some real skills, I am afraid that the person who suffers will be myself. With the voice of Dragon King Tenny just fell. Immediately, at this time Dragon King Tenny, he once again assumed a fighting stance. The purple and thick magic power immediately lingered on him. The bursts of Longwei also vaguely appeared on his body. Just feeling it from a distance, it is already very obvious to feel his incomparably exaggerated power. At this moment, Dragon King Tenny, he is starting to get serious. Looking at the posture of the Dragon King Tenny, I felt the magic and dragon power emanating from him. Luo Hao, who was under the armor, showed a slightly satisfied expression. So, at least it's a decent opponent, and only with such an opponent Luo Hao can he properly experiment with the fusion of Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and the demon armor. Boom! A loud noise. All of a sudden, at this time the king of Cayman rider, the second order, he was a fierce force. At a speed that ordinary people can't catch at all, he flew towards the Dragon King Tenny in front of him. When he was about to reach the Dragon King Tenny, he kicked his right foot hard on the ground, and he was already soaring into the air. and looking at the Kamen Rider Shuang's second order who was already volleying about to show his boxing. At this time, Dragon King Tanny, he did not dare to have any slightest neglect. Immediately. At this time, he also clenched his right fist and the thick purple magic power was condensed in it. Then, boom, a loud bang, the fists of the two collided violently at this time. The sound pressure generated seems to contain unparalleled destructive power, not to mention the shock wave generated by the contact between the two. Only at this time. The hills around the two of them were shaken by its powerful shock wave, and a pothole with a huge diameter appeared on the ground. Just the first fist confrontation has already caused an incomparably huge impact on the surrounding terrain. As for Asashel, he immediately opened his 317 fallen angels' wings and volleyed into the air. Yeah, it's really dangerous. The battle between those two is really nothing to worry about. Even Asashel, he had to sigh the horror of the two fighting. The confrontation is over. Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he slowly fell to the ground. And Dragon King Tenny, he also withdrew his right fist. The battle just now was very fierce. Both of them felt extremely satisfied with this round of confrontation at the same time. It's just that Kamen Rider Shuang, the second-order king who fell on the ground, he could feel it very clearly when the fist collided just now. The cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor on his right arm resonated. Humph, sure enough, I picked the right opponent. In this case, it should be possible to proceed to the next stage of fusion. I saw the Kamen Rider Shuang's second order at this time. He raised the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor on his right arm. Feed on my mind. Let's evolve. Accompanied by the words of Kamen Rider Shuang's second stage, the voice just fell. Immediately, the armor on his body also began to shine a dazzling red light at this time. Feel the intense red light, the terrifying breath, and the terrifying dragon might. Even Dragon King Tenny, he had to glance slightly to avoid the dazzling light. And he couldn't help but sigh at this time. As expected of a powerhouse that Sazek-sama should praise, such power is indeed very terrifying. Although he had already praised Kamen Rider Takuang's powerful strength before. 10. This time, Dragon King Tanny, he still couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration again. And the fallen angel Azazel, who was floating in the air, was also looking at the second-order Kamen Rider Shuang, who was shining red at this time. He sighed. Did the artifact produce a roaring evolution? Sure enough, it is indeed Luo Hao Sanxiang. Usually such a thing is almost impossible without a period of running in and training. However, Luo Hao Sang cannot be described by common sense, although Asashel was shocked by the speed of Luo Hao's evolution. However, the thought of this man's name is Luo Hao. He then felt that all this was so normal and so reasonable, and standing behind belonged to Luo Hao's dependents. They also showed surprised expressions at this time at the same time. Is this the process of the artifact being fused? Seeing Ria's at this time, she said in surprise. Although she said she knew very well how powerful a man Luo Hao was, but no matter what. In just 2 more rounds of confrontation, it has already reached the point where 2 artifacts can be merged, which is really a bit outrageous. It's really exciting. After merging the power of this new world, what kind of attitude will the brand new Lord Demon King take? Appear before us. At this time, Kamen Rider was, he is also looking forward to this, the Kamen Rider Shuang, the second order, who is about to complete the evolution. What kind of attitude will he take to once again enter the people's field of vision? And under the eyes of everyone's expectations, the dazzling red light radiating from the Kamen Rider Shuang second order at this time, it also began to slowly recede. Quickly, a brand new Kamen Rider Shuang, the second order, has already re-entered everyone's field of vision. The Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand, that was originally only on the right arm, appeared on both arms. And the green orb that came from the center of Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand has already been transferred to the center of Kamen Rider Shuang's second-order armor. The armor changed from pure silver and black to red and black. A long dragon armor tail fell behind Kamen Rider Shuang's second rank. Those feet also turned into sharp claws like a giant dragon. His posture has become more streamlined at this time, and the element of dragon is fully displayed in this armor. And this pair of armor has also become a more suitable posture for fighting. It can be said that the armor fusion of Kamen Rider Shuang and Tier 2 this time is very perfect. This Lord Luo Hao's new attitude, such a strong sense of coercion and that very terrifying dragon might. This is amazing. Ria's, she was once again shocked by Kamen Rider Shiki King's second order's new attitude. As for the other family members, they also showed a very shocked and surprised expression at the same time, in such a short time. Lord Luo Hao is already an artifact that can combine two completely unrelated items. So high, so perfect. 1. There is no other person in this world. And feel the terrifying dragon power emanating from the Kamen Rider Shuang's second-order body at this moment. At this time, Dragon King Tenny, he could not help but sigh once again. Such a strong power and this dragon's might are almost able to catch up with D-Drake back then. It seems that Lord Luo Hao can almost fully exert the power of Chalongdi's cage hands. As one of Liu Longwang's Tenny, he is naturally very clear at this time. At this moment, what does this form of Kamen Rider Shuang's second order mean? However, listening to the shocked words of the guys beside him. At this time, the king of Kamen Rider, second order, he didn't care much. I saw that he slowly raised his hands and lowered his head to observe. Is this the form after the fusion of the power of the demon and the cage hand of the Sekuryute? Although it is only the second stage, the strength is still a little worse, but in terms of feel, it's really pretty good. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling his own strength at this moment. At this time, the king of Kamen Rider second order, he made a sigh. In the next step, the king of Changhuangshi and the caged hands of Emperor Qilong will be merged. However, it is estimated that it will take some time to get used to this posture. I saw Kamen Rider Shuang's second drink at this time. He turned around slowly and faced the Dragon King Tenny in front of him. He spoke slowly. So, can we start the third round of battle now, Dragon King Tenny? Hearing the words of Kamen Rider Takuang's second drink in front of him, Dragon King Tenny, he also felt a sudden and extremely strong sense of crisis. He could feel it very clearly. At this moment, the king of Kamen Rider, the second order, is different from the previous posture. Yes, ready. I saw the Dragon King Tenny at this time. His voice trembled in response to the second-order words of Kamen Rider Shuang, so good Zhao, in front of him. Subsequently, he immediately adjusted his posture and assumed a fighting stance. But it was when Dragon King Tenny just assumed a fighting stance. Boost, 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 continuously multiplying sound effects are activated, suddenly. Kamen Rider Shuang Tier 2 was already burning with dazzling blue light all over his body, and he flew towards the Dragon King Tenny in front of him at an extremely exaggerated speed. Haven't waited for Dragon King Tenny to react. Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he has already jumped into the air, clenched that right fist. Roar tilde tilde tilde, the bursts of dragon power radiated auspiciousness from his right fist when Dragon King Tenny just took a defensive posture. And when he felt the dragon's might emanating from the Kamen Rider Shiki King's second order in front of him, he was already very aware of it. Oops! Seeing the Dragon King Tenny at this time, he exclaimed. Afterwards, Kamen Rider Shuang's second rank suddenly threw a punch towards Dragon King Tenny. Boom! With the heavy punch of Longwei, it violently bombarded the defensive arms of Dragon King Tenny, that powerful and incomparably terrifying force. It directly caused Dragon King Tenny to retreat dozens of steps, knelt on one knee on the ground, and firmly grasped the ground with his huge dragon claws. In the end, Dragon King Tenny was the one who stabilized his posture. As for Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he also made a slap. At this time, gently fell back to the ground. For the powerful power that he just burst out, Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he can barely accept it. Although the strength increase after fusion is not large, it is at least acceptable. However, it was barely acceptable for Kamen Rider Shuang and the second rank, but for his opponent Dragon King Tenny, such an increase but some 317 are too exaggerated. DF. Seeing the Dragon King Tenny at this time, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he slowly stood up from the ground. It's really surprising. If you just told me that D-Drake was resurrected to fight me, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It can be heard from the words of Dragon King Tenny. At this moment, he believes that the current Kamen Rider Shuang, second order, he already possesses the power of two heavenly dragon Drake in the peak period, and Azazel, who was floating in the air to watch the battle. After he heard Dragon King Tenny's words, he immediately said with a slightly surprised expression, "Oh, even Dragon King Tenny thinks that Luo Hao Sang at this moment has the power to rival the peak Urshan dragon." However, it is estimated that Dragon King Tenny, he still doesn't know Luo Hao's true strongest posture. As Azazel's voice just fell, he also showed a meaningful smile, because he is very clear. Now it's just the first step in Luo Hao's plan. At the same time, it seems that just one punch is the Kamen Rider Shuang's second order who repelled that Dragon King Tenny. Luo Hao's family members at this time, they also immediately showed a very surprised expression at this time. It was evenly matched just now. Has it been completely suppressed now? I can't imagine if the strongest form of Lord Luo Hao also combines the power of Chalongdi's cage. although just guessing. However, Ria's thoughts at this moment and Luo Hao's plan are actually exactly the same. Looks like Lord Luo Hao's experiment. It didn't take long to complete. As for Hajime Akino's words, she continued to say with a smile on her face. Has the power of the basics been improved by leaps and bounds? He also has the ability to double his strength in a short period of time. It seems that this form is a form with highly specialized combat power. As expected of the Demon King, he has gained a new power so easily. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he just watched the battle for one round. He was already able to analyze it very clearly. At this moment, the King of Kamen Rider, the Second Order, has the ability in this form, and at this time, the King of Kamen Rider Second Order, he also continued to clench his fist slightly. Then, it's time to try another ability of this form. Accompanied by the words of Kamen Rider Shuang's second stage, the voice just fell. He turned around slightly and faced the Dragon King Tanny on the opposite side. Then he spoke up. So, Dragon King Tanny, can you help me test another ability of this form? At this moment, Dragon King Tanny, in the eyes of Kamen Rider Shuang's Second Order, seems to be just a sandbag, and listening to the words of Kamen Rider Shuang's Second Order. At this time, Dragon King Tanny also felt a sudden and inexplicable fear in his heart. After all, just now, Kamen Rider Shuang, Tier 2, showed a power far beyond his imagination with just one punch. And now, he actually wanted to ask himself to help him experiment with brand new skills. How could this not make Dragon King Tanny feel a little bit of fear? But even though it says so, however, Dragon King Tanny, he already nodded at this time and responded to Kamen Rider Shuang's Second Order. Well, yes, Lord Luo Hao, you can come. As soon as the voice of Dragon King Tanny fell, he was already posing a gesture of preparation to attack. At this moment, he didn't know what kind of terrifying attack he was about to face. And looking at the Dragon King Tanny, who responded to him and had already made a confrontation gesture. At this time, the King of Kamen Rider Second Order, he also slowly raised his right arm. Generally speaking, in the form of Kamen Rider, there is no way to carry out long-range attacks without weapons. However, after integrating the cage hands of the Qilong Emperor, it is another matter. Accompanied by the words of Kamen Rider Shuang's second stage, the voice just fell. It was the green orb that appeared on the chest of Kamen Rider Shiki King, the Second Order King, after merging with the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. It actually started to shine. Boost, 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 boost. The multiplier sound effect continued to be activated at this time. And listen to the scalp-numbing multiplier sound. Dragon King Tanny, he also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. A loud bang, a magic cannon with terrifying destructive power swept past Dragon King Tanny's side and flew straight into the sky. The few hills that passed behind him were also more than half cut off by the terrifying power, and the remaining half became like a volcano, flowing with hot magma. What kind of terrifying power is the magic cannon that Kamen Rider Shuang, the Second Order, released just now? On the other side, in a dark corner, as the strongest demon of the new generation, Serjorg Bale is the most advanced demon. After he saw the power of Kamen Rider King Second Order, he also nodded. What a powerful force it seems. This will be a respectable opponent. Really looking forward to it. Okay, terrifying destructive power. I can't imagine if Luo Hao Sang's blow just now landed on the ground. What a horrible thing it would be. Looking at the earth bombarded by the magic cannon, looking at the flowing magma. At this time, the fallen angel Azazel, who was floating in the air, said with some lingering fears. Bean-sized sweat also dripped from his forehead. The bombardment of the magic cannon that Kamen Rider Shuang and the second rank cast just now. At this time, he also felt very frightened. As for the party, Dragon King Tanny, he was still sighing at this time. Cough. Also, fortunately, the attack didn't hit. Otherwise, even me, it is estimated that I will suffer a lot of damage. This kind of power, I am afraid, has surpassed the situation of D-Drake back then. At this moment, Dragon King Tanny, he retracted his words just now. The King of Kamen Rider at this moment, the second rank. He not only possesses the power that can compete with Urshan Dragon D-Drake, but even surpasses Urshan Dragon D-Drake. The young man in front of him is still so young, and his race is only an ordinary human being. However, the power he possesses is beyond everyone's imagination. As for Luo Hao's relatives, they seem to have gotten used to watching such super destructive scenes. So, when they saw the destructive power of Kamen Rider Shiki King's Second Order, they were not as shocked as others at this time. Fortunately, Lord Luo Hao is a magic cannon bombarding the air. Otherwise, if it falls on the ground, I am afraid that the map near the Underworld will have to be redrawn again. Unable to bear it, Riaz was also complaining about the influence of the powerful destructive power of Kamen Rider Shuang's second-order skills on the terrain. Haha tilde tilde Lord Luo Hao, he probably expected this too. So I guess the magic cannon that bombarded the air. As for Heimjima Akina, she thought that Lord Luo Hao knew very well that her power would cause extremely serious damage to the terrain, so she bombarded the air. The power of this strike, I am afraid that it has surpassed the firepower of my own vowed victory sword. And Saber, she couldn't help but said in surprise. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he also sighed in admiration. This posture of the Demon King is simply a posture born for fighting. Terrifying power, amazingly destructive long-range attacks, and the ability to multiply power for a period of time. If this gesture is used on the demon, it will be even more terrifying. Kamen Rider Waz at this moment. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying power would be born when the King of Demons was combined with the artifact of this world. And back to the perspective of Kamen Rider Takuang's second order, after completing the first attack. He also slowly retracted his right arm, then he said with a slight sigh, "The second phase of fusion should now be complete. In the third stage, I need more battles and time." As he said that Kamen Rider Shuang's second order, he also took out the dial on the spacetime drive on his waist. Then, immediately, the armor on his body has already turned into a little starlight and dissipated in the air. Luo Hao, he returned to his human form. I saw Luo Hao at this time. He was looking at the Asashal in the sky and said, "Azazel, take all my followers to special training as originally planned. I'm going to stay here and train by myself for a while." And along with Luo Hao's voice just fell, Asashal, he also immediately made a gesture in response to Luo Hao. "Okay, understood. Dragon King Tenny, do me a favor." Under the leadership of Azazel and Dragon King Tenny, Luo Hao's family members, they are also under the very reluctant expression. Temporarily left this place, left Lord Luo Hao and went to special training, after entering the world of High School of DxD. Luo Hao thinks that the strength of his family members is not enough to support the battle. Still, the words of Waz. Because that guy is already a complete body, there is no extra room for growth. Therefore, Luo Hao did not arrange special training plans for him, so he stayed where he was. Speaking of which, Lord Demon King, do you really want to continue the cultivation of the fusion artifact in this place? Ask for flowers. Coming to Luo Hao's side at this time Waz, he asked cautiously, and listened to the words of Waz. At this time Luo Hao, he just showed a shallow smile and shook his head. Not while speaking, Luo Hao shifted his gaze to a dark corner. Then he continued to speak. By the way, you demons seem to like watching other people's battles. How is it you enjoyed watching the battle just now? As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, Waz's expression immediately became serious, and from the corner an incomparably tall and sturdy figure. He also slowly entered the field of vision of Luo Hao and Waz. The man has a resolute face, short black hair, and an extremely strong body. He is the strongest in the new generation of demons, the most advanced demon Sergeorg Baal. I saw that at this time he showed a somewhat distressed expression, scratched the back of his head and said, "Yea, tilde sure enough, it is indeed Lord Luo Hao. I was at my cousin Sazek's and I have heard your legend. Come to see it today, it is really terrifying and powerful." And listening to Sergeorg's words, Luo Hao at this time, he still just showed a rather disdainful expression and said, "Humph, that's not the reason you're here to watch the battle on the sly." Although Luo Hao was not angry with Sergeorg's behavior, however, as the Demon King, he would not allow anyone to offend his majesty. And listening to Luo Hao's words, Sergeorg's expression changed immediately, because he knew very well what was going to happen next. I saw him at this time slightly clenched his fist and said, "If you say that, it seems that Lord Luo Hao won't let me off easily today, right?" Clearly, he was ready for battle, and listened to Sergeorg's words. At this time, Luo Hao also had the Changhuang Shuang dial in his right hand. Then he responded to Sergeorg, "Will I let you go, then ask how much confidence do you have in your own strength?" With Luo Hao's voice just fell, immediately. At this time, Sergeorg had already clenched his fists and put on a boxing fighting stance. That's right. Compared to other demons, Sergeorg doesn't have any magic power, so to make up for this shortcoming, Sergeorg is a completely melee-type powerful fighter. And just when Sergeorg had just assumed a fighting stance, he also said excitedly to Luo Hao in front of him, "Actually, he just saw Lord Luo Hao fighting. It is already very urgent to join the battle. However, I originally wanted to fight you in a ranked game, but... And from now on, it's really nice to have the opportunity to fight with you, Lord Luo Hao, so soon." From Sergeorg's words, 317 sides can be heard. At this moment, how excited he was to be able to fight Luo Hao. and looking at the Serjorg in front of him who was already in a fighting stance and his extremely excited expression. Luo Hao, he just slowly raised his right hand and the dial of the Emperor Zhang Xuang in his hand. Then he also said to Serjorg in front of him, "Humph, it seems that you are also a man who is very keen on fighting, but if you don't use your god killer, I can't guarantee you can go back alive." Henshin, one command suddenly. Luo Hao had already vigorously rotated the space-time driver on his waist. Trider time, Kamen Rider Zio, Grand Time Sora Agitu, Dragon Knight Phase, Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Deno, Kiva, Decade, W4s, Exade, Build, Celebrate, Kamen Rider Grand Zio, with the end of that long and majestic sound. 19 golden gates shining with dazzling golden light appeared beside Luo Hao. Look at the 19 golden gates that suddenly appeared. At this time, Serjorg also looked up, showing a very surprised expression. Is this also Lord Luo Hao's artifact? It's amazing, obviously. The first time he saw the transformation process of King Zhang Huang Xuang Serjorg, he was also very surprised. At the same time, the 19 golden gates floating behind Luo Hao immediately flew into the air. Finally, it fit on Luo Hao's body and became a relief sculpture on his body. Incomparably dazzling golden armor and 20 floats representing 20 different Heisei knights. At this moment, King Changhuang Xuang completed his transformation, and just when King Changhuang had just completed his transformation, before Serjorg could speak. Standing behind Waz, he also immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Celebrate, come on, this is the king who rules over the past and the future." The voice just fell. Waz, he also immediately retracted his right hand and said, This time I finally thought of Emperor Chang's congratulatory message, however I still feel a little dissatisfied. Look at Waz talking to himself. At this time Serjorg couldn't help showing a somewhat speechless expression and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Only, quickly. Serjorg, he had already readjusted and turned his attention to King Changhuangshi. He said with emotion, sure enough, as expected of Lord Luo Hao, "It is impossible for ordinary people to emit such a powerful breath. I originally thought that I could rely on my own strength to compete with you a little bit. However, from what it looks like now, I also have to use all my strength." Serjorg, the reason why he would say that now. Not because he was looking down at Luo Hao, but because all his efforts and strength were concentrated on his own fists. And listen to Serjorg's words. At this time, Changhuang Xuang, he also nodded slightly. He was not in a hurry to immediately attack the Serjorg in front of him. Instead, it's the forbidden hand waiting for him to complete his god killer. The voice just dropped to 0. Serjorg, he took a deep breath. Soon, a powerful visual aura was entangled in his body. In this world where magic power is the main combat power, there is only one person who can cultivate Du Qi to this level. Afterwards, Serjorg, he also slowly opened his mouth to chant the mysterious rune. My lion. King of Namir, you are called the Lion King. Answer my call, phantom clothing, moment. A huge, terrifying golden lion suddenly appeared behind Serjorg. Roar tilde tilde tilde. After the lion let out a deafening roar, it immediately turned into a set of thick golden armor covering Serjorg's body. Now, a man also dressed in golden, ornate armor appeared on this battlefield. This is the forbidden hand mode of Serjorg's god slayer with the Lion King's axe. The armor of the Lion King, at this moment, in an unknown place in this underworld. There were 2 warriors who were also wearing golden armor. They were drawing their swords as if they were about to start an extremely fierce battle, and Serjorg in the Lion King's armor. He also clenched his fists again at this time, and he slowly assumed a fighting stance. Then now please allow me to challenge you again, 26-year-old Mr. Hao. As soon as Serjorg's voice fell, a powerful grudge was already lingering by Serjorg's side, and listened to Serjorg's words. At this time, Changhuang Xuang, he also slowly raised his right hand, but he had no intention of joining the battle himself. After all, King Changhuang Xuang was never a melee warrior. Clap, a sound. Behind him, 3 gates shone with dazzling golden light appeared once again, and these gates have no numbers written on them. No one knows what kind of warrior is behind the door. I saw Serjorg at this time. When he saw Changhuang, the king summoned 3 golden gates. He also immediately became more cautious, because at this moment he didn't know the ability that King Changhuang Xuang really possessed. And behind these 3 golden-colored people, what is hidden behind them? Serjorg, he didn't know anything about it, and precisely because of this he had to become more vigilant. Come out. At the same time, King Changhuang Xuang, he also said these words very indifferently at this time. Then, the 3 golden doors behind him slowly opened. The 3 were warriors with terrifying faces, and they slowly entered Serjorg's field of vision. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZGX MTQ 5 OJ M equals. They are Kamen Rider Evlodo Black Hole Form Dark Kiva, Kamen Rider Earth Emperor. The appearance of the three Kamen Riders exudes a terrifying aura at the same time. Let Serjorg feel the incomparably powerful pressure at this moment. Is this the power of Lord Luo Hao's posture? The ability to summon the strong is indeed a bit tricky. Serjorg, he muttered to himself. Obviously, although the battle has not yet officially started, he has already felt the terrifying aura of terror from these three kind-hearted Kamen Riders, and standing behind was. When he saw Luo Hao, he actually summoned Kamen Riders other than Heise's main rider in the form of King Changhuang Xiwang. He also showed a slightly surprised expression. Oh, Lord Demon King, is he already able to do this? In the posture of King Changhuang Xiwang, he summons Kamen Riders other than the main horse of Heise. Obviously, for the power possessed by King Changhuang Shi at this moment, even Woz couldn't help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Hao's other family members also started their special training at this time. And because of Luo Hao's relationship, their special training plan did not follow the original. Instead, it followed the new training program formulated by Luo Hao. And Himejima Akino's training object is Ria's. The same two warriors who fought with powerful magical powers, if they fought each other for special training, it would be very reasonable. I saw it on top of a towering mountain. Ria's and Himejima Akino, they stood on the opposite side of each other, ready to fight. Before the training started, Ria's also said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I had a special training with you, Himejima Akino." And listened to the words of Minister Ria's. At this time, Himejima Akino, she just dragged out her chin with one hand and said with a meaningful smile, "Well, if you win this battle, can Minister Ria's give me Lord Luo Hao?" Hearing Himejima Akino's words, immediately, Ria's frowned slightly at this time. She said with a mass of red magic in her hands, "It's not very good to make such a joke, Junai. That's right, even if it's your own sweetheart. However, once it involves the problem of Lord Luo Hao, Ria's, even if she is her own honey, she will not have a good face." And listened to Minister Ria's answer. At this time, Himejima Akino, she continued to say with a smile, "Well, only by saying that will Minister Ria's get serious and fight with me tilde. As soon as the words fell, the power of thunder light immediately began to gather on the right hand of Himejima Akino. Only, no one knows at this moment Himejima Akino what she just said. Are you really kidding? And on the other side, in a beautiful environment in the woods, I saw at this time two beautiful young girls. They were holding holy swords, and the swords were drawn. The two girls are Saber and Zenobia Quarta because both of them are envoys of the Holy Sword. In this regard, the battle between the two of them may be able to play a better training effect. And Saber, what she holds in her hand is also the Sword of Oath of Victory, the Holy Sword of the Old Sword that Luo Hao gave her before. Seeing Saber at this time, she said indifferently to Zenobia Quarta in front of her, "By the way, Zenobia, you can't control the holy sword in your hand very well, right? In fact, I just got this holy sword from Lord Luo Hao, and I also lack some experience in using it. It happened that the two of us were opponents." Obviously, it can be heard from Saber's words. She was also quite satisfied with the training opponent of Genoa Quarta. And listened to Saber's words. At this time, Zenobia Quarta also held the holy sword in her hand even more forcefully, said, "Well, indeed, the last time I saw your battle, Saber, I thought you must be a very powerful holy swordsman too. However, Saber, let's start the fight quickly. Otherwise, I'm about to lose control of this guy." As he spoke, the holy sword in Zenobia Quarta's hand also began to shake uncontrollably. As for the Tasheng kitten, she trains in the special gravity room made by a Sazai 320. Using high-load gravity to train, Luo Hao believes that this method should also be very effective for melee-type Tasheng kittens. At least, among the works Luo Hao watched in his previous life. Gravity training is indeed the fastest way to improve a person's basic combat power. As for the last Asia, what she is responsible for is to restore and treat people after training and injuries. Practice compared to the meditation in the original book. Luo Hao believes that practice makes perfect, and the huge number of uses will make Asia's magic power grow rapidly. And back to the battlefield of King Changhuang Xiwang and Sail Yorg. I saw at this time the three villain Kamen riders summoned by King Changhuang Xiwang. While exuding a terrifying aura, they slowly stepped forward and walked towards Serjorg in front of them. In the face of three Kamen riders with such a powerful pressure. At this time, Serjorg, he did not take the initiative to retreat like the opponents that King Changhuang had encountered before. On the contrary, he clenched the fist in his hand even harder at this time. He was extremely excited to meet such a formidable opponent, and an opponent like Serjorg also made King Changhuangshi interested in this battle. facing the three evil knights with a terrifying aura that were approaching him. At this time in Ser Jorg, he clenched his fists hard. Attention never took away from the three evil knights in front of him, thought he was very clear. Facing Emperor Zhang Xuing, facing a terrifying powerhouse like Lord Luo Hao. And just an oversight was enough to make the situation of this battle turn upside down. Therefore, at this time of Ser Jorg, he did not dare to relax for a moment. And suddenly, at this time of darkness, he suddenly raised his right hand. He unleashed his abilities with great speed. A black-green bat formation was called out, and the formation moved towards Ser Jorg in front of him at a fast speed. And looking at such a magic circle at this time of Ser Jorg, he did not dare to have any slightest negligence. Immediately, he jumped violently with his feet and flew into the air, avoiding the magic circle. Although I don't know what effect that thing has, it's better to be a little cautious. Ser Jorg in midair he sighed, however, just when he sighed. However, he discovered that the three evil knights who were originally on the ground were actually missing one, and that's when he discovered the problem. A black and white figure also appeared behind Ser Jorg. Boom, punch. At this time, Kamen Rider of Lodo gave the Seryog in front of him an incomparably violent punch. In an instant, Ser Jorg, who had taken off in midair, was heavily bombarded and returned to the ground. A huge pothole was smashed and there was dust all over the sky. And looked at the Ser Jorg, who was shot down and returned to the ground. At this time he also said with some doubts, that guy shouldn't have only this ability. Obviously, at this time felt a little doubt about Ser Jorg's fighting power. However, just as Waz's voice fell, Ser Jorg he actually stood up from the pothole just now unscathed. Obviously, the attack of Kamen Rider of Lodo just now did not cause any damage to him. The red and black one uses magic to fight, the black and white one can use space to move, and the black and gold guy doesn't know his abilities. Just one round of confrontation. At this time, Ser Jorg had already been able to clearly judge the abilities of Dark Kiva and Kamen Rider of Lodo, and look at the intact Ser Jorg. At this time, Changhuang Xuing, he also became more and more interested in this battle. After all, only with such an opponent can the battle become interesting. It's a bit too boring at the same level as before. Moreover, King Changhuangshi estimated that the current Sela Og, he has not fully exerted his full strength. The point of view shifted back to Ser Jorg. I saw that at this time he clenched his fist slightly. The right foot firmly grasped the ground under his feet. Then, there was a loud noise of boom, and with a violent force on his right foot, Ser Jorg was already like a cannonball. At an extremely exaggerated speed, he flew towards the direction of the three evil knights in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Ser Jorg was already in front of the three evil knights. Subsequently, boom, a loud noise. His right fist hit Kamen Rider Emperor fiercely. Accompanied by that deafening roar, the shock wave generated by the fist pressure spread at an extremely fast speed, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding rock giants. After Kamen Rider Earth Emperor received such a ferocious punch, without exception, it immediately turned into golden luminous particles and dissipated in the air. The other two Kamen Riders were also shocked by the powerful and terrifying punch of Sera Og. With just one blow, Ser Jorg had already made one of the knights retire, and the two knights were forced to distance themselves again. In terms of melee pure physical combat, Ser Jorg can be said to be the pinnacle of demons, and after finishing this blow. At this time, Ser Jorg, he also slowly turned around and said to King Changhuang Xuing, clenching his right fist, Lord Luo Hao, if you don't take it seriously, you might be in danger. This time I'll give it back to you in the same words. From Ser Jorg's words, it can be easily heard. He is extremely confident in his own strength, even if the opponent is Luo Hao. You are so arrogant. And listening to Ser Jorg's words at this time he was not happy after all. As Luo Hao's retainer, how could he allow others to insult his demon king like this at this time? However, just after Waz's voice fell, immediately, Changhuang Xuing, he has already raised his right hand to signal to Waz to calm down and not be impulsive. And looked at the gesture of King Zhonghuang Xuing. Waz, he also immediately took a step back, and he responded with a slight bow in response to King Changhuang Xuing. Yes, I know, my majesty the demon king. Although the anger in Waz's heart did not go away, since it was the words of the demon king, he could only obey at this time. Look at the retreating Waz, the Changhuang Xuing at this time, all right. It was he who turned his attention back to Ser Jorg once again. He slowly raised his right hand and said indifferently, Indeed, the power you showed just now is very powerful. What if it is an invincible opponent that cannot be defeated? With the words of King Changhuang Xuing just fell. Crack, he snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the original Dark Kiva and Kamen Rider of Lodo disappeared at the same time. And behind the king of Changhuang Xiwang also appeared two gates shining with golden light. Subsequently, Kamen Rider Ghost Unlimited Soul and Kamen Rider Xade Super Invincible Player, the two Kamen Riders have entered everyone's field of vision. This is what the king of Changhuangxi said, the invincible opponent. Look at the other two Kamen Riders summoned by King Changhuang Xiwang. At this time in Serjorg, he couldn't help but become more alert, because at this moment, he can clearly feel it from the two Kamen Riders in front of him. That smell was completely different from before. If it was the three jet black warriors before, their mere oppressive force was astonishing. The two Kamen Riders in front of them were only in danger because of their sheer strength. And when I watched Changhuang Xiwang summoned Kamen Rider Xade and Ghost Infinite Soul, Waz, who was standing behind to watch the game, also immediately showed a slightly excited expression. It's a super invincible player and an infinite soul. Well, if you use it against this guy, there really isn't any problem, while talking Waz at this time. At the same time, he turned his attention to the Saryog who was wearing the Lion King's armor. Then, he said with a more serious expression, "However, that guy actually has such a powerful melee power which I didn't expect at all." With just one blow, it already made a 320 rider exit the stage directly. Although he was not very satisfied with Serjorg's attitude just now. However, Waz also had to admit that the power of this guy was indeed beyond his imagination. And Changhuang Xiwang, he also continued to slowly raise his right hand at this time, and he said something very indifferent. Go, accompanying his voice just fell. Immediately. Ghost Unlimited Soul and Kamen Rider Xade, the two Kamen Riders had already stepped forward at the same time and ran towards the Serjorg in front of them. As for Serjorg, he just stayed where he was, waiting for the arrival of the two Kamen Riders. Head-to-head confrontation is the fighting style that Serjorg advocates. Drink. With a roar of rage, he was already punching heavily towards the Kamen Rider Xade in front of him. A loud bang, immediately. At this time, Kamen Rider Xade, he also slid towards the rear for a long distance, and his feet also dragged two long ravines on the ground. Only, even though he suffered such a violent blow from that Serjorg, he still did not suffer any damage. Immediately. At this time, he continued to run in the direction of the Serjorg in front of him. No, impossible. Noodles ate my boxing and still, look at that intact Kamen Rider Xade. At this time, Serjorg couldn't help showing a very surprised expression. For a man like him who has no magic power and only relies on strength to fight, fist is everything. However, the boxing that he was proud of just now was unable to cause any damage to the opponent. And while Serjorg was still shocked by this incident, in the blink of an eye, the Ghost Infinite Soul had already come to him, while his attention was still on Kamen Rider Xade. Ghost Infinite Soul, he also launched a violent blow towards Serjorg at this time. A loud bang. This time it was Serjorg's turn to be blasted out, after sliding some distance above the ground. Relying on his own powerful strength, Serjorg stopped. However, when he looked at the two Kamen Riders in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, these two guys. It's completely different from the three black guys before. The brief confrontation made Serjorg know a fact very clearly. That is, the two Kamen Riders in front of them have overwhelming power, and looked at Serjorg who was easily repulsed. Changhuang Xiwang, he also continued to raise his right hand and said, "Humph, I said, these two knights are absolutely invincible. If you beg for mercy now, perhaps this king can spare your life." Although King Changhuang Xiwang admitted that Serjorg had extremely powerful strength, after all, he was also the strongest and one of the most advanced demons in the new generation. However, Serjorg, compared with Ghost Infinite Soul and Kamen Rider Xade, still seems so powerless. After all, one has the power of idealism to become infinitely stronger. The other one has a bug defense that will never hurt. As for Serjorg, all he could rely on was his fist. Just like this, there is absolutely no way to defeat the two ultimate Kamen Riders summoned by King Changhuang Xiwang. On the other side, after the mansion of Sazek's Gremory, after processing some files, Sazek, he finally had time to ask Azazel who was sitting opposite him. Riaz and the others have already been sent to special training according to Luo Hao Sang's request, right? Listen to Sazek's question. Asashel, he just folded his hands on the back of his head and leaned on the chair indifferently. He responded to Sazek. Well, anyway, I asked Dragon King Tenny to send them to special training according to the designated plan. As for their specific situation, I am not so clear. At this moment, Asashel, he fully played the image of a completely irresponsible teacher. And listening to Asashel's words at this time, Sazek, he also showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. Then he continued to speak. However, my cousin Serjorg, He also seemed to want to go there to see Luo Haosang's strength, hoping that there would be no conflict between the two of them. Sazex's words are full of flag feeling, and the voice that accompanied Sazex's gremory just fell. A satchel, he immediately said with a smug smile. Huh, you said the Lion King, he was already fighting with Lord Luo Hao. However, if there is no accident, it should end with that guy's fiasco. Listening to the words of Azazel Sazex at this time, he couldn't help but stretched out his right hand to support his forehead. After this battle is over, it is estimated that Luo Haosang's popularity in the Underworld will rise by another level. After all, this time, his opponent was the one known as the Lion King. The head of the new generation of demons, the first of the 4 heavenly kings, the strongest and most advanced demon Ser Yorg. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Riaz and Himejima Aquino, who were in the special training, were still fighting against each other with very strong magic power. For demons like them with pure and powerful destructive power and magical power, this is how they should fight. Only. Riaz is also a high-level demon, with huge and destructive magic power which allows her to maintain the upper hand in this battle. And it is precisely because of the battle in such a high-pressure state. Let the Himejima Aquino at this moment, her fighting ability also grow rapidly. In the past, she would not have had the opportunity to fight like this. Only even so, in this battle she was still obviously suppressed by Riaz. Humph, Minister Riaz, really don't think about it. If I win this battle, will you give me Lord Luo Hao? Although the battle was at a disadvantage, Himejima Aquino still did not forget to say that the fire was over, and listening to Himejima Aquino's provocative words. At this time Riaz, her brows furrowed together even more forcefully. I've said it once, Juno. This kind of joke is not funny at all. By the way, I definitely won't let it be given to you by Lord Luo Hao. As Riaz's voice just fell, the more powerful red destructive power thunder light was bombarded in the direction of Himejima Aquino. Boom, boom. Boom, the red magic power kept bombarding the ground next to Himejima Aquino, blasting out countless huge potholes. Even the ground shook violently because of Riaz's powerful destructive power. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be if such magic power fell on the creature. However, facing Riaz's constant bombardment, Himejima Aquino was still able to avoid it perfectly. Only, she has always been just looking for an opportunity to launch an attack and turn her disadvantaged situation around. And back to the battlefield of King Chonghuang Xiwang and Ser Yorg. Facing the two warriors with terrifying strength summoned by King Chonghuang Xiwang. At this time of Ser Yorg, he still did not dare to attack at will. After all, the strength of those two guys is indeed very amazing. However, Ser Yorg did not take the initiative to attack. But it doesn't mean that the ultimate knights of King Chonghuang Xiwang will not attack. Boom! A loud noise. I saw the Cayman Rider Xade at this time. He suddenly stepped forward and disappeared in place as a golden streamer. That's right. This is one of the abilities of the super invincible player, teleportation. And looking at the Cayman Rider Xade who suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes, at this time Ser Yorg, he also immediately showed a shocked expression. He couldn't believe that he couldn't catch the movement of that golden guy, and while Ser Yorg was still in shock, brush, Cayman Rider Xade, he appeared in front of him in an instant. What? Looking at the Cayman Rider Xade who suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, at this time Ser Yorg, he let out a surprised voice. In the face of such a crisis situation at this time of Ser Yorg, he could only reluctantly wave his fist. Boom. In an instant, the fists of the two collided with each other at an incomparable distance. The roar immediately resounded throughout the wilderness, and the powerful shock wave even cracked the ground. The crack on the ground was centered on the two of them, and a huge crack like a spider web quickly spread out. The strength of the two was evenly matched. Only, Ser Yorg, the opponent he has to face, is not just Cayman Rider Xade alone. Suddenly. At this time, the Ghost Infinite Soul, he has come to the side of Ser Yorg very quickly. He waved his right fist and slammed towards Ser Yorg in front of him. Damn it, and facing the fierce punch of Ghost Infinite Soul, Ser Yorg at this time. He could only reluctantly stretch out his other arm in a defensive posture. Boom, a loud bang. Once again, the fists of Ser Yorg and Ghost Infinite Soul are violently intertwined. Ask for flowers, the roar resounded throughout the wilderness once again. The ground was once again destroyed by these powerful warriors who were like ghosts and gods. Right now, Ser Yorg, he was fighting against the fists of the two ultimate knights at the same time with the strength of one person. The three formed an evenly matched situation, and neither gave way for the other. However, this situation starts from the moment it is formed. Ser Yorg was already doomed to fail, looking at Ser Yorg who was successfully restrained by the two ultimate knights. At this time he also said with a slight sigh, This battle is over, although Waz is acknowledging the strength of Seryorg. It turned out to be able to achieve an evenly matched posture with two ultimate knights at the same time with the power of one person. However, compared to the Demon King, he was still as weak as an ant. And looking at Seryorg, who was already restrained and caught in a deadlock. At this time, Changhuang Shiweng, he also finally stepped forward, slowly walked towards the direction of Seryorg in front of him. At the same time, he returned to the Gremory mansion. Check the time a little bit. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also said at this time, time is too late. At this time, Luo Hao has already given and defeated Seryorg. Let's go meet him. By the way, the reception that all forces will come is also ready to start. It is estimated that many new generation demons will look down on Luo Haosang, who is a human, and will challenge Luo Haosang. And listen to the words of Sazek's Gremory. At this time, Asashel, he just said with a disdainful smile, "Humph. Isn't this an opportunity for your demon camp to promote your strength? I'm really envious. A strong person like Luo Haosang is actually your demon's camp. Damn it, really." Listen to Asazel's envious words. Sazek's at this time, he also just showed a shallow smile. Indeed, just as that Asashel said, this gathering of various forces. For the current Sazek's, it was the best opportunity to promote the demon's strength. After all, in the demon camp now, there is a powerful character like Luo Haosang. Well, don't worry about that for now. Let's hurry up and set off, and Luo Hao will pick him up. And I guess that guy Seryorg is probably not badly beaten. As Sazek's voice just fell, he showed a somewhat embarrassed smile again, and listened to the words of Sazek's. In this regard, Asashel said, he just nodded very perfunctorily. Yes, let's go now. I really envy your demon camp. When will our 320 fallen angels be able to produce such a strong person? As soon as Asazai's voice fell, he and Sazek started walking towards the outside at the same time. This time, they went out to bring Luo Hao and his family back to the grand party, and returned to the battlefield between King Changhuang Shiweng and Seryorg. I saw Seryorg at this time. He was suppressed by the two Cayman riders who were summoned by the Emperor Changhuang with an absolutely powerful posture, and there was absolutely no way to move freely. And this means that he is doomed to fail at this time. Damn it, completely restrained by these two guys, am I really going to lose this battle? It is indeed the power of Luo Hao. A warrior like me, is there still no way to defeat him? It seems that my practice is not enough. For his own failure at this time, Seryorg, he also accepted it quite calmly. He is not the kind of guy who will get angry when he fails. For Sailor, failure is just to start all over again. This kind of thing he has experienced too much, and it is already irrelevant to him. And for a strong man like Lord Luo Hao, Seryorg, he thinks that this is not a humiliating thing but a thing to be proud of. This is a very honorable thing, after all. His opponent is the Demon King of time and space. And what I have to do now is to continue to exercise, continue to train crazy, to continue to become stronger, and then wait for the next challenge. That's all. At this time, the king of Changhuangxi, he also came to Seryorg with slow pace. Humph, how are you still satisfied with the result of such a battle? At this moment, Changhuang Shihuang, he said to Seryorg in front of him. He is not humiliating Seryorg in front of him. On the contrary, he respects Seryorg in front of him. After all, this guy is one of the few in this world who can defeat the Cayman rider summoned by him with pure power. For such a strong man, the king of Changhuangxi at least looked at it, and I want to listen to the words of King Changhuangxi. At this time, Seryorg also closed his eyes slightly and said with his eyes closed, "Of course I couldn't be more satisfied. Being able to be defeated by a strong man like Lord Luo Hao is also quite an honor for me, but this failure will lay a firm foundation for my next success. In the next battle, I will definitely win." I saw that in this era Seryorg, he made a declaration of victory towards King Changhuangxi, although such a victory may never come. But listening to Seryorg's words, the Changhuangxi king at this time, he did not feel angry about it, he even nodded. Then he waved his right hand vigorously. The two Cayman riders that were summoned had already disappeared in front of number 1 immediately. Later, at this time, King Changhuang Shiweng, he was the one who raised his right hand, aiming at Seryorg in front of him. He said in his slightly low, hoarse voice, "So, are you ready to accept your own failure? Look at the two Cayman riders who disappeared. Originally, he was resisting and his hands were also empty. Listen to the words of King Changhuangxi." At this time in Seryorg, he retracted his hands. He stood upright and stood in front of King Changhuangxi. He said respectfully, "Well, I'm ready, Lord Luo Hao. This battle is my defeat." Seryorg's language and eyes were filled with firmness. This is a very noble warrior. Even Changhuang Shiweng, he thought so. It's just that battle is battle, failure is failure, that's all. Accompanied by Sergeorg's voice, he just fell. At the time of Emperor Changhuang, the ability of the king's right hand was already activated. In an instant, Sergeorg's eyes turned white, and he had already fallen heavily on the ground. King Changhuang Shiwang did not kill. It's just that he wants to punish this guy who offended the king's majesty a little bit. After all, the majesty of the king is absolutely not allowed to offend anyone. And just when King Changhuang had just completed this set of actions, a huge red magic circle also suddenly appeared beside him. Then, Sazex and a satchel. The two of them gradually appeared in the field of vision of King Changhuang Shiwang and was. I don't know either, but I will never give up Lord Luo Hao to you. Or an additional sign-in reward. If you think about it, there is really no problem. At this time, Riaz, she continued to receive. After a short rest at this time, Himejima Aquino, he continued to smile and said to Riaz beside him, by the way, you should also prepare a little. We have a party of various forces in the evening. It is estimated that there are quite a few leaders of the forces who want to meet you, and there are many new generation demons who want to challenge you. Seeking to subscribe the third update today, thank you readers for your subscription support. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, a little thought for a while. On the other side, Riaz and Himejima Aquino at this time, the training of the two of them also ended successfully at this time. Listening to Sazex's words, the King Changhuang Shiwang at this time also nodded slightly. It's just that since it was Sazex who invited him. In addition, in that party, it is estimated that there are many powerful guys. If you show your face a little, it is estimated that there will be an additional gain of 2-6. Sure enough, even the strongest of the new generation of demons can't beat you, Luo Hao sang. I saw Azazel at this time. He looked at Sergeorg who fell on the ground, and he also showed a slightly embarrassed smile. Hey minister, if I really want to compete with you, Lord Luo Hao, what will you do? Hearing Himejima Aquino's serious words, Riaz also showed a somewhat complicated expression at this time. She didn't expect her best friend to say such words. Then he said to King Changhuang Shiwang in front of him. In fact, he didn't have much interest in this party. Listen to the words of Minister Riaz. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she just continued to show a meaningful smile and said, well, since Minister Riaz said so, then I will work harder to take Lord Luo Hao from your hands. Obviously. In the words of Aquino Himejima at this moment, it is very obvious that she is serious. And when Himejima Aquino's voice just fell, at this time, Riaz also showed a very surprised expression. Perhaps it was because he knew too much about Himejima Aquino. Therefore, Riaz had always thought that Himejima Aquino was just joking from the very beginning. 182. After hearing what she just said, Riaz finally came to her senses. She really wanted to take Lord Luo Hao away from here. Although the current Lord Luo Hao does not belong to him. At this time, Riaz, she also immediately stood up from the ground. However, she wasn't angry about it. Instead, she asked at this time, Junai, why do you also fall in love with Lord Luo Hao? From what I know about you, you won't fall in love with a man just out of thin air. And listening to Li Wen Yas's words at this time, Aquino Himejima, she also nodded slightly in response to Riaz. Oh yes. However, from when Lord Luo Hao beat that guy from the Phoenix family for you, I might already have a crush on him. After all, every woman wants a boy to fight for her, right? Obviously. Aquino Himejima's feelings for Lord Luo Hao may have started very early, and listening to Himejima Aquino, listening to her seems to be a perfect answer. At this time, Riaz, she could only nod her head. In such a matter, she can only be a fair competition. I didn't expect that I would become enemies with me. It could be you, Juno. Seeing Riaz at this time, she sighed, and just as she finished speaking. Dragon King Tenny, Sazex and others, they have already come to this place and are about to take them back to the party. After all, this is a very important gathering for the demon camp. Look, they're here to pick us up. Seeing Himejima Aquino at this time, she said to Riaz in front of her, and listening to Himejima Aquino's words. At this time, Riaz, she just nodded absent-mindedly. Obviously, the conversation with Himejima Aquino just now made her feel a little shaken. Soon after finishing the training, everyone returned to Gremory's mansion. After a little wash, everyone sat on a huge and luxurious long table, reporting the training situation to Luo Hao. Obviously. As the strongest two in the original family, Riaz and Himejima Aquino have both made obvious progress in the short training. After all. Before Luo Hao came to this world, Riaz's kindness made her dependents lack actual combat and training, and the original talent and combat power could not be exerted at all. As for Saber and Zenobia Quarta, the two of them do not need to increase their basic strength. For the two of them, just increasing their opponent's holy sword proficiency is enough to significantly improve their strength in a short period of time. and obviously in such a short training period. The two of them completed this task perfectly. As for the Tasheng kitten, the situation is not so optimistic. For some unknown reason, she fainted during training. Even a powerful healing artifact like Asia's Smile of the Virgin couldn't have any obvious effect. Only, for this matter, Luo Hao had already predicted it. So he didn't really care about this matter. And it is estimated that during tonight's party you can already see that Tasheng kitten's sister, Tasheng Black Cat. Now she is probably not called Tasheng Black Cat. Listening to everyone's report, Luo Hao at this time. He also nodded slightly, then he stood up from the chair and said, "Well, the training effect is not bad," and when Luo Hao's voice just fell, Sazek's Gemin Li, who was standing beside him, also said immediately, "Then let's go to that party," Luo Hao sang. Listen to the words of Sazek's Gremory. Luo Hao at this time, he just nodded indifferently and said, "Well, it's all right, let's take a look and see if there are any stronger players who are a little more interesting." Listen to Luo Hao's words. At this time, Sazek's, he just said with a slightly embarrassed smile immediately, "Haha, this request may be a bit difficult. I am afraid that there are not many strong people in this world who can enter Luo Hao Sang's eyes. Still, that party shouldn't disappoint you." Quickly. With the passage of footsteps, Luo Hao et al., they have already come to the gathering that gathered the powerful forces of all parties. ITO. When Luo Hao and the others entered the venue. All the demons of the younger generation, they all cast a very obvious, provocative and warlike look at Luo Hao. Although Luo Hao's title of Demon King of Time and Space is quite loud in the underworld. Only. There are still countless young demons who are eager to defeat this misnamed guy and then come to improve their rankings and get promoted. So, in this venue, almost all the demons of the younger generation, 320, all focus their attention on Luo Hao. These people really don't know whether to live or die. As for Hajime Akino's words, she immediately covered her mouth with a hand and said with a smile, "For these arrogant young demons." And it was Sazek's who was discussing the alliance of Odin and others with Azazel. Subsequently I said, "You are too arrogant." I saw that at this time he clenched his fists and moved his joints to make a crisp sound. "I hope Luo Hao Sang doesn't hit too hard. You're the guy who defeated the Phoenix family and called himself the Demon Lord." For follow-up support, today's fourth update, seek a wave of follow-up support. Thank you, readers. However, just when Hajime Akino said such words, just relying on this group of weak guys, it is a fantasy to try to defeat the Demon King. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Immediately, a male demon with blue hair and domineering, he was already blocking Luo Hao's path. The voice of the demon named Zephatal just fell. At this time, Hajime Akino, she was quite despised. Everyone in this meeting place, their eyes were attracted to the past. He held his forehead in distress and said, after he heard the sound, he immediately turned around abruptly. Sure enough, this kind of thing still happened. Look at the young demon who stopped Luo Hao's gate. Those who belonged to him standing behind Luo Hao, they also immediately frowned at this time. Sure enough, there is really no shortage of these things that don't have long eyes in this world. I saw Hajime Akino at this time. She was the first to take a step forward and said, as for Saber, she has already put her right hand on the hilt of the holy sword around her waist. However, this is also a meeting place. Therefore, Saber at this time, she is not in a hurry to act immediately, and stood in the attic in the distance. At this time, Asashel, he looked at the immoral demon standing in front of Luo Hao and said, "By the way, is there really no problem if you don't take action? If the two of them start their hands in this venue, it is estimated that there will be a lot of commotion." Asashel, he said jokingly to Sazek's Gremory, who was beside him. And listening to Azazel's words at this time of Sazek's Gemin Li, he just shook his head very calmly and said, "If Luo Hao Sang wants to do something, I'm afraid, just relying on my strength, there is no way to stop him. Moreover, with Luo Hao Sang's strength, there will be no riots here. Obviously, for Luo Hao Sang's way of handling the problem at this time, Sazek's, he is extremely trusting, and accompanied by Sazek's voice just fell. Immediately, at this time, Asashel said with a heroic laugh, "Haha, what you said is indeed the case, but I guess that old thing Odin is about to get here. Exactly, let your demon camp show your strength. This time it's you who earned it." The vision shifted back to Luo Hao. Looking at the new generation demon who did not respond to his own words, Zephatal at this time, he also continued to speak more arrogantly towards Luo Hao. "Speaking of which, you guy, isn't that the only level? Don't you dare to speak back." Continuing, the demon approached Luo Hao's side and said arrogantly, and listening to Zephatal's arrogant words. At this time, the demons who were watching also began to talk about it. Some people think that Luo Hao's title of Demon King is not worthy of the name. And some people think that at this moment, the translation of fatal is playing with fire and setting himself on fire. Different people have different opinions on Luo Hao, but it is very obvious that at this moment in the underworld, there are still a considerable number of people who think that Luo Hao's strength is not worthy of his title of Demon King of Time and Space. Hey, Zephatal, if you're going to continue to speak rudely to Lord Luo Hao, even if this is the venue for a banquet, I will definitely not show mercy to you. Seeing Riaz at this time, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and took a step forward. The terrifying magic power immediately radiated from her body, and feel the sudden terror magic. At this time of Zephatal, he also immediately took a step back. In his understanding, Luo Hao is just a human after all, and in the eyes of this demon, humans are like weaklings. Therefore, he dared to provoke Luo Hao. 10. He was still very apprehensive about a real superior demon like Riaz. Especially when he heard the angry words of the other party, it made him shudder even more. The other demons' onlookers immediately retreated after feeling the terrifying magic power of Riaz. Although Riaz is not one of the strongest new generation demons in the current underworld, only the title of Red Hair Killer Jai that she has no origin. For this kind of provocative little devil, it is very easy, and looked at Riaz's shot. At this time of Zephatal, he shouted even more angrily. Damn it, you be *****D, what's your skill in hiding behind women? Just talk to me if you want. Obviously, at this moment Zephatal, he was already a little embarrassed and angry. And listened to the words of the insect medicine. At this time Luo Hao, he finally spoke slowly. Riaz, back off, just let me come here. While speaking, Luo Hao took a slow step forward and listened to Luo Hao's words. At this time Riaz also had a moment of hesitation. After all, to deal with this level of insecticide, Riaz thinks that Luo Hao should handle it herself. It seemed that Riaz and the others were a little too incompetent, however, although Riaz herself thought so. However, at this time she still nodded in response to Luo Hao. Yes, I see, Lord Luo Hao. As she spoke, Riaz also retreated behind Lord Luo Hao, although she hoped that she could act for Lord Luo Hao herself. However, since Lord Luo Hao spoke in person, Riaz also has no right to deny. And Luo Hao at this time, he was also walking towards the Zephatal in front of him while exuding his own demonic coercion. In fact, he was just a worm making noise in my ear all the time. B. If I don't speak, I'm afraid there will be more annoying bees swarming. This troubles me a bit. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Suddenly, an even more terrifying coercion broke out with him as the center. He didn't even wait for the very arrogant Zephatal to respond to Luo Hao's words just now. He had already fainted because of the overwhelming oppression brought about by the unbearable pressure of the living demon. As for the other demons watching, they are naturally very clear. The annoying bees in Luo Hao's words just now referred to them. And when they felt the terrifying and demonic coercion emanating from Luo Hao's body, well, they all immediately stepped back and tried their best to distance themselves from Luo Hao. The demons who were watching, they immediately showed fear at the same time. This guy, just by releasing the coercion, already possesses the lethal power beyond ordinary people. Now, they finally know how terrifying this demon king of time and space is. And at this time in the gate of this banquet, an old-fashioned, white-haired old man with a crutches and one eye was missing. He took a group of gods and began to enter this venue. He is the chief god of Northern Europe, Odin. I saw that at this time he slowly entered the people's field of vision. Kuoh, I didn't think about it. In the underworld, entering such a terrifying guy really makes people shudder. As he spoke, Odin, the god of the Norse gods. He also brought his entourage, the Valkyrie, Rosewace, and walked slowly towards Luo Hao in front of him. And the surrounding demons, they also took advantage of this opportunity and immediately gave up their positions to Odin. By the way, I am also avoiding the demon lord of time and space with terrifying power. And looking at the arrival of Odin, there is the lifting of the riot just now. At this time, Asashal, he also said with a smile to the Sazex beside him. Sure enough, a guy of that level, Luo Haosang, solved all the problems before he even took a shot. But it seems that old Odin, he is quite interested in Luo Hao. And listening to Azazel's words at this time of Sazex Gemin Li, he also nodded immediately in response to him. Indeed. Actually, it was the first time I saw Luo Hao's strength. I also reacted to the current Odin, and I have a strong interest in this man who has the power to surpass ordinary people's understanding. Even want to start a battle with him immediately. Humph, it seems that everyone has the same idea. Listening to Sazex's words, Asashal at this time, he just responded to him with a light smile. 320 and on the other side in the lobby of the venue. Odin, who was also wearing a cane, walked slowly to Luo Hao. As for the family members behind Luo Hao, they also showed a slightly complicated expression. They don't know. This Nordic main god, what exactly does he want to do? However, the status of the other party may be relatively special. Therefore, at this time, Luo Hao's family members did not take the same state of vigilance as before. As for Odin, he was also close to Luo Hao in front of him. He squeezed his chin with one hand, widened his only remaining eye and looked carefully at Luo Hao. Subsequently, he was extremely surprised. It's incredible, he's obviously just a human. However, whether it is physical quality or magic power, they are all incredibly powerful. Even like an abyss, there is no way for people to see the limit. Boy, are you really a human? I saw Odin at this time, he asked Luo Hao with an incredible face, and listened to the words of the Nordic Lord God in front of him. At Abki Luo Hao at this time, he just nodded and said indifferently, I'm really just a human, however at the same time I am also a demon king of time and space. How are you satisfied with such an answer? And listened to Luo Hao's answer. At this time, Odin also immediately showed such an expression as he expected. That's what it is. That's no wonder your kid is so awesome. It seems that the demon camp has become stronger and stronger. It's really impossible not to form an alliance. Odin, he said with a sigh, and Rosewither, the Valkyrie standing behind him, she reminded with some dissatisfaction. Lord Odin, please pay attention to what you say. Odin's words just now felt as if he was being coerced into forming an alliance. This is quite bad for this alliance gathering, and when Rosewither's voice just fell, Sazex, Michael, and Asashel, the three of them also walked towards Odin's direction with slow steps. Welcome, Lord Odin. As the host Sazex Gremory, his tone of speech at this time was also quite polite. Hello, Lord Odin. And as the representative of the bad and good man, the blazing angel Michael, his courtesy is naturally needless to say. Only Azazel, the fallen angel, raised his right hand in a gesture of greeting. Kiss, long time no see, old thing, very Azazel-style speech, and listened to the greetings of the leaders of the three forces. At this time, Odin turned around slowly and turned his attention to them. Yeah, it's just a few of you. As he said at this time Odin, he also turned his attention to Sazex. Speaking of which, Sazex, when did such a strong man appear in your demon camp? Obviously, at this moment, Odin's focus is still on Luo Hao, and listened to Odin's words. At this time, Sazex, he just continued to say with a small smile. That's what happened a while ago, but we're not here to talk about that today, are we, Lord Odin? At this time, Sazex, he was reminding Odin of the real purpose of this banquet today, and listened to the words of Sazex. At this time, Odin also put his right fist to his mouth and readjusted his posture as if he was coughing. Subsequently, he was the one who turned around and said to Luo Hao behind him, Then, let's have a good chat next time, boy. As soon as Odin's voice fell, at this time he was already walking slowly with Sazex and the others, and just after Odin left. At this time Riaz, she came to Luo Hao's side and said, Sure enough, no matter which side of the power is now, there is a considerable degree of concern for a strong man like you, Lord Luo Hao. Listening to Ria's sigh, Luo Hao at this time. He just nodded casually. Today's 6th update, I ask a wave of readers to subscribe and support, thank you. Well, if that's not the case, Valley's plan won't be so easy to succeed. She had already taken a step forward and ran towards the outside, and right after Odin left, and in the woods, the beautiful monkey under the tree, he also said with a smile. Well, maybe. She sat on top of the tree trunk like a black cat. Alala, my sister, as soon as she smelled my breath, she immediately walked over. It's almost time to start. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, the Tasheng kitten, she seemed to feel something suddenly. Immediately, that guy Wally. On the branch of a big tree, there was a woman with beautiful long black hair and a very beautiful face. Looking at such a Tasheng kitten, Luo Hao just showed a shallow smile, and the guys from the Bangladesh. And looking at the Tasheng kitten who flew out without looking back. At this time, Riaz, she also immediately showed a very worried expression. She shouted loudly to the back of the Tasheng kitten. Kitten, obviously. At this moment, she must have expected that the Tasheng kitten might have felt something, so this happened. But precisely because of this, Riaz at this time, she will be more worried about the situation on the Tasheng kitten's side. Immediately. Riaz, she suddenly turned her head to look at Luo Hao beside her. Lord Luo Hao, she called out Luo Hao's name and she didn't say why, but now basically everyone knows what Riaz means. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded and said to the other family members behind him, Then, you guys stay here. Riaz and I went to see what was going on at Tasheng Kitten. And listening to Lord Luo Hao's words, at this time Haimjima Akina, she also immediately showed an expression of hesitating to speak. Obviously, What she thought in her heart was to go out alone with Lord Luo Hao. However, since Lord Luo Hao has already given the order in person. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she could only respond to Luo Hao's order in a somewhat disappointed manner. Yes, I see Lord Luo Hao, looking at the relatives who nodded. At this time Luo Hao, he immediately started walking with Riaz. Leaving the banquet venue where all forces have formed an alliance, he walked in the direction that Tasheng Kitten left just now, and only Himejima Aquino, she looked at the back of Lord Luo Hao who was gradually receding. She showed a slightly complicated expression. But it was only at this time that Zenoya Quarta noticed this complicated expression of Aquino Himejima. Clap, clicked. At this time Zenoya Quarta, she gently put her right hand on Himejima Aquino's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, there is a chance. At some point we too will have Lord Luo Hao." Zenobia Quarta's expression was full of confidence, and listening to Zenobia Quarta's speechless speech. At this time Himejima Aquino, she just twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, not knowing how to respond to Zenobia Quarta's words. And in the dark woods on the outskirts of the country, at this moment the Tasheng Kitten, she successfully found a black cat on a tree. Seeing the Tasheng Kitten at this time, she immediately stopped and clenched her silver teeth. She said with a slightly grim expression, "Damn it. You be ****D. What are you doing here?" The Tasheng Kitten's tone was full of hatred and anger. Obviously, for her sister at this time she did not have any good feelings at all, and it was because of his sister. Tasheng Kitten, she chose to seal her own magic, and listen to the words of the Tasheng Kitten above the ground. At this time her older sister, Haiji, also changed her sitting position slightly from the tree trunk. Then she spoke to her sister who was on the ground. "What am I doing here? Of course it's here to bring you back, my dear sister." While speaking at this black song at this time, she also showed a rather confident smile, and listened to the words of the black song. At this time the Tasheng Kitten, her expression only became more angry. For a young girl like her, so many changes can occur in one day. It's already a very rare thing. It can also be seen from here. What kind of special place does her sister, Haij, occupy in her heart? I saw the Tasheng Kitten at this time, she continued to speak viciously. "Humph, who will go with this guy like you?" And when the voice of the kitten in Tasheng just fell. At this time Luo Hao, he and Riaz slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. "Humph, the current Tasheng Kitten is my thing. If you want something from the king of Shipban, you may be a little overstepped. That black cat over there." I saw Luo Hao, he crossed his hands on his chest and said calmly towards the black cat on the tree trunk, and listened to the familiar voice behind him. At this time the Tasheng Kitten, she also turned back immediately, looking at Lord Luo Hao and Riaz behind him. Listening to the words of Lord Luo Hao just now, Tasheng Kitten, her heart suddenly warmed. That's right, the current self is the family member of Lord Luo Hao, rather than anything else. No one can separate themselves from Lord Luo Hao. Looking at Luo Hao and Riaz, who suddenly appeared on the ground. At this time of Haiji, she also showed a slightly surprised expression. "Alas, how did you two get in here? Didn't I have already set up the enchantment of immortality in normal terms?" Obviously. For the appearance of Luo Hao and Riaz C. At this time of the black song, she felt very doubtful. However, just when Haiji's voice just fell, and the beautiful monkey standing under the tree, he also said suddenly, "Hey, you don't understand this, Haij. That guy, he is a horrible guy who can easily defeat Volley. Now also the king of your sister, and your sister is his family." And listen to the explanation of the beautiful monkey. At this time of Haiji, she also immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. That guy who easily defeated Volley is this guy. It turns out that it is no wonder that he can easily tear open my fairy magic barrier. At this moment of Haij, she finally realized why the man in front of her could break through her fairy magic barrier and enter here. However, just when Haiji's voice fell. At this time the beautiful monkey has already held the weapon in his hand. Hee. "Although my mission is to draw you out, I'll delay time by the way, but I've already wanted to confront you, the demon lord of time and space." In the eyes of the monkey there are eyes full of fighting intent, and listen to each other's words. At this time Luo Hao, he just slowly raised his right hand and said indifferently, "Humph, funny, I haven't used that thing in a while." Boosted, gear, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand, blade like fire, with Luo Hao's order immediately. In his right arm, a dazzling red light has already begun to shine. Then, the red dragon gauntlet that had been red appeared on his right arm, and that jet black one contained the Zanpakuto that could burn everything in the world. Flowing blade Ryu fire was also tightly held in his right arm, and after successfully summoning these two artifacts, Luo Hao, he also slightly raised his left hand and made a gesture, and the Tasheng Kitten Riaz who received the order, the two of them immediately stepped back. Give the battlefield to Lord Luo Hao as much as possible and make room for him to perform, looking at Luo Hao who successfully summoned 2 artifacts. At this time of the monkey, he did not feel a sense of crisis because of this, even 323. He said with a very excited expression, Night Roar, is this the cage hand of the Qilong Emperor? There is even a sharp-edged artifact. As expected of a horrible guy who can easily defeat volley, my fighting spirit is also on fire. Seeing the beautiful monkey at this time, he also clenched the stick in his hand excitedly, showing a warlike expression. And the somersault cloud that allowed him to move freely in the air also appeared beside him. A descendant of Sun Wukong, interesting. Did not expect after I came to this world. There is still a chance to fight the descendants of Sun Wukong. Although the opponent is not a strong man, Luo Hao is very interested in the identity of the opponent. Obviously, he was a little excited about this battle. Only just before the battle begins. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he also turned his attention to the black song on the tree trunk. He said with a smile, Hey, Haiji, you'll help me support me later, obviously. From the beginning, it seemed that Monkey was not ready to go it alone. After all, his opponent was the terrifying guy who had defeated Valleys Belong without any difficulty. But listening to the beautiful monkey's words, the black song, she just said with a smile, Huh. Are you actually actively seeking my support? It's really rare, beautiful monkey. Obviously, Haiji was complaining about how beautiful the monkey had said just now. As a result, even before the battle started, he was already seeking his own support, and listened to the words of the black song. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he just smiled and touched the back of his head. Haha tilde, don't say that. The opponent this time was the terrifying demon king who easily defeated Volley. Even me, there is still a little bit of self-knowledge. Although the monkey is playful and loves fighting, he is also very smart. He knew that he was not Luo Hao's opponent, so he planned to fight with his companions. As the beautiful monkey's voice just fell, she thought for a while about the black song at this time. Then she immediately fell from the trunk to the ground. Well, in order to successfully bring my sister back, then I'll try to help you. The voice that accompanied the black song just fell, suddenly. She was already together with the monkey and took a fighting stance towards Luo Hao in front of her, and looked at the black song that put on a fighting stance. At this time, the Tasheng kitten, her expression also became a little nervous. As the younger sister of Black Song, she is naturally very clear about the Tasheng kitten at this moment. What terrifying and powerful strength does his sister have? However, just when Tasheng kitten felt a little nervous, Riaz, who was standing beside her, had already placed her right hand on the shoulder of the Tasheng kitten. Don't worry, kitty, Lord Luo Hao. He doesn't think he will lose to these two guys. You just need to trust Lord Luo Hao. Yes, in Ria's heart, Lord Luo Hao is an existence that is absolutely impossible to defeat. And in the heart of Tasheng kitten, she also has the same idea, after listening to Minister Ria's comforting words. At this time, the Tasheng kitten, her mood is also a little more stable. She nodded sharply. Well, I see. I have always believed Lord Luo Hao, he is the most powerful man in this world. And back to Luo Hao, the beautiful monkey and the black song on the battlefield. Brush, sudden. Riding on the somersault cloud, the monkey flew towards Luo Hao at a speed that could not be caught with the naked eye. By the way, he also clenched the weapon in his hand, ready to charge up the bombardment. And Luo Hao, he also stood there very calmly, waiting for the arrival of the monkey. In the blink of an eye, beautiful monkey, he has already come to Luo Hao. Drink. With an angry shout, he slammed the weapon in his hand towards Luo Hao. Boost. As for Luo Hao, he just responded very calmly and waved the flowing blade like fire in his hand. Bang dang. It was accompanied by a crisp sound that only came out when the metal collided and the spark that splashed to the ground. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he was already repelled by Luo Hao and slid back for a long distance. And by the power of somersault cloud, listening to Haiji's words, Luo Hao also became a little interested. Sure enough, this battle is still up to me. Today's second update, try to come back for another update after a while, seek follow-up support. Is it magic? It's terrifying. Such an ordinary blow has already knocked me back. Come try my magic. While speaking, Haiji also stepped forward. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he slowly raised his right hand and said, flowing like fire. Humph, monkey 26, it's too embarrassing. Then a huge magic circle like gossip appeared behind her. Sure enough, the multiplied power is terrifying. In the black song at this time, she also made a mocking voice and said, thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On the other side, he looked at the beautiful monkey who was easily repelled. Sen Luo, everything is aflame. Such an ordinary blow has already made you so embarrassed. After coming to this world, this is the first time I see this kind of power system. Interesting. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he was able to stabilize his posture, with Luo Hao's order. Immediately, with him at the center, an extremely hot flame began to erupt at this time. The jet-black Zanpakuto named Ryu Blade Ryu Fire in his hand was immediately enveloped in flames. Do not, rather than saying that the Zanpakuto was enveloped in flames, it would be better to say that this jet-black Zanpakuto was burning with an incomparably violent flame. At this moment, Luo Hao also slowly raised his right hand. He said to Riaz behind him, "Riaz, deploy the magic shield." Obviously, it can be heard from Luo Hao's voice. He was ready to truly liberate the power of this Zanpakuto in his hands. "Yes, I understand," and along with Luo Hao's voice just fell. At this time, Riaz, she also did not have any hesitation. Immediately, she has already raised her hands, condensing magic power. Soon, a huge red energy shield was condensed, which protected all the Self-01 and the Tasheng kitten in it. In the blink of an eye, she had already taken defensive measures according to Lord Luo Hao's order, and looking at the actions of Luo Hao, Riaz, and others, Beautiful Monkey and Black Song at this time, the two of them also became more alert. That man. What is he trying to do? Haiji, she gritted her silver teeth and expressed such doubts, and Luo Hao, after he saw that Riaz had taken defensive measures. There are all kinds of things and they are all turned to ashes, the blades are like fire. Once again, Luo Hao sang the liberating language of flowing like fire at this time. Suddenly, with him at the center, a powerful, incomparably hot flame erupted immediately. The flame that was enough to burn everything in the world quickly spread at an extremely terrifying speed, sweeping the surrounding area. And feel the terrifying temperature. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he also immediately had an extremely shocked expression. This temperature is simply not the level that an ordinary divine weapon can achieve. However, among the gods, is there a god killer that specializes in fire? At this moment, the beautiful monkey, he felt extremely doubtful. Why is the sharp blade in Luo Hao's hand able to release such an exaggerated temperature? Even the moisture in the nearby air seemed to have been evaporated, making people feel extremely dry. On the other side, Black Song was originally planning to use immortality to attack. When she saw Luo Hao liberate the flowing blade like fire in his hand, she also hesitated for a while. The attack that was originally a condensed immortal spell also stopped at this time. She was also quite surprised by the terrifying power unleashed by the man in front of her. After all, in her heart, Luo Hao defeated Volley. She was still somewhat in disbelief. However, when she saw such a scene, she realized that her thinking was wrong. There's no time to be amazed at the guy's strength. Beautiful Monkey opened the barrier immediately. Seeing the Black Song at this time, she immediately and loudly urged the monkey behind her to open the barrier. Otherwise, if that scorching flame swept over, even they cannot be completely unscathed. After all, that level of temperature and flame has already reached the level of God-extinguishing tool. Boom! Suddenly, in this forest, an incomparably hot flame erupted. That soaring flame seems to be able to destroy everything in the world. The entire dark forest was at least tens of kilometers in radius at this time. In an instant, a huge void was burned out. The ground was completely burnt and carbonized, and it didn't look like it was before. Needless to say, the surrounding trees were all vaporized and gasified, as if there were no traces of their existence. And the flames released by Luo Hao's flowing blades are like fire are also very terrifying. Normally, when a flame erupts in a forest, it will continue to burn and spread until it burns down the entire forest. However, Luo Hao's flowing blade Ryu Hyo is a flame released, but it is not the same thing at all. Because everything in the vicinity is burned and disappeared in an instant. A flame without combustibles cannot continue to burn, and it has no value to burn. Because everything that needs to be burned has disappeared. I saw Riaz and the others at this time after they felt the flames slowly recede. She also slowly put down her hands and the energy shield disappeared. Okay, what a terrifying way just when the power is released, does the residual power generated already possess such destructive power? As expected of Mr. Luo Hao. At this time Riaz, she was looking around at the scene that seemed to be scorched from the apocalypse. She also made an incredible expression. For example, if you say that this is a scene of being bombarded by a Demon King level demon, Riaz feels normal. It's just that this is just the residual power that Luo Hao released when he liberated Liu Jian Ru Ryu Huo. Really, as expected of the horrible guy who defeated Volley, a Wally was already outrageous enough. But I didn't expect this guy to be more outrageous than Wally. I saw Haij and Meihu at this time. They both looked at Luo Hao in front of them with great fear. They thought they could fight for a little while, but at this time they finally realized it. What kind of guy, what a powerful demon king was in front of him, and looked at the two in front of him. At this time Luo Hao, he also raised the one in his hand to complete the beginning of the solution, burning a flowing blade like fire that was enough to burn all flames. You brought me out, probably to make it easier for that guy Loki to start, right, Humph? I don't have much interest in such things, however I am quite interested in the words of Loki's Fenrir, and listening to Luo Hao's words. At this time the beautiful monkey and the black song also took a step back unconsciously. In fact, the two of them had no idea at all. Luo Hao, he was so clear about their plan, even the two of them were the prey to be played by each other in the applause. After all, the plans of the two of them have no value in the eyes of the other party, and Ria's standing behind Luo Hao. After hearing Luo Hao's words, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Then she muttered in a low voice, "Plan, conspiracy." Sure enough, I knew that there would definitely be people with bad intentions coming to make trouble at this banquet. I just didn't expect that it was the people of the troubled group who came to make trouble. It's obvious that someone will mess up such a thing, Ria's, she has already guessed it. It's just that they didn't expect that the opponent this time turned out to be a group of disasters. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he continued to raise his right hand. The flowing blade in his waving hand was like fire. Pointing at the two people in front of him, he said indifferently, "HMPH, what did you mean by backing off just now? Wouldn't the two of you have seen my level of strength, and you were already scared and did not have the courage to fight? If that's the case, then it's a little too disappointing." From Luo Hao's words, it was very obvious that he didn't want the battle to end at this moment. And listening to the words of the man in front of him, the beautiful monkey at this time, he also looked at the black song beside him a little bit. Seeing him at this time, he immediately waved the weapon in his hand and assumed a fighting stance again. Then he said to Luo Hao in front of him, "Humph, of course, a formidable opponent like you. I don't know when the next fight will be, so I won't let go of such an opportunity easily." Although the beautiful monkey, he does not think that he is the opponent of this terrifying guy in front of him. But he didn't want to miss the chance to fight against such a demon king, and listen to the words of the beautiful monkey beside him. At this time of High G, she also clenched her silver teeth. She is completely different from the beautiful monkey, and she doesn't want to fight against this man with terrifying power in front of her. After all, that level of power is not something that Hyge can handle. It's just that things have developed into this form, and she doesn't say that she can leave if she wants to. Cough, it's really troublesome in that case. It can only continue to fight. It seems that only after waiting for the next opportunity can the kitten be brought back. Listen to the words of the black song. The Tasheng kitten at this time, she just grabbed the clothes of Ria's beside her even harder and said, "I'm a family member of Lord Luo Hao. I won't go with you, you give up, sister." Obviously, the Tasheng kitten at this time, her will is very firm. She is Luo Hao's family and she will not leave Luo Hao's side easily. Even if the woman is his own sister, it is still the same. "If this is the case, then I can only use force to take you away, kitten." As soon as Haiji's voice fell behind her, a magic circle like a gossip appeared again immediately. Then, in Haiji's right hand, there also appeared an energy ball that was condensed by immortal energy, shining with white light. Boom! Countless white light energy balls flew towards Luo Hao in front of him. As the strongest of the Cat Yu family, Haiji's immortal attack is no joke. Facing Hai Song's magic attack. At this time Luo Hao, he just waved the flowing blade in his hand very calmly. Just a few simple knives. Those white light energy balls with powerful destructive power were immediately divided into two, disappeared into the air. Didn't cause any damage, nor did Luo Hao any damage, and Luo Hao was also very calm and said to the black song in front of him, "If your opponent is a normal person, maybe your attack will cause very effective damage, and I can also feel it from your magic. How powerful is your power? It's a pity that the opponent is me, the devil." Obviously, at this time Luo Hao, he acknowledged the opponent's strength, but when compared with himself, there is still such a huge disparity. On the other side in the banquet in the venue where the alliance of various forces gathered, at this moment Sazex, Asashel Michael, and that Odin. The three of them are preparing to officially announce the alliance and peace of the quartet camp. But at such a critical moment, in the center of the venue, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared. And feeling this sudden magic circle, at this time everyone they are also a fierce, a turn around. Looking at this huge magic circle at this time, Asashel also showed an expression like this when he was indifferent. Sure enough, it was not unexpected. What kind of guy is making trouble at this time? But listening to Asashel's words at this time Miguel, he just frowned. It's not very good to say these words now, Asahir, the other party is not good. As soon as Michael's voice fell, a strange man with powerful magic power also passed through the magic circle, entered the venue, and entered the field of vision of everyone. He is the evil god Loki in Norse mythology. When he entered this venue, he immediately opened his mouth and said loudly, "Humph, Odin, I will not let your alliance plan succeed." Immediately, at this time Loki, he just said very calmly, "What if it was this guy? Does it qualify for this banquet?" And listen to Loki's words. An incomparably huge giant wolf exuding a terrifying breath, Fenrir appeared in this venue and let out a roar that shocked the audience. Loki, although you are also a god in Norse mythology. At this time, Sazix Geminli, he also frowned slightly immediately and said, "Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running." Okay, and listen to the words of Sazix in front of him. Sazix Gremory, he had already issued an order to evict him. However, even so, you are not qualified to join this banquet. Roar 1 quickly. Today's 4th update, please support a wave of subscriptions. Thank you, readers. As Loki's voice just fell. We Norse gods will never form an alliance with you demons. And back to the battlefield of Luo Hao and Hyge and others. I saw the Black Song at this time when she saw her attack, all of which did not cause harm to the man in front of her. Immediately, she also showed a very troublesome expression. Tusk, sure enough, how could this monster have the power to compete with him? I saw the Black Song at this time, she said with silver teeth. It can also be heard from her words that it is invalid for her own attack. She seemed to have anticipated it early on, and looked at the Black Song that was a little discouraged. At this time, the beautiful monkey, he also said immediately, "Don't give up so soon, Black Song, and our original mission was not to defeat this guy." Along with the beautiful monkey's voice just fell, he immediately drove the somersault cloud under his feet and moved towards Luo Hao in front of him at a high speed. And listen to the words of the monkey. In the Black Song at this time, she also reluctantly responded, "Of course I know, only." While speaking, Hyge turned his attention to his sister Tasheng Kitten. "Obviously, there is no way for me to take the Tasheng Kitten away from this place." She also felt quite pity for 323. On the other side, when he was about to bring Luo Hao in front of him. The beautiful monkey, he also plucked out a bunch of his own hair. Then blow it gently. In an instant, countless beautiful monkeys completely surrounded Luo Hao in the center. "Hey, what's up? This is the magic my ancestors taught me." Seeing the beautiful monkey at this time, he proudly said to Luo Hao, who was surrounded by him, and looking at Luo Hao surrounded by countless beautiful monkeys. At this time, Ria's, she couldn't help but shouted in a worried voice, "Lord Luo Hao." Although in Ria's heart she firmly believed in Lord Luo Hao's victory. Only even so, when she saw that countless enemies surrounded Lord Luo Hao, she still couldn't help showing a worried expression. And the Tasheng Kitten standing beside her, she is not like this. However, he was surrounded by the clones of the beautiful monkey. Luo Hao at this time, he still just showed a shallow smile and said, "Humph, as expected of the descendants of Monkey King, not only the magic weapon but also the skills are exactly the same, but that's all." With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Immediately, once again he gently raised the flowing blade like fire in his right hand, a gentle wave. Boom, a loud bang. In an instant, an incomparably powerful flame burst out. The densely packed monkey clones surrounded Luo Hao. When they came into contact with the terrifying flame, they immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared into the air. As the main body of the beautiful monkey, he was also blasted out by this powerful flame sword energy, and he retreated a long distance. Cough. It's terrifying. Even my most proud of the magic. Are they completely ineffective? As expected of an existence capable of defeating Volley, he is truly a terrifyingly powerful fellow. I saw the beautiful monkey at this time. He stretched out his right hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth slightly. Just now Luo Hao, just by wielding the knife at will, has already successfully inflicted a lot of damage on the beautiful monkey. And at the same time, in the banquet on the other side, look at the sudden arrival of Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir. At this time, Luo Hao's family members immediately showed a slightly surprised expression. It turned out that these guys, they just deliberately wanted to lure Luo Hao outside and leave this venue. I saw Himejima Aquino at this time. She frowned slightly and said, after thinking a little bit, she was able to get the answer very clearly. That guy, he deliberately led Luo Hao away from this venue. When he comes to invade later, the plan will be destroyed by Lord Luo Hao. And if you look at it from here, the other party should be very jealous of Luo Hao's power. While speaking at this time, Himejima Aquino raised her right hand. She condensed the magic power of this thunder light and was about to attack the giant wolf. However, just when Himejima Aquino was about to take action, At this time, Saber, she just gently put her right hand on Hajime Aquino and said, "Don't be impulsive, master. He should have predicted the other party's plan. However, he still chose to leave the venue. It is estimated that he also has certain ideas." And listen to Saber's words. At this time, Hajime Aquino, she also thought for a while. Indeed, as Saber said, Lord Luo Hao, he couldn't have predicted such a simple plan. However, even so, he still chose to leave the venue. It is estimated that he also has his own ideas. Well, it seems so. It's just, now are we just sitting on the sidelines like this? Aquino Hajime, she was looking at Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir who were wreaking havoc in the venue, and she showed a troublesome expression. He also shook his head slightly and said, Saber, who had always been silent, suddenly spoke up. Cough, damn it. Monkey, it's almost time. Of course not. Look at the beautiful monkey who was repelled. Well, indeed. However, the question is, can they really escape from the hands of the Demon King in front of them? Everything over there should have been resolved. In the Black Song at this time, she also gritted her silver teeth and said, "It should be said that from the current point of view, there should be no need for us to take action. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, then we should almost retreat. Today's 5th update, please support a wave of subscriptions. Thank you readers, thank you very much. May Monkey and Haiji, the two of them are already ready to escape." And back to Luo Hao, the battlefield of the beautiful monkey and the Black Song, apparently around the same time. However, just when Hajime Aquino's voice fell, listening to the words of Haiji, the beautiful monkey at this time. Listen to the loud conspiracy between the beautiful monkey and the Black Song in front of you. At this time, Ria's, she also said nervously, "Those two guys, are they going to run away?" From Ria's tone, it can be clearly heard. At this moment, she is not willing to let the two enemies in front of her away so easily. It's just that Tasheng Kitten standing beside her. She didn't think so. Although at this moment she is very disgusted with her sister. However, even so, she still did not want her sister to suffer any harm. However, under this circumstance, Tasheng Kitten is also not able to say anything more. Therefore, she just showed a rather complicated expression but didn't say much. And at this time, Luo Hao. But at this moment, he casually wiggled his right arm. Immediately, the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand and the flowing blade Ryu fire burning with fiery flames also immediately dissipated into the air. Luo Hao, he let go of his fighting state, and looking at Luo Hao like this. At this time, Ria's and Tasheng Kitten, both of them immediately showed a very puzzled expression. Why, Lord Luo Hao, he wants to unlock his artifact on this battlefield. In front of him, there are still two enemies standing. At the same time, he was puzzled by Luo Hao's behavior. It's not just Ria's and Tasheng Kitten. When he saw Luo Hao's cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor and flowing blade Ryu Huo disappear. Immediately. Black Song and Beautiful Monkey, both of them showed a very puzzled expression at the same time. That guy, what the hell is going on with him? At this time, he took the initiative to untie his combat state. Seeing the Black Song at this time, she said very suspiciously. However, the Black Song's voice just fell. Luo Hao, he also said immediately, "Humph, run away in embarrassment in front of me. However, the next time may not be so lucky." The original Luo Hao, he just wanted to fight a guy like the beautiful monkey Hyge who used magic. Now he at least knows what immortal art is all about. Therefore, there is no need for him to continue fighting. Moreover, the current plot has not developed to that level. And along with Luo Hao's voice just fell. At this time, the beautiful monkey also immediately let go of the weapon in his hand. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Looks like I really lost to you, guy." As expected of a guy who can easily defeat volley, it's terrifying. However, this battle also made me realize how small I am. On the other side of the Black Song, after she heard Luo Hao's words, she just couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha tilde, I thought you were a boring guy like Valley. However, I didn't expect you to be such an interesting man." Obviously, from this moment in Hai Ji's heart, Luo Hao's impression began to change, and listen to the words to the Black Song. At this time, Luo Hao's expression still did not change at all. At this moment, he is still planning to return to that venue later. The battle with Fenrir, who claims to be able to match the power of the dragon of the two heavens. Luo Hao is also very curious. How powerful is the existence that can rival the two heavenly dragon in the legend? After a burst of laughter, seeing the Black Song at this time, she suddenly turned her head and turned her attention to her sister, Tasheng Kitten. Then she said softly, "If the kitten stays on your side, I'm relieved. It's just, the next time we meet again, I won't tell the kitten to stay by your side so easily." The voice that accompanied the Black Song just fell. At this time, Luo Hao, he just responded to Hyge calmly, "Ask for flowers." I said that the Tasheng kitten is my family and my thing. You group of insect medicines are not qualified to be a Kai ship. Luo Hao's position is also very firm. Even the Black Song is the sister of the Tasheng kitten. However, he still wouldn't easily give his things to the woman in front of him. And listening to Luo Hao's words at this time of the Black Song, she only showed a shallow smile. In that case, we'll have to wait until the next time we meet to find out. After speaking, she was already riding on his somersault cloud with the beautiful monkey. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight and looked at the two people who disappeared. At this time, Luo Hao, he just turned around slowly and walked to Ria's side. Afterwards, he gently placed his right hand on the top of the Tasheng kitten's head and gave her a head touching and killing. Luo Hao, who is a little rare, said to the Tasheng kitten in a gentler tone, "Go back, it is estimated that the venue is already very lively. It's time for me to fight that guy too." And feel the gentle palm of Lord Luo Hao. At this time, the Tasheng kitten, she is also very rare. Her face is slightly red. For a young girl like her, it is indeed a very rare thing to have such an expression change. And listen to the words of Lord Luo Hao. At this time, Ria's, she also asked with a slightly puzzled expression, "Lord Luo Hao, do you know who the intruder is this time?" Listen to Ria's question. Luo Hao just nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's the evil god Loki in Norse mythology." He didn't want his mythological system to ally with other mythological systems. However, I have no interest in that guy. But what really interests me is what he created. The wolf that brought Ragnarok, Fenrir. As soon as the voice called Luo Hao fell, she also immediately showed a surprised expression in this Ria's. Although it was said that the opponent this time was the evil god Loki, she did not feel much surprise. Only for the giant wolf Fenrir he brought, she arrived at a crisis. After all, that giant wolf is the legendary terrifying giant wolf that brought the twilight to the gods. Even the legendary terrifying guy who can rival the power of Urshianlong. If that kind of guy appeared at that banquet, then things might not be so easy to solve. Seeing Ria's at this time, she immediately showed a nervous expression and said to Luo Hao in front of her, "If that's the case, Lord Luo Hao, let's hurry up and head back to the venue. If that Fenrir really shot, then the situation 323, I am afraid it will become serious." And listening to Ria's words, Luo Hao at this time also closed his eyes and nodded. He responded calmly to what Ria said. "Don't worry, even if you don't say that, I will. I have been curious about that giant wolf for a long time. How powerful is the guy who can match the two Tianlong? It's really curious." Obviously, even if Ria's wouldn't take the initiative to say it, Luo Hao immediately felt that he was in the venue. After all, he deliberately let go of those two guys just now in order to fight the giant wolf Fenrir. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he slowly raised his right hand and said to the two girls beside him, "Then let's go without further ado." As Luo Hao's voice just fell, haha. It was at this moment that he snapped his fingers. Then a huge gray wall appeared in front of everyone. This is the ability of the space wall that can only be displayed after possessing the power of magic. And looking at this huge gray wall at this time, Ria's also showed a slightly puzzled expression. She asked Rohan in front of her, "Lord Luo Hao, what is this?" Hearing Ria's doubtful words, Luo Hao at this time, he just responded to her indifferently. He said, "It's just a little magic for teleportation. If you walk back now, it will take a while, so let's teleport back directly." As soon as Luo Hao's words fell, he immediately stepped forward, walked into the space wall and disappeared in place. Ryasta City and Kitten also followed Luo Hao and walked into the huge space wall and disappeared into the forest. However, it can no longer be said to be a forest. Under Luo Hao's powerful force, the forest here has already turned into a scorched land of doom. And back to that party, I looked at Fenrir, the giant wolf summoned by Uroki. At this time of Sazek's Asashal et al., they also immediately showed a very troublesome expression. "I saw that it was a Sashal at this time," he said with gritted teeth. "That troublesome guy, even the giant wolf Fenrir brought this place." And Odin, he looked at Loki and the wolf Fenrir, and he immediately said to Loki in front of him, "Loki, you've gone too far this time, even the guy Fenrir has brought this place." Obviously, at this time Odin, he is also very rare and somewhat angry. Soon, at this time, Sazek's, Asashal, Miggle, and Odin, the four of them were already ready to fight. After all, that giant wolf Fen also possesses the formidable strength that rivals the Urshianlong at its peak. At this time, they must be connected before they may be able to subdue it. But if this is the case, then the evil god Loki's plan has been successful. So this time the plan, no matter what, is a victory for this guy Rocky. Cough. It's really tricky this time. I saw Sazek's at this time, it said this secretly, and he also felt very bad about the current situation. I hope Lord Luo Hao he can come back soon. Under such circumstances, if it was him, it would be able to solve Zero perfectly. Obviously, at this time Sazex he wanted to put all his hopes on Luo Hao, and just when Sazex just said such words, Luo Hao at this time he also rushed back immediately. Oh, is this the legendary giant wolf Fenrir, even smaller than I thought? But I don't know if his power is really better than the next day dragon. As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a dark golden demon driver appeared on his waist, obviously in this battle. He looked at this tiny human being in front of 2:6 and the words he just commented on himself. Listen to the words of the giant wolf Fenrir and the evil god Loki. Obviously, there was a trace of anger in his heart towards this human being in front of him. It's just that in his eyes, it's just a small human after all. At this time of Nokia, he made a mistake that many people have made. His huge body made the ground shake violently with every action he made, making a roaring sound. Luo Hao he planned to use the power of Feng Mo as soon as he came up, and the giant wolf Fenrir. He turned around slowly after hearing the voice behind him. Luo Hao at this time, he just smiled indifferently and then he spoke slowly. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running, seeking to order today's first update complete. And listening to the words behind him, at this time the evil god Loki, he also slowly turned around. That is to always judge Luo Hao's strength from a human point of view. If it's human, won't you find out later if you look at it? How dare a human being so weak come to disrupt this master's plan? Interesting, really interesting. He looked at the human being in front of him and felt the magic power that he did not have. While talking, Luo Hao was also talking and put his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver around his waist. He gritted his fangs. A mere human would dare to slaughter here. I saw Luo Hao at this time and he gently put his hands on the Fengmo driver on his waist. Subsequently, Henshin, one order, Luo Hao's hands pushed the devices on both sides at the same time, blessing the moment. In an instant from Luo Hao's feet, the ground was torn apart by an invisible force and a huge circular clock emerged and the hour hand was moving. The super high temperature magma also began to emerge and flow on it, subsequently. Zikyang, the ultimate evil, the ultimate cause, the king of the strongest, the king of the devil. Incomparably majestic and sacred sound effects sounded. Two huge golden energy-shaped straps surround Luo Hao's body. Finally, with a few blood-red symbols meaning night, they fit on the body of the king of the devil. Luo Hao's transformation was finally completed. The king of demons appears. At the moment when the king of demons completed his transformation, the powerful golden energy also immediately took him as the center of the one's heart and violently erupted, shaking the entire venue. Boom! A loud noise. Originally, the evil god Loki, who was floating in the air, looked aloof. He was also under this terrifying power and was directly shaken to the ground. As for the giant wolf Fenrir, who claimed to have the power to rival the two heavenly dragons, it was also shaken at this time and dragged out 4 long ravines on the ground. Obviously. At the time of the devil, he is just the aftermath of his appearance. It has already affected the evil god Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir to a certain extent. On the other side, Sazex and others at this time. They also slowly put down the hands that were in front of them, looking at the king of demons who has already completed his transformation. Sazex, he also said with a sigh, Luo Haosang's transformation is still so exaggerated, just the aftermath, it has already achieved this level. And listen to the words of Sazex. Similarly, at this time Michael, he also said with a sigh, although it's the second time I've seen the transformation of the king of the demon age, however, even so, it still makes people feel extremely surprised. Humans have the power to do so by relying on them. And just when Michael's voice fell, Asashel on the other side, he also immediately continued. Haha tilde, however, what makes me more concerned is how Luo Haosang's mysterious and incomparably powerful artifacts were obtained. These artifacts are never recorded in the Bible, I'm afraid. Luo Haosang is also a maker of artificial artifacts. I saw Asashel at this time, he still believed that Luo Hao's armors belonged to the category of artificial artifacts. However, just when everyone was still discussing this issue, Odin was ignored, but he was holding his beard in one hand. On the one hand, he widened his only remaining eye and stared at the king of demons on the battlefield. Yeah, tilde, no wonder that kid is so powerful. It turned out that he still has such an artifact. While speaking, at this time Odin, he turned his attention to Sazex again. He said slowly, Sazex, your demon camp is here. Once again, a transcendent-level powerhouse appeared. It seems that he will be one of the keys to breaking the balance in the future. Listen to Odin's words. At this time Sazex, he just shook his head very indifferently and said, No, you guessed wrong, the current Luo Hao sang. He is not in the realm of transcendence. Now he has completely surpassed the realm of transcendence. He is now the true transcendence. And accompanied by Sazex's voice just fell. Immediately. Odin, he also showed a serious and a little surprised expression, which was extremely rare. Existing beyond the transcendent, this is a surprising fact. The original Odin, he thought that the transcendence was the limit that normal races could reach. However, I didn't expect that there are still people who can break through such shackles. And that person is just a human being. And on the other side, at this time, Riaz and Tasheng Kitten had already successfully reunited with Luo Hao's other family members. Minister, did nothing happen to you just now? Also, Kitten, she's all right, right? At this time, Haimjima Aquino, she asked Riaz, who was in front of her, with great concern. As for the other family members, they were also waiting for Riaz's answer at this time. And listened to Haimjima Aquino's question. At this time, Riaz, she also nodded and said, well, nothing much happened. There is no problem with the kitten. And now the more critical issue is that evil god Loki. He wants to sabotage this alliance meeting. As soon as Riaz's voice fell, she had already turned her attention to the evil god Loki, the giant wolf Fenrir, and the king of demons. And listened to Riaz's words. At this time, Haimjima Aquino, she just said with a rather confident smile. Don't worry, since Lord Luo Hao has already transformed into those 327 gestures. I will never lose to that guy. However, this time the alliance meeting was completely disrupted. Cough, damn it, why does this tiny human have such a level of power? Such an artifact has never been seen before. I saw the evil god Loki at this time. He was very embarrassed and stood up again from the ground. In addition, he also cast a very disgusting look at the king of demons in front of him. On the other side, the giant wolf Fenrir was shaken out. At this time, he also showed a look full of slaughter and clenched his incomparably sharp fangs. There was even a low growl in his throat. Obviously. The giant wolf Fenrir is also full of hatred for the king of demons in front of him. After all, the self-proclaimed noble self was actually shaken back by a mere human being. What a humiliating thing this is. Looking at the evil god Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir, I felt their eyes full of hatred. At this time, the king of demons, he just slowly raised his right hand and made a provocative action. Then he spoke in his low, hoarse voice. As soon as the king's voice fell, at this time the evil god Loki also showed a hideous expression. And the giant wolf Fenrir stood behind him. The giant wolf clenched his teeth at the same time and let out a low growl like a beast. Referring to the evil god Loki at this time, he immediately raised his right hand. He said sharply, a mere human being dares to be so arrogant. As soon as Loki's voice fell, a powerful magic power was immediately condensed in his right hand. The mysterious magic was condensed in his hands. On the other side of the giant wolf Fenrir, he also tightened the muscles of his whole body. Before the evil god Loki started to fight, the giant wolf Fen beside him couldn't hold back, and he stepped forward. It turned into a gray streamer and dashed towards the demon king in front of him at a very fast speed. And looking at the giant wolf Fenrir, who was flying towards him at a fast speed. At this time, the king of demons, he also showed a slightly playful expression. He said in his low, hoarse voice, "Is this a powerful force that can rival the Urshan dragon at its peak? It's really strong. Of course, it's only in this world." Obviously, at this time, the king of demons, he recognized the great power of the giant wolf Fenrir. But the premise is that in this world, if the opponent is the king of the demon age, then the situation will be another matter. I saw that at this time, the king of demons slowly raised his right hand. At the same time, the giant wolf Fenrir, he had also come to the king of the devil time in the blink of an eye. Hoo. I saw that at this time, the giant wolf Fen also opened his bloody mouth. The roar of a deafening beast was released, and the most violent attack was launched towards the king of demons in front of him. It's just that they haven't waited for the fangs and claws of the giant wolf Fenrir to tear to the time when the devil is king. At this time, the king of demons, he has already activated his ability. A powerful golden stance instantly burst out from his raised right hand. Boom, a loud noise. The giant wolf Fen was also blasted away heavily. The huge body caused him to crash into countless walls and draw a long ravine on the ground. Such a terrifying blow turned out to be nothing more than a random blow from the king of demons. Originally, he planned to use the mysterious magic circle to attack the evil god Loki, who was attacking the king of the devil's time. After he saw that his giant wolf Fen was also smashed into the air, he immediately stopped the attack in his hand. He showed a very shocked expression. No, it's impossible. Why is that guy able to have such a powerful strength that even my giant wolf Fenrir can be knocked flying so easily? This human being is definitely not an ordinary human being. Who is this guy? At this moment, the evil god Loki, he couldn't believe the fact that this happened in front of his eyes. That tiny human being was able to knock down the giant wolf Fenrir so easily. This is really an incredible, very outrageous thing. And looked at the giant wolf Fenrir who was knocked into the air. At this time, Sazex, he couldn't help it immediately, showing a somewhat happy expression. He spoke slowly. As expected, it is Luo Hao saying, as long as he makes a move, the situation will change immediately. It's just that the evil god Loki's plan has already been achieved. Damn it, I didn't expect that they would still succeed. While talking about Sazex's expression, it became a little uncomfortable. Originally, this was an important banquet where multiple forces formed an alliance. But I didn't expect it to be messed up by the sudden appearance of the evil god Loki. And listen to the words of Sazex. At this time, Asashel also gently placed his right hand on Sazex's shoulder. Then he continued with a rather calm expression. In this situation, without many casualties, it is already a very good thing. After all, the evil god Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir were not simple roles. Obviously, Asashel at this time, he is right in the current situation, already quite disappointed. However, in such a crisis situation, there were no casualties, which is already a very fortunate thing. After all, this time their opponent was the giant wolf Fenrir, who had the strength of the two-day dragon at his peak. That guy's strength was no joke, and listen to the dialogue between Sazex and Azazel. The Norse god Odin at this time, he also slowly turned around and said apologetically to the two people beside him, "Feel sorry, this time my people have brought you so much trouble. Here, I sincerely apologize for you." Obviously, Odin felt quite sorry for what happened this time. After all, the people who came to make trouble this time were people from their Norse mythology. And listening to Odin's words in front of him, at this time Sazex, he just nodded and said, "No, you don't need to apologize, Lord Odin. None of us want to see such a thing happen. This time there is no casualty ratio for the goods, which is already our luck. You also don't need to apologize." At this moment, Sazex, he did not mean to blame Odin. After all, no one wants such a thing to happen. It's just that this time Loki, he really did too much. It is also fortunate that the timely appearance of the King of the Devil Time prevented the casualties from happening, and the resurgent situation will become even more worse. If it is serious, it will even lead to a war. That's the really bad thing. On the other side, looking at the repulsed giant wolf Fenrir at this time, Riaz, she couldn't help it and showed a shallow smile. As expected, it is indeed Lord Luo Hao. Even such a powerful beast is still no match for him. And as Ria's voice just fell, at this time Heimjima Aquino, she also nodded and said, "Indeed, as long as Luo Hao shoots, of course, there will never be a crisis situation. Obviously, Luo Hao's family members are full of infinite confidence in Luo Hao's strength. It's just that at this time, the giant wolf Fenrir, he has also slowly stood up on the ground again. The battle is not over yet. Look at the giant wolf Fenrir who stood up from the ground again. Luo Hao under the armor, he is also slightly showing a somewhat playful expression. Then he continued to speak in his low, hoarse voice. "Humph, interesting, that's how fighting is a little more fun. Let me see what kind of strength you have who can rival Urshianlong." As soon as the king's voice fell, he continued to slowly raise his right hand and made a provocative action towards the giant wolf Fen in front of him. Obviously, at this moment, the king of the time of the devil, he did not take the evil god Loki Fang into his own eyes at all. From the very beginning of this battle, his opponent was only the giant wolf Fenrir. And looking at the note written by the king of the devil, at this time the evil god Loki, he also immediately continued to show a hideous expression. He said viciously towards the king of demons in front of him, "Damn it, guy, he didn't take me seriously." A mere human being is so arrogant. Although Loki is shocked by the powerful strength of the king of the devil, but at this time he still did not think that he would be weaker than the human being in front of him. After all, he's just a human. And the giant wolf Fenrir on the other side, after he stood up again, the hind legs with incomparably sharp claws also firmly grasped the ground. Then a boom sounded. He turned into a gray streamer at a time, and at an extremely exaggerated speed, he flew towards the king of demons in front of him. This time, he erupted with more powerful strength, faster speed, and more terrifying aura. His anger made him even stronger, and this time he had to defeat the king of demons in front of him. Roar, accompanied by the roar of a deafening beast, the giant wolf Fenrir at this time. It has already come to the face of the king of the time of the devil. This time, he did not choose the brick like just now, and opened his bloody mouth and tore it towards the enemy in front of him. This time instead he raised his own, incomparably sharp front paws. The sharpness reflected from his claws was extremely sharp. Brush. Hanmeng was already swiftly waving away towards the king of the devil, however at this time the king of the devil time. He still just raised his left hand very calmly, followed by bang, a voice. The sharp claws of the giant wolf Fenrir actually bombarded the top of the golden energy shield condensed by the king's left hand when he met the devil. And there was a crisp sound of metal colliding with each other. And this also means that the attack of the giant wolf Fenrir can't even break through the defense of the king of the devil, and there is no chance to touch him. This is impossible. The attack of the giant wolf Fenrir turned out to be ineffective twice in a row. At this moment, the evil god Loki, after seeing this scene, also showed a rather incredible expression. For the first time, he could think that the giant wolf Fenrir was not serious and did not use all his strength, which led to being exploited by this human being. Only. The second attack of the giant wolf Fenrir was still unable to cause effective damage to this guy. What a joke, just a mere human. How could he be able to block the attack of the giant wolf Fenrir so easily? And looked at the shocked evil god Loki. At this time the Norse lord god Odin, he also immediately laughed out loud. Haha tilde that guy Loki, I guess he didn't think of it at all. This man in dark golden armor is actually so powerful, but if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed it. How could a mere human being possess such terrifying power? While mocking Loki at this time Odin, he also sighed at the terrifying power of the king of demons. And listened to the words of Odin's sigh. At this time, Sazex and others, they also immediately echoed Odin and said with a smile, actually, it was the first time we saw Luo Hao's strength. It's not like this kind of thinking, that kind of strength is simply not something that humans can have. If I had to say, Luo Hao sang, he is a real, the devil of time and space, a true, absolute king above all things. Sazex at this time told everyone what kind of existence Luo Hao was in his heart, and accompanied by Sazex's voice just fell. At this time, Asashel, Michael, Odin and others also showed a slightly surprised expression, but if you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. Luo Hao, although he is a human, however, this man cannot be described as human. For him, the most appropriate description is only one, that is the demon lord of time and space, only this one. And looking at the giant wolf Fenrir, who didn't even have a chance to touch the devil. At this time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, although she did not think that the giant wolf Fenrir could hit Lord Luo Hao. Only. The giant wolf Fenrir is a terrifying existence that can rival the two-day dragon at its peak. As the king's voice just fell, he also slowly raised his right hand at this time. She was finally relieved. She was also instinctively worried about Luo Hao. At this time, the king of demons, he also said with a slight sigh, feel the attacking power of the giant wolf Fenrir, and back to the battlefield of the king of demons. Great, that giant wolf, he said in a low voice. Riaz, she said softly. However, when she really saw the attack of the giant wolf Fenrir, she didn't even have the chance to touch the king of the devil. Unfortunately, my opponent is me. Your strength is among the best among the opponents I have met. His attack didn't have any effect. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, dark golden energy condensed in his right hand, so for this giant wolf Riaz at this time. As expected of an existence that can rival the two heavenly dragons at their peak, the voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. Immediately, in his right hand, a dark golden energy was immediately condensed. Then he gently released the dark golden energy in his right hand. Boom, a loud bang, immediately, at this time the giant wolf Fenrir after it made a mournful sound of proud. Immediately, it was already blasted out by this dark golden energy torrent. I saw the giant wolf Fenrir at this time, it directly turned into a gray streamer and flew out. However, it was different from before. Before, it was actively launching an attack, and it was itself that actively turned into a gray streamer to launch an attack. 182. This time, it was directly blasted out by the terrifying power of the King of Demons. Its huge body even directly crashed into countless buildings. Even the huge wall of the venue itself was smashed directly. It fell into the dark forest outside, dragging a long ravine above the ground, and looking at the giant wolf Fenrir who was so easily blasted away so far away. At this time, the evil god Loki, he once again showed a very shocking expression. No, this is impossible. It's outrageous enough to be able to block the blow of the giant wolf Fenrir. This guy can actually knock down the giant wolf Fenrir. Could it be that this human being has already reached the realm of transcendence? No, it's impossible. At this moment, the evil god Loki, he finally realized what a terrifying existence this man in dark golden armor was standing in front of him. Hey, it's really amazing, king of the devil's time. With just one blow, it is already capable of such power. This is indeed a transcendence that surpasses the transcendence. With this kind of terrifying power, he alone can control the pattern of this world. I saw Odin at this time, his eyes widened, looking at the king of demons and the giant wolf Fenrir on the battlefield. But Sazex and others, they just showed a shallow smile. In fact, such a situation was already within the scope of their predictions early on. For such a crushing situation, they don't think there are any exceptions. Only. Judging from the current situation, the giant wolf Fenrir probably didn't use all its power. After all, it was a terrifying beast that was comparable to the existence of the two heavenly dragons in the peak period, bringing the twilight to the Nordic gods. If there is only this level of power, it is a bit too much to say. And at this time, the king of the time of the devil, he also said indifferently to the evil god Loki floating in the air, "Let's fight in another place, this kind of place. I'm afraid your giant wolf Fenrir is also unable to fully cast it." The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. At this moment, he simply did not wait for the answer from the evil god Loki. He has already stepped indifferently and walked towards the direction of the giant wolf Fenrir outside. At this time, the giant wolf Fenrir struggled to stand up from the ground. Call. Continuing, it clenched its incomparably sharp fangs and let out the low growl of a beast. Although the attack of the Demon King just now was an explosion of incomparably terrifying destructive power. However, even so, it still did not bring much harm to the giant wolf Fenrir. After all, it is also a behemoth that can rival the two heavenly dragons at its peak. If it was so easy to be defeated by the king of the demon age, it's really a bit unreasonable. And looking at the king of the time of the devil who walked directly outside, Loki, the evil god who felt extremely angry about being ignored, he also gritted his teeth and clenched his right fist. He cursed viciously. Damn it. What the hell does this guy mean? Is he underestimating me? Tiny damn it human, I must make you punish. Accompanying his voice just fell. The evil god Loki, he had already followed in the footsteps of the king of the demon age and left the venue. As for Sazex, after he saw that the king of demons had moved the battlefield, immediately he also said to Asashel and the others beside him, "Let's go out here too. If you stay here to fight, you may indeed increase casualties." Accompanying Sazex's voice just fell. Immediately. A few of them also followed in the footsteps of the king of demons and left the banquet venue. Ask for flowers. And as the family members of Luo Hao, at this time Riaz, Heimjima, Aquino, Saber, and others, they also looked at each other. Not a word was said. They have already stepped forward immediately and at the same time walked towards the battlefield of the giant wolf Fenrir and the king of demons. And when everyone came to the forest outside. At the time of the battle between the demon king and the giant wolf Fenrir, it was the first thing that caught everyone's eyes. It is the giant wolf Fenrir at this moment, and it has not been known since when. He stood up again as if he had never been hurt. That giant wolf, it really isn't that easy to defeat. Seeing Riaz at this time, she also gritted her silver teeth and said, "For such a situation, although it is also within the scope of prediction. But even so, when it does happen, it's still a little tricky." However, just when Riaz just said these words, "Well, indeed, Call, don't worry, come on, master, he hasn't gotten up to fight seriously yet." Saber, who was standing on the other side, also spoke comfortably. He has also stood with the giant wolf Fenrir again, and stood on the opposite side of the king of demons, and listened to the words of the evil god Loki. As the voice of the evil god Luo family just fell at this moment, he also slowly raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. There's no way to summon them either. At this time Riaz, she was the one who loosened her frown and said, "Today's 5th update completed. By the way, I sincerely ask for a wave of full subscription support. Thank you, readers." Indeed, in the venue just now, it was true that my giant wolf Fenrir was unable to fully exert his full strength. Interesting, it seems that this battle still has a lot of fun for me. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Luo Hao under the armor also showed a slightly playful expression. Lord Luo Hao, she will never lose. I saw him at this time and said to the king of demons in front of him, and listened to Saber's words of comfort. At the same time, the evil god Loki at this time. Listen to the words of the evil god Lugi. At this time, Odin also continued to show a surprised and very troublesome expression. That guy, does he want to summon those guys from this place? Loki, he doesn't really want to cause Ragnarok here, obviously. Regarding the next move of the evil god Loki, even Odin, the main god of Northern Europe, even he felt very difficult and dangerous. And listening to Odin's words, looking at his nervous expression. At this time, Sazex, he was also a little worried and asked Odin beside him, Lord Odin, what did the words of the evil god Loki just now mean? Looking at your expression, he's not going to do something crazy. 330s, obviously. At this moment, Sazex, he also smelled a dangerous breath. And Azazel and Michael, both of them turned their attention to Odin at the same time. At this moment, they are all waiting for Odin's answer and listen to people's questions. At this time, Odin was also a little silent for a while. Afterwards, he responded seriously to them. The evil god Loki, he wants to summon Loki's 2 children and one of the 5 dragons that can surround the world Jemingard. With Odin's voice just fell. Immediately, at this time Sazex, he also took a breath of cold air. A giant wolf Fenrir is already strong enough to be difficult to deal with. After all, this is a terrifying existence that rivals the 2 heavenly dragons at their peak. And now, the evil god Loki, he actually planned to summon the 2 children of the giant wolf Fenrir and Jemingard, one of the 5 dragon kings. In this case, the situation is really too bad. No, if the evil god Loki really did that. We absolutely can't stand idly by here, and I'm here to help Luo Hao Sang's fight. Accompanying Sazex's voice just fell. Immediately, he had already clenched his fists at this time and was about to fight with the king of demons. However, just when he was about to shoot, Azazel and Michael were both, but they grabbed Sazex by the shoulders. The 2 of them did not allow Sazex to join the battlefield. Sazex, you need to know clearly, what does it mean if you are a demon king level existence who joins that battle? I saw Azazel at this time, he was extremely rare, and said to Sazex in front of him very seriously. And with Asashel's voice just falling at this time, Michael, he also said immediately, yes, if we join that battle too. It really caused Ragnarok, just as the evil god Loki had hoped. Hearing the voices of the 2 people in front of him just fell. Sazex, who was originally a little anxious, also calmed down slowly. That's right, just like what the 2 of them said just now. If they also joined the battle at this time, that also means that the Ragnarok of the gods is about to truly begin. Look at the 3 of them. Odin, he was also hanging on his crutches, looking at the king of demons on the battlefield. He said in his old voice, don't worry, although the monsters created by Loki have terrifying power, but if the power of the king's kid in the devil's time is equally unreasonable, this battle, just leave it to him. It is because Odin is very aware of how powerful the beasts created by Loki are, so he believes in the victory of the king of demons even more at this time. And listen to Odin's words. At this time, Sazex and others, they also continued to turn their attention back to the battlefield where the king of demons, the giant wolf Fenrir, and the evil god Loki. Like Odin, although they are full of confidence in the power of the king in times of evil. Only, if he was left alone to face so many terrifying beasts, it would be a little bit. And Luo Hao's family members on the other side, they also began to worry about the king of demons at this time. After all, at the same time, he wants to deal with the giant wolf Fenrir and his 2 children, as well as the giant snake Jemingard, which is enough to surround the world. For ordinary people, this is simply an impossible thing. Lord Luo Hao. I saw Riaz at this time, she also secretly clenched her teeth. Humph, humans come to understand how small they are. With the voice of the evil god Loki just fell. Immediately, boom. 3 dazzling blue and white lightning bolts had already hit the ground heavily, causing the ground to sway for a while, rolling up the dust in the sky. Then when the dust slowly dissipated, at this time he raised his right hand high. At this moment, the evil beasts that brought the twilight to the gods all appeared on this battlefield. That was really fun. The evil beast that brought the twilight to the gods, he even said excitedly at this time, and look at these evil beasts with terrifying power. So I mean, am I now challenging the legend? The other 2 giant wolves, Hattie and School, and the children of the 226 giant wolves Fenrir also appeared here. And the giant snake, Jemingard, which is said to be able to surround the world, also appeared in front of everyone with several mountains coiled around it. Then, a huge magic circle filled with countless mysterious runes appeared in the sky. Seeking for follow-up, asking for full support. Thank you, readers, thank you very much. Suddenly, thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, even. At this time, the king of demons, not only did he not feel any trace of hatred. Wow, I saw it at this time, on this battlefield. The 3 giant wolves exuding a terrifying aura were staring at the king of demons in front of them. And the Jemingard, who was coiled on the top of several big mountains, also spit out his own snake letter, showing a rather terrifying posture. As for their creator, the evil god Loki, he floated in midair, looking down at everything on the ground as if he was a supreme gesture. How, facing my children, have you lost the courage to fight? I saw the evil god Loki at this time, and he was extremely confident and asked the king of demons on the ground. Obviously, it can also be clearly heard from his tone that at this moment he has fully recognized his victory. After all, at the same time facing these four giant beasts that are enough to destroy the world, no one can resist such power. Within the understanding of the evil god Loki, one will have a chance to subdue these evil beasts unless the guys of the Demon King level make a move together. However, if these Demon King level guys also take action, the purpose of the evil god Loki has also been achieved, that is, to trigger the Twilight of the Gods. Loki, that guy, he still did it after all. Look at the terrifying beast summoned by the evil god Loki. Odin, he also shook his head and sighed. For this situation, as the main god of Norse mythology, he also felt quite self-blame. However, in the face of such a situation, he was very powerless. And on the other side, look at the four evil beasts exuding terror on the battlefield. At this time, Sazex, he also gritted his teeth, showing a rather troublesome expression. Damn it, these are obviously the responsibility of our Demon King. However, now I can only entrust my hope to Luo Hao. For his own inability at this moment, Sazex also felt quite self-blame. And listen to the words of Sazex. On the other side, Michael and Asashel, they are not thinking this way, but just like what Sazex said, because of their position, they have no way to participate in this battle at this moment. Now all their hopes are completely pinned on the King of the Devil. Damn it, no way, I'm going to help Lord Luo Hao fight, and as a dependent of Luo Hao. Riaz, when she saw the battle situation the King of the Demon Age was in at this moment, she was also unbearable, and immediately began to condense her magic power and was about to join the battle to help the King of Demons. However, just when Riaz was about to do it, Saber, she suddenly stretched out her right hand and stopped Riaz. Saber, who are you? As for Saber's actions, Riaz at this time also felt very puzzled. However, when she saw Saber's expression, she finally started to calm down. Yes. The Riaz just now was not at all like the usual girl who handled everything calmly. When it comes to Lord Luo Hao, Riaz always becomes too impulsive. Seeing Riaz at this time, she also spoke slowly to Saber. Sorry, Saber, I was the only one who was impulsive just now. When I saw Luo Hao's situation, I couldn't control my emotions. Following Riaz's voice just fell. Saber, Heimjima Aquino, and the others also nodded slightly. Afterwards, the relatives of Luo Hao. It was they who calmed down once again and looked at the King of the Time of the Devil on the battlefield. And the vision shifted back to the body of the King of the Time of the Devil. At this moment, he was looking at the three giant wolves in front of him, as well as the earthly giant python Yemingade coiling around several mountains. A little later, he also clenched his right fist at this time. I'm really looking forward to it. After coming to this world, it's the first time I've encountered such an interesting battle. The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. Once again at this time, he slowly raised his right hand and made a provocative action. As a demon king, how could he take the initiative to attack, but looking at the demon king's arrogant actions? Immediately, roar tilde arrogant, the three giant wolves also made a deafening roar from Angtian. Then, immediately, these three giant wolves, which are enough to bring the twilight to the gods, have already stepped forward immediately. At an extremely fast speed, he flew towards the king of demons in front of him. Their huge bodies made the earth shake violently with every step. It's no wonder that the king said that he would actively switch the venue to fight when he met the devil at 330. Punishment for you, demon king, facing the three giant wolves that were about to come to him. As for the king of demons, at this time, he also gently placed his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver at his waist. He also slowly raised his right hand. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Humph. Immediately, however, in the face of this incomparably strong energy field, at this time the king of demons, the enemy was clearly in front of him, but the three giant wolves were unable to touch him. Otherwise, fighting against these three giant beasts may not really be able to fight to the fullest. Today's second update, please support a wave of full subscriptions. Thank you, readers. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, they simply do not have the ability to penetrate the tearing layer of defense. The three giant wolves had already slammed into the dark golden energy field. With a cold snort, the dark golden energy field immediately spread out, centered on the Demon King. It's about time. Then he spoke in his low, hoarse voice. Look at this posture and action of the King of the Devil time. Immediately, at this time Sazex, they also showed a more happy expression. After all, they had seen the terrifying power of the Demon King's move. The power of this move is still very clear. Is that the trick? It seems Luo Hao sang he wants to speed up the end of this battle. Sazex, he said with a sigh. Indeed, the continued delay of this battle will only continue to increase the casualties. At this moment, speeding up the end of the battle is the real correct method. And Azazel, who was standing next to Sazex, also echoed Sazex at this time, and thoughts on Sazex. At this time, he was quite agreeable, and listened to the dialogue between Sazex and Azazel. Odin, he just said with a slightly puzzled expression on the side of his face. Huh, that trick, that little brother named Luo Hao, does he still have any skills that are not used enough to influence the situation of the battle? He also felt very puzzled about Odin, who didn't know much about the King of Demons, and listened to Odin's question. At this time, Sazex, he also nodded in response to Odin. Yes, Lord Odin, however, what I'm telling you now doesn't have much value. Anyway, just keep watching. And listen to the words of Sazex. At this time, Odin, he also nodded and said with a vague understanding. Haha tilde so, that little brother named Luo Hao is indeed too powerful. Even you, the Transcendent, have such an evaluation. While talking, Odin and Sazex and others at this time, they also continued to cast their gazes back on the King of Demons and the evil god Loki. At this moment, Odin was even more curious. Where is the limit of his power, the king of the time of the devil? Is it really possible to defeat the evil god Loki and his evil beasts and prevent the coming of Ragnarok? And when the King of Demons is about to release the end moment? The evil god Loki in the distance, he also suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear and crisis. Damn it, what the hell is this sudden fear? Could it be? Have I felt fear from this human being? Impossible, how could a mere human being do such a thing? As he said, at this time the evil god Loki, he continued to turn his attention back to Fenrir, the king of the devil and the giant wolf. Looking at the dark golden energy field with terrifying defensive power that he displayed. And his children were unable to tear the shield apart, which made Loki even more frustrated. I saw that at this time, he continued to show a very ferocious expression and said, damn it. That guy just hides in that energy field. Yemingard, you too, tear that shield to shreds for me. The evil god Loki, he violently waved his right hand and directed Yemingard, who was entrenched on the ground and surrounded by several mountains, to launch an attack. And Yemingard, who received the order. At this time, it also immediately began to meander its huge body and began to fly in the direction of the King of Demons in front of him. Its huge body, just by moving, has already crashed into countless mountain ranges, causing extremely serious damage to the terrain. In the blink of an eye, Yemingadbin had already arrived in front of the King of the Demon Age. Immediately. At this time in Yemingard, it was also spitting out its snake letter, the giant wolf Fenrir and two other giant wolves, and they were about to launch an attack together towards the King of Demons in front of him. Just break his dark golden energy shield. Pray. Was right in front of their eyes. Humph, I didn't say you were qualified to touch me. And just when the four evil beasts were about to launch a total attack, at this time the King of Demons, he just said so. Then, terrifying coercion and momentum immediately erupted centered on him. And the evil beasts who were about to launch an attack immediately froze in place at this time. They felt that their bodies were as heavy as a mountain with countless seats, so heavy that they couldn't move at all. This battle is over, but the mysterious power of time also began to play a role slowly at this time. The giant wolf Fenrir let out the low growl of a beast, but even so, he was still unable to continue to drive his body. No matter how hard they try, they can't break through the time stop. Perhaps this is the real demon king of time. Okay, even though the giant wolf Fenrir at this time, they can still have their own consciousness after feeling this terrifying power. And look at these evil beasts who can't move. However, when confronted with Shizuo, the king of demons, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Today's third update complete. At this time, she also whispered such a sentence. Sure enough, Lord Luo Hao's power is still too strong and too absolute. Immediately, roar tilde, if it is just a simple artifact, he will not pay attention to the giant wolf Fenrir. And looking at his incapable giant wolf Fenrir, the evil god Loki at this time, he also immediately showed a very surprised expression. No, impossible. Why can't my kids get moving? Even if it is an artifact that can stop from time to time, my giant wolf Fenrir can't be so powerless to resist. At this moment, the evil god Loki, he was once again shocked by what happened in front of him. Moreover, it was not only the evil god Loki who was shocked at this time. At this time the Norse lord god Odin, he also showed a very surprised expression and said, Huh, it's really amazing. Luo Hao's artifact, can it even stop time? Moreover, it was a time stop level that even the giant wolf Fenrir could not resist. That's awesome if that's the case. I am afraid that in this world there is no one who can compete with him. Looking at the terrifying power beyond the comprehension range displayed by the King of Demons, as well as the extremely high power of 330. At this time of Odin, he even thought that this world was above. I am afraid that there is no existence that can defeat the King of Demons, and listen to Odin's words. At this time Sazex he also showed a very shocked expression. If Luo Hao sang, he was in the previous battle. If I also use this level of time stop, I am afraid that even I will not be able to resist. Obviously, at this moment Sazex he thinks that he is the transcendence himself. There is no way to resist such a high-level time stop as the King of Demons. However, at the time of the Devil the King, it's about time he ends the battle with Hour of Demons. Sudden, countless blue rune chains appeared on that giant wolf Fenrir. Afterwards, the giant wolf Fenrir vanished out of thin air in front of the King of Demons, and watching the disappearing giant wolf Fenrir. At this time, the King of Demons, he also immediately understood what had happened. Humph, interesting, valleys. Luo Hao under the armor, he said so. According to the development of the original plot, Vali's people will indeed come to steal the giant wolf Fenrir at this time. It's just that the king was a little obsessed with fighting when he met the devil just now, and he forgot about it. Thank you, Demon Lord of Time. If it weren't for your time stop ability, we probably wouldn't have been able to capture this terrifying beast so easily. In the distance, a familiar but unfamiliar voice suddenly came. I saw Black Song at this time. She and a man in a blonde suit appeared in this place at the same time. As for the giant wolf Fenrir, they were naturally captured by them. And listen to the voice that suddenly appeared. At this time, the evil god Loki, he naturally turned his eyes away immediately. Damn it, even the monsters in the Far East would dare to be so arrogant. Hurry up and get my wolf Fenrir back. With the voice of the evil god Loki just fell, he immediately released a terrifying magic bombardment. However, facing the attack of the evil god Loki, at this time of High G, she just raised her hand to defend at will, and she completely neutralized all his attacks. Sorry, I, the monster in the Abke Far East, can defeat you so easily. It's really sad. At this moment, the Black Song, she showed a rather sarcastic expression and said to the evil god Loki, and listening to High G's sarcastic words full of power. At this time, the evil god Loki, his expression became even more hideous. His jaw even made a cluck sound. Damn it, not just humans, even a little monster in a Far East place dares to be so arrogant. The evil god Loki, who was insulted continuously today, felt extremely angry and was about to explode. The terrifying magic power immediately surrounded him, and look at the evil god Loki in the rage. At this time of the Black Song, she still said with a smile that was not too big of a deal to watch the fun. Alala, I'm starting to get mad, the quality is really poor. Obviously. It can also be heard from the words of High G for the evil god Loki. She is also quite despised. However, just after the Black Song made a mocking sound. The blonde man standing beside him, he also turned around and said to the Black Song beside him after finishing his work. Today's fourth update, looking for follow-up support, thank you readers. She immediately drove the magic circle and left this place with the blonde man, the giant wolf and Fenrir. Then, this time I would like to thank Lord Luo Hao for accompanying me. Next time we meet, I won't let you go so easily. Hyge, it's time for us to retreat. At this time of the Black Song, she also slightly restrained her smile. Listen to the words of the blonde man beside you. Then, it's time to clean up the mess. And watching the disappearance of the Black Song and the giant wolf Fenrir, after all, we came here this time not to fight. While talking at this time, the king of the time of the devil, Humph Black Song. If you dare to snatch the prey in front of the demon king. Then she turned her gaze to the king of the demon Shishi in the distance and said, looking forward to our next meeting. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The voice that accompanied the Black Song just fell. At this time, the king of demons, he also said indifferently. He also turned around slowly and turned his attention to the evil god Loki, who was on the verge of going mad, the remaining two children of the giant wolf Fenrir and Yemingard, after several humiliations. At this time, the evil god Loki, he was finally unable to restrain the anger in his heart. The humans of Dammit, the monsters of the Far East of Dammit, I want you all to pay the price. Drink, immediately. The evil god Loki, he was Angtian, made a deafening, terrifying cry like an ancient giant beast. There is no such thing as the lofty godlike attitude he had before. Boom, a loud noise. The blue and thick magic power was immediately wrapped around him. If it is a little less powerful, I am afraid that just touching him will immediately be burned to the ground. Indeed, Loki was able to create such a terrifying beast as the giant wolf Fenrir. How could he be so weak? Feel the evil god Loki, who suddenly burst out with terrifying power. At this time, Odin also continued to show a somewhat troublesome expression. Cough, that guy, as expected, he couldn't help but want to shoot. But it is true that without the giant wolf Fenrir, he can only fight in person now. As for the true strength of the evil god Loki, as Odin, the main god of Northern Europe, he is naturally very clear, and in his understanding. Although the evil god Loki is powerful compared to the giant wolf Fenrir, it is not a star. Humph, however, the current him, even if he does it himself, there is no way to change the situation of the battle. Without Fenrir's words, there is not much threat. And listen to Odin's explanation. At this time, Sazex and others, their frowns relaxed a little. Finally, this farce is really coming to an end. After going through so many things, this was originally supposed to be a banquet for the alliance of the four parties, but it is finally coming to an end. I can't imagine if Lord Luo Hao hadn't come back to help this time, how serious things are going to get. I am afraid that it is very possible to directly evolve into the Ragnarok of the gods. At this moment, Sazex, he simply can't imagine if there is no king of the devil's time, how bad is this world going to get? And when Sazex's voice just fell. At this time, Asashel also gently put his right hand on Sazex's shoulder and said, "Hey, if you say that, I will be even more jealous. Why does such a powerful talent actually appear on your demon camp's side?" At this moment, Asashel didn't hide his envy at all. However, while they were still discussing the topic, Seraph Michael standing on the other side, he also suddenly said at this time, "Well, let's focus on the battlefield, although it is said that the giant wolf Fenrir was taken away. But the current evil god Loki, he has not solved it at all." Listen to Michael's words. At this time, Sazex and others also calmed down a little. Then together they turned their attention back to the battlefield of the King of Demons. At this moment, the king of the time of the devil, he was looking at the evil god Loki, who was roaring non-stop and bursting with magic power in the air. There are also the children of the remaining two giant wolves Fenrir and the gigantic serpent Jörmungard. At this time, the king of demons, he just raised his right hand a little bored and said, "It's really noisy. Compared to the giant wolf Fenrir just now, you are much weaker. Zero, ask for flowers." The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. Clap, there was a sound. The snap of his right hand fell. The evil god Loki and the remaining three evil beasts in the roar also disappeared immediately like ashes after being burned. If it wasn't for the demon king who wanted to experience the fun of fighting with the giant wolf Fenrir, I am afraid that from the beginning of this battle he can already end it. The battle is over, at this time the king of demons. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Riaz and the others at this time, and she immediately stepped forward and ran towards Luo Hao at the same time. Immediately, today's last update, looking for follow-up support, thank you readers. The armor on his body turned into countless dark golden stars, and in an instant he had returned to the human form. However, at a time when everyone was celebrating the victory of the King of Demons, humph, it seems. What I planned can be implemented ahead of time. Asia is my thing, how could it easily fall into the hands of that lowly human being? Immediately, Luo Hao's family members also said with joyful voices, "And look at the disappearing evil god Loki and the evil beast." Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Great. So Asia, she has become the servant of that lowly human being. Gently tap the switch on both sides with both hands. As expected of Lord Luo Hao, as long as you are a little more serious, the battle can easily end. In the dark, a young demon. He was looking at Luo Hao and his family members with an extremely sinister expression. A mere human being dares to watch my Asia. He also gently placed his hands on top of the Fengmo driver on his waist. After Luo Hao successfully defeated the evil god Loki and his evil beasts, Sazex and other leaders of various forces. They also came to Luo Hao's side together at this time. Seeing Sazex at this time, he thanked Luo Hao in front of him and said, "Luo Hao-sang, thank you so much for your support this time. Without your support, I can't even imagine how chaotic the world would be." Not to mention his tone, Sazex was full of gratitude even in his eyes. As for Odin on the other side, he also stroked his beard. Then he spoke to Luo Hao with an incomparable sigh. "Really, I didn't expect it to be in the current demon camp. There are still terrifying powerhouses like you. 337, it seems that the world is really going to change." Listen to the words of the two. At this time, Luo Hao, he just shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "Don't get Sazex wrong this time, I just want to fight the giant wolf Fenrir." Indeed, as Luo Hao himself said, His shot this time was more to fight Fenrir, the giant wolf who claimed to be able to rival the two heavenly dragon. As for helping Sazex and others, it was just a matter of hearing, and along with Luo Hao's voice just fell. At this time, Asashel also immediately laughed and put his right hand on Sazex's shoulder. Then he said to Sazex with a very heroic smile, "Haha tilde tilde Sazex, don't be selfish. Luo Hao sang he didn't do it to help you at all." Obviously, at this moment, Asashel he is falling into trouble, and listening to Azazel's words, Sazex at this time, he could only show a slightly embarrassed smile. Then he continued to speak to Luo Hao. "Well, but this time Luo Hao sang you helped us. If Luo Hao sang needs it next time, the whole underworld is willing to do something for you," Luo Hao sang. Immediately, Sazex he also continued to express his gratitude. But listen to Sazex's words. At this moment, Luo Hao was a little disinterested. I saw him turn around slowly and said indifferently to the family members behind him, "Well, this trip to the underworld is almost over. Your strength has been increased." Listening to Lord Luo Hao's words, Riaz and others at this time, they also immediately responded to him with a nod. This trip to the underworld was originally intended to enhance the strength of everyone through special training. Now that everyone's strength has been prompted, there is no value in continuing to stay. However, just when Luo Hao was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him, interrupting his thoughts. "That the demon lord of time and space, I have a question to ask you." Theodora Astadi is the blood relative of Ajaka, another demon king in the underworld. He slowly came to Luo Hao's side. "And look at that Theodora Astadi." At this time, Sazex frowned slightly. Sazex also has a certain degree of understanding of the vileness of this guy. However, he is the blood relative of his best friend Ajaka. Sazex didn't say much. But to be honest, Sazex didn't know why this guy would take the initiative to contact Luo Hao sang. He also doesn't need this guy to contact Luo Hao sang. He heard the voice behind him interrupting his thoughts. At this time, Luo Hao also turned around slowly. Then what came into view was a squinting man in black attire. According to the memory of Luo Hao's previous life, Devil High School DxD World 0. Luo Hao still has a certain degree of understanding of the man with big eyes in front of him. It's just, Luo Hao naturally doesn't have any interest in this weak insect medicine. I saw Luo Hao at this time after he glanced slightly at the Theodora Astadi in front of him. Immediately, he said something very indifferently. "I don't have any interest in your weak insect medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hao turned around again and walked towards his family. At this moment, he is about to leave the underworld and return to the human world. Looking at Luo Hao Sangbian, he ignored that Theodora Astadi, crackling through gritted teeth. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moreover, he also showed a rather ferocious expression. At this time, Theodora Astadi, his eyes that had been jumping all the time, actually opened a little at this time. "My mind has changed. I don't just want to get Asia back from your hands." At this time, Sazex, he was also slightly relieved. "Human of damn it, even a mere human dare to look down on me, the blood relative of the Demon King," he said in a voice that only he could hear. He also immediately showed a relieved expression. But for this kind of young generation thing, when I heard Luo Hao's sarcastic words and the back of 2-6 leaving, although Luo Hao sang is a great kind to the underworld. For follow-up, today's first update is completed. Sincerely ask for the support of all readers, thank you. However, what Sazex didn't know was, so when Sazex saw that Luo Hao-san ignored that Theodora Astadi, "Wait for me, hypocritical demon lord. I also want to completely crush your dignity and step on the ground." As the demon king of the underworld, it is indeed difficult for him to find an excuse to cut in. Take the train back to the human world. At this time, Riaz, she was also a little worried and asked Lord Luo Hao beside her. "That Lord Luo Hao, the one who spoke to you just now, is the blood relative of the current demon king Ajaka, and you talk to him like that. I'm afraid that guy already remembers you in his heart. I heard that that guy has a bad reputation in the underworld." Even though Riaz did not stay in the underworld for a long time, she still had a certain degree of understanding of the deeds of Theodora Astaroth. And listening to Riaz's words, Luo Hao at this time, he still just showed a very disdainful expression. "Humph, that guy, with that level of power you don't need to care at all. Also, I'm a little curious, that one guy, what else can he do?" From Luo Hao's words, you can easily hear the matter about Theodora Astaroth. At this moment, he didn't care much at all. And just when Lord Luo Hao's voice fell, Haimjima Akina, she also suddenly approached Luo Hao and said, "Yeah, that guy." When I saw his expression, I could clearly feel that the guy was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, with the absolute strength of Lord Luo Hao, he really doesn't need to care about that kind of clown-like guy. Obviously. Unlike Ria's, who came from the nobles of the underworld. At this time, Heimjima Aquino, she was also quite despised and didn't care about that Theodora Astaroth. However, seeing Heimjima Aquina approaching Lord Luo Hao, at this moment Ria's, she has also somewhat forgotten what she just discussed. In her expression, a trace of anger slowly emerged. I saw her gritted her silver teeth and said to Heimjima Aquino, Heimjima Aquina, even if you are my honey, can I ask you to stay away from Lord Luo Hao a little bit? Seeing Heimjima Aquino approaching Lord Luo Hao, Ria's emotions were a little bit uncontrollable. But listening to Ria's words, at this time Heimjima Aquino, she still just showed a nonchalant smile and said, No, the current minister Ria's is not my king anymore. And for the words of Lord Luo Hao, I won't lose to Minister Ria's. In the Battle of Luo Hao, Heimjima Aquino was not weaker than Ria's sea in front of her, and when the two women were fighting. Asia, who was sitting across from her, just showed a somewhat embarrassed smile, then she spoke slowly. Say that man's words, I do have a little impression of him. When I was a nun, I used my artifact to help him heal. Accompanied by Asia's voice, it just fell. The crowd at this time, they also immediately stopped fighting, and the atmosphere immediately became serious at this time. Hearing Asia's words, Ria's turned around slowly, her expression became serious. Then she said to Asia, Asia, you should know what it means for a repair to heal a demon, right? That guy, I suspect, he just appeared in front of you on purpose and asked you to help him heal. And he's what actually got you kicked out of the church, right? Listen to Ria's explanation. Immediately. Even Heimjima Aquino, who was sitting next to Luo Hao, immediately put away her playful expression and immediately became extremely serious. And Asia's words, her brows are also slightly wrinkled. Although she felt extremely sad and painful at this moment, she still tried her best to make herself not sad. Only Luo Hao, his expression remained unchanged. Listening to Asia's words, he just picked up the black teacup on the table and took a sip. He knew very well about Asia's affairs early on, therefore he was not surprised at this time. And listened to the words of Minister Ria's. At this time Asia, she also nodded silently in response to the other party. Yes, it is because I used the artifact on Theodora Astaroth. Therefore I was expelled from the 340 church and had to seek the protection of fallen angels. Finally, I met Mr. Luo Hao and everyone. As Asia's voice just fell, at this time she once again forced herself to show a happy expression, and listened to Asia's explanation. At this time, Ria's and Heimjima Aquino both showed very angry expressions at the same time. For what happened to Asia, they all felt extremely angry. That Theodora Astaroth, he definitely did it on purpose. However, they had not waited for Ria's and Heimjima Aquino to speak. At this time, Luo Hao, he just gently put down the black teacup in his hand. Then, he was the one who spoke to Asia and the others in a very indifferent manner. Don't worry, that guy can't stand Asia in my hands. He will definitely come again when the time comes. I'll crush that guy completely. With Luo Hao's voice just fell, immediately. At this time Asia, she also showed a very surprised expression. After all, in her understanding, Lord Luo Hao could think of her so much that he even wanted to defeat the guy named Theodora Astaroth for her sake. Asia, how could she not be excited about this? Lord Luo Hao, I saw Asia, her hands clasped together, her face flushed slightly, and she called out the name of Lord Luo Hao, and Heimjima Aquino and Ria's. The two of them are also extremely rare, and they are not jealous because of such a thing. After all, this time even the two of them were feeling immense sympathy for what happened to Asia. Even if Lord Luo Hao doesn't take action, it is estimated that they already have a certain degree of thinking, and when the two of them heard Lord Luo Hao's speech, immediately, the two of them also showed a slightly sweet smile, and at the same time. In the mansion of Theodora Astaroth in the Underworld. At this moment, Theodora Astaroth was still very angry at what he had been humiliated by Luo Hao before. At this time, he looked at the old Demon King soldiers from the Bangladesh of Calamity in front of him. He roared immediately, Damn it, since that guy is so stubborn, in the worst case I can only take the worst measures, however for now let's test him a little first. Accompanied by Theodora Astaroth's voice just fell. His original angry expression also began to adjust slightly, returning to the state of Mimi's eyes. Really. In this world there are few Mimi eyes who are not ruthless characters, and return to the King's Academy in the human world, inside the Mysticism Research Department. Looking at the goddess Rosewither left behind by the Norse god Odin. At this time, Ria's also looked at her with a distressed expression. As for Luo Hao's words, he is still very calm. Damn it, Lord Odin. Lord Odin, he actually left me alone in the human world when I saw Rosewither at this time. She remembered that she was abandoned in the human world by Odin. He couldn't hold back his emotions and began to suffer. and everyone looked at the Valkyrie Roseweather, who was crying because she was abandoned. At this time, they also immediately stretched out their right hand to support their forehead. Obviously, they were extremely distressed by this situation. At this moment, they all believed that the Nordic god Odin had left them a big trouble. However, at this moment, she suddenly showed a sly smile. I saw her quietly approached Luo Hao and asked, "That Lord Luo Hao. Otherwise, how about we take her as a demon pawn? As the bodyguard of the Lord God of Odin, that guy's combat power must be very powerful. Also, don't we still have vacancies for the demon chess pieces on our side?" Listen to Ria's words. Luo Hao, he also nodded lightly. In fact, even Ria's didn't remind her. Luo Hao, he will still take the Hanhin Valkyrie in front of him as his demon chess piece. Just like what Ria said just now, as the bodyguard of the Norse god Odin. There is absolutely no doubt about Roseweather's strength, and if she has her own naive physique, she is indeed a good pawn. What's more, she was originally a more important character in the plot. Naturally, at this time of Luo Hao, he would not miss this chess piece. And with the permission of Lord Luo Hao, immediately, she also turned around abruptly at this time. She said to the Valkyrie Roseweather in front of her, "That Miss Roseweather, we in the Underworld have very generous benefits and retirement rewards. If you can become a dependent of Lord Luo Hao and become a part of us, then you can also have these very good benefits. It's a better salary than your bodyguard at Odin's side. How is it, what do you think?" Rias didn't even need to prepare, so she gave Rosway some very generous rewards and benefits. And just when Rias' voice fell, the Valkyrie Roseweather, she immediately grabbed Ria's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes and she nodded fiercely in response to Ria's. "I do, it's really great. Yuan, all right, the benefits of coming to your underworld are so good. If I had known, I would not be his bodyguard with Lord Odin. The benefits and wages in Norse mythology are simply appallingly low." Listen to the words of the Valkyrie Roseweather. Even Luo Hao, he couldn't help feeling very speechless at this time, and even the corners of his mouth twitched slightly unconsciously. Suddenly, in the Mysticism Research Department of the Scissor King Academy, once again a small blue teleportation magic circle appeared. Not the same as the red used by Sazex et al. Obviously, this time I am afraid there are some exceptions. And just when this blue teleportation magic circle appeared, the people who were still discussing about Roseweather, at this time they also immediately turned their eyes away. Heimjima Aquino, she also showed a rather wary expression. After all, this is completely different from the red magic circle of the Gremory family that Sazex used to come here before. As for Ria's, she immediately turned her attention to the blue magic circle. According to common sense, without the permission of the Gremory family, there is no way for other demons to be directly sent to the Mysticism Research Department of the Dog King Academy. Well, that is to say, under common sense. There is a high probability that the existence under the magic circle will not be the enemy. Only, if it wasn't the red teleportation magic circle of the Gremory family, who would it be? Although Ria's at this time, she thinks that the enemy in this teleportation array is not her enemy, but even so, she still showed a rather wary expression. After all, no one does the 340 law to guarantee these things. There are exceptions to everything. However, just when everyone was vigilant, at this moment Luo Hao, he was still sitting on the bench with a very calm attitude. Others don't know, but Luo Hao, he is very clear. This time who came to this place. Slowly, the light of the blue teleportation magic circle began to shine more and more. Then, a man dressed in black, who looked familiar but unfamiliar, entered everyone's field of vision. This is the man who was ignored by Lord Luo Hao last time, Theodora Astaroth. Moreover, people still did not relax their guard when they saw this guy appearing in the Mysticism Research Department. Obviously, in the subconscious of Luo Hao's relatives, this guy was directly classified as an enemy. As for Ria's words, at this time she forced herself to politely ask the guy in front of her, "Theodora Astaroth, the blood relative of the demon Lord Ajaka, what happened to you when you came to this place?" Listening to Ria's question, Theodora Astaroth at this time, he still responded to Ria's with a mimi-eyed gesture. "Well, don't be so nervous, Ria's. I am here today only to discuss a matter with your king." Accompanied by Theodora Astaroth's voice just fell. Immediately, Ria's frowned slightly at this time. However, she still suppressed her anger and responded to Theodora Astaroth in front of her. "Sorry, I didn't say you could call me by my first name. Also, what is the discussion you are talking about?" Listening to Ria's words, Theodora Astaroth at this time, he did not answer her question again. On the contrary, he came directly to the bench in front of Luo Hao and sat down unceremoniously. Then he said with a smile to Luo Hao's Mimi in front of him, Lord Luo Hao, I'm here to discuss a matter with you today. Do you think it's all right? Looking at the arrogant attitude of that Theodora Astaroth. At this time, Luo Hao's family members also frowned immediately. If it weren't for the inconvenience of doing things here, this guy. I'm afraid he would have died several times without knowing it. This guy is so arrogant. Himejima Aquino, she gritted her teeth and cursed secretly. And Riaz, who was standing beside Himejima Aquino, said in a low voice at this time. Let's see what Lord Luo Hao has to say. If the situation is not right, let's do it directly. Obviously. Even if the other party is the blood relative of Ajaka, one of the current demon kings at this time, Riaz, she still does not want to give the other party face. Only, immediately, at this time Luo Hao still closed his eyes. This time when I came to this place, I just wanted to trade with you, Luo Hao sang, for your relatives. On the other side, Theodora Astaroth looked at Luo Hao and did not respond to his words. Accompanied by Theodora Astaroth's voice just fell. After listening to Theodora Astaroth's words, Luo Hao also slowly opened his eyes at this time and listened to the words of Theodora Astaroth in front of her. If Lord Luo Hao hadn't spoken yet, they would have already acted directly. Today's fourth update, I sincerely ask for a wave of follow-up support. Thank you, readers. His Mimi eyes also opened slightly at this time, looking a little angry and angry. He didn't choose to respond to the words of the guy in front of him. When it's time to do it, she won't have the slightest hesitation. The many family members who stood behind Luo Hao immediately showed an angry expression at this time. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He still suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Luo Hao in front of him, and what I want is a girl named Asia on your side, looking at Luo Hao's gesture of opening his eyes. At this moment, Theodora Astaroth, he also thought that his opportunity had come and continued. Then, I now have two pawns that are also very good bishops. If Luo Hao sang is willing, we can start the exchange of family members immediately, obviously. Theodora Astaroth, he already thought that Luo Hao agreed to his request to exchange family members. As for the family members standing behind Luo Hao, they also immediately showed a rather complicated and angry expression at this time. Sure enough, just like the rumors in the Underworld. The man in front of him, Theodora Astaroth, was really bad and listened to each other's words. Asia, she also immediately showed a panicked expression. He even put his hands together to his mouth. She is very scared. Luo Hao at this moment, he will agree to the request of Theodora Astaroth in front of him. Then trade yourself out. However, just when Asia showed a terrified gesture, Saber standing beside her. But she just gently put her right hand on Asia's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, the master will never hand you over to anyone else. Unlike these young demons, although Saber looks younger, however, she once led a country to prosperity. Whether it is mental age or other aspects, they are much more mature than these young demons now. And listen to Saber's words of comfort. At this time, Asia, she also nodded slightly, trying her best to show an indifferent expression. That's what this kid is. Always wrong yourself to make others happy. However, just after Theodora Astaroth's extremely anticipating expression. At this time, Luo Hao also spoke slowly. I have no interest in your trash relatives at all. I don't know where you started to misunderstand. I have never promised to trade with your family. Take your things, get out of here. Luo Hao's words were extremely calm. And along with Luo Hao's voice just fell. The family members behind him also showed a look of joy at the same time. Especially Asia, when she learned that she didn't need to be traded out. I am afraid no one was happier than her, just on the other side. At this time, Theodora Astaroth couldn't restrain his emotions. I saw him open his eyes that had been half squinted. His expression was a little grim, and he said to Luo Hao in front of him in an exasperated tone, "Humans of damn it. Don't think that if you have some strength you can talk nonsense. You know that I'm the blood relative of Ajaka, the current demon lord of the Underworld, Theodora Astaroth." I saw Theodora Astaroth at this time. He was declaring his name, only listening to Theodora Astaroth's roar. Luo Hao, he still just said in a tone of indifference, even looking down on the other party. Oh, are you done? When you're done, can you get out of here? Ask for flowers. Even the other current demon king, Sazex, would easily be defeated by Luo Hao. And this guy named Theodora Astaroth is just a guy who pretends to be a fox here under the name of Demon King Ajaka. Luo Hao, he doesn't care about this weak and humble guy at all, and look at the underestimated Theodora Astaroth, Riaz and others standing behind Luo Hao. Since you are unwilling to hand Asia to me, thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, they couldn't help but put their right hand gently on their mouth and then let out a laugh. A humble race indeed. That's right, at this moment, they are all mocking the clown named Theodora Staroth in front of them. Then he stretched out his right hand and pointed at Luo Hao in front of him and said loudly, "Today's fifth update, ask for a wave of follow-up support continue." Thank you, readers. Theodora Staroth, he felt a great feeling of humiliation. He got up abruptly. Then Theodora Staroth, he can only use the last method at this time. I saw Theodora Staroth at this time, then I can only use the devil's method to solve this problem. Since the other party is unwilling to give Asia to him by exchanging family members. That is, I want to challenge you, Luo Hao. He was obviously just a humble human being, and he was so arrogant if he gave him a little face. And listening to Luo Hao's words and the mocking voices of his family members. At this moment, Theodora Staroth thought so in his heart, and listening to the words of Theodora Staroth's challenge in front of him. At this time, Luo Hao, the corner of his mouth also rose slightly, and the family members standing behind him. They also immediately showed a shallow smile. After all, in their understanding, in this world, there is no demon that can defeat Lord Luo Hao and them. Especially in ranked games. As for the Theodora Staroth in front of him, he was so stupid that he took the initiative to provoke Lord Luo Hao to start a ranking game. What a stupid statement this is. Luo Hao's 340's relatives at this moment. In their hearts there is only this idea, however, for the challenge of Theodora Staroth in front of her. At this time Luo Hao, he also felt quite interested, after all. According to the plot of the original book, this guy has united with the Squad of Calamity and summoned countless soldiers of the old Demon King to ambush Riaz and others, put Riaz and others in crisis. Only. Now that the protagonist is replaced by himself, the situation may be completely different. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded slightly in response to Theodora Staroth in front of him. Humph, interesting. If you want to beat me in the ranking game, then go ahead and challenge. I'll show you what a real devil is, a real horror. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. He also cast a fierce look at Theodora Staroth in front of him as if looking at his prey. And feel Luo Hao's eyes like a top predator. Originally, it was Theodora Staroth who felt that she was winning. He was not allowed to take a little bit at this time and took a step back unconsciously. As a biological instinct, it was telling Theodora Staroth. The man in front of him was extremely dangerous. However, it was no longer possible for Theodora Staroth to express remorse. I saw Luo Hao at this time. He slowly got up and continued to speak to Theodora Staroth in front of him. Then, the ranking game is set for tomorrow. Give you a little time to prepare yourself so that I can directly shatter all your dignity. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Theodora Staroth at this time could only bite the bullet and nodded sharply. Then he said fiercely to Luo Hao in front of him. Humph, in that case don't regret it. After tomorrow's ranking I will completely defeat you with my terrifying power. Just wait. The voice just fell. That Theodora Staroth had already turned around abruptly. Then a blue, huge teleportation magic circle appeared under his feet. The magic circle emitted a dazzling blue light, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared in place, disappeared into the mysticism research department of this Kuoh Academy, and looked at the back of the disappearing Theodora Staroth. At this time of Luo Hao, the corner of his mouth was the same, continued, slightly raised, and he showed a confident smile. If he can fight against the enemies who have won the Bang of Calamity once again, he feels a little bit of anticipation. After all, the previous giant wolf, Fenrir, had already disappeared in the middle of the fight, which was not enough for Luo Hao. At the same time, standing behind Luo Hao belonged to his family. Don't worry, we have Luo Hao Sang here to help us. This is their special communication magic with demons. Just relying on that guy, Theodora Staroth, can't make any big waves, but Luo Hao Sang Shuang can help us completely defeat those guys. They also started to discuss at this time. This time, their opponent is the blood relative of the current Demon King Ajaka. But I guess he has already joined forces with the people from the disaster group, otherwise his huge magic power will rise sharply, which is really abnormal. Although his power is not as strong as the current Demon King. If Lord Luo Hao didn't take action, even they would have to go through a fight, at least it wouldn't be that easy. Through special communication magic, at this time Sazex, he also heard the news of Azazel very clearly. Obviously, at this time of Asashel, he was already obvious, on the other side in a dim, familiar room. Sazex, your sister is going to start a ranking game with that Theodora Staroth. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running, but at this time he was still very calm. I felt that Theodora a 2-6 Staret, he was united with the old Demon Kings of the troubled group. Today's first update looking for follow-up support. Thank you readers, thank you very much. But anyway, he has the blood of the Demon King, so his strength should not be too bad. Only at this time in the Gremory mansion in the Underworld. I saw a satchel at this time, and he also looked at the red wine glass in his hand. In his ear is a small magic circle that shines blue light, and listening to the words that came from the faraway Underworld Sadaches. At this time, a satchel continued to shake the red wine glass in his hand and nodded. If you say that, he does have a point. If Luo Hao Sang continued to shoot, he would indeed be able to wipe out the group of guys in one go, which was indeed a coup. Obviously, at this time he also agreed with Sazex's idea quite a bit, but there are exceptions to everything. So at this time, Asashel also said immediately, but just in case, let's add some conservative measures first. After all, there are exceptions to everything, right? Hearing Azazel's words from the communication magic, at this time Sazex, he also nodded and acquiesced to his one statement. Then Sazex responded to Azazel's reminder. Well, what you said makes sense, but this time, in fact, we have already made preparations. Odin, the main god of the Nordics, was ready to join the battle early, and he wanted to support Luo Hao and the others. After all, the last time the evil god Loki came to make trouble, he always felt a little guilty. This time, it was just a chance to let him take a shot. Listening to the voice from the communication magic at this time, Asashel also nodded. Humph. If that's the case, then it's really foolproof. It's just that I didn't expect that there are such people among you clearly. Sure enough, those guys aren't anything that can't be kicked. At this moment, Asashel felt the turmoil in this world, which was getting more and more intense. Time passed quickly, and it was already the day of Luo Hao U #1's ranking game. I saw it in the occult research department of Kuoh Academy. At this time, Luo Hao and his family members had formed a circle and stood inside the huge red teleportation magic circle. And the fallen angel Azazel. He was also watching the crowd to the designated location in the ranking game. It's just that he glanced at Luo Hao a little before he set off, as if to imply something to him. But feeling Asashel's gaze, Luo Hao at this time only showed a very disdainful expression. Of course, he was very clear about what the other party meant. It's just that he didn't care much. After all, this time his opponent Luo Hao didn't care at all. If it's just used to provide sideshows, it's barely enough to pass by. He also wanted to say that the dignity of that arrogant guy was completely shattered, in order to let him know how stupid the Demon King of Kai ship is. Soon, at this time, under the feet of Luo Hao and his family, the huge red teleportation magic circle. It has already begun to shine with dazzling light, and the light gradually becomes stronger. Immediately at this time, Luo Hao and his dependents had already been teleported out of the Mysticism Research Department of the King's Academy. Looking at Luo Hao and his dependents who disappeared, Asazai at this time was also immediately relieved, although he just gave Luo Hao a wink. But in fact, he was still a little flustered, and he was a little afraid that Luo Hao would take anger at him because of this. But better than he expected, Luo Hao didn't care about his plans at all. Wu tilde tilde. Seeing Asashel at this time, he let out a long sigh of relief, then he spoke slowly. Fortunately, Luo Hao is not angry because of this incident, but for him, it is not a big deal. After all, an opponent of that level is nothing but a group of ants. However, if Odin goes there later, it is estimated that the situation will be a little different. For a strong man like Luo Hao, he probably hates aid. Although he didn't have much contact with Luo Hao, at this time he went down, and he also had a certain degree of understanding of Luo Hao's character. At least in Azazel's understanding, Luo Hao is indeed a demon king full of majesty and power. On the other side, Luo Hao at this time, he and his family members. After passing through the huge red magic circle, Luo Hao and the others had already appeared in a very dark, eerie, hell-like scene. Looking around, he saw Himejima Aquino at this time. He also asked tentatively at this time, "Is this the designated location for our ranking game this time? It's really scary." Hearing Himejima Aquino's words, at this time she also quickly discovered the castle standing on the edge of the cliff in the distance. Seeing Riaz, she also gritted her silver teeth slightly. That should be the other party's base camp. Humph, it looks like we were targeted at the very beginning of this ranking game. What a mean guy. Obviously, at this moment, Riaz, she is starting to hate that Theodora Astaroth more and more, and listen to Riaz's words. Luo Hao at this time, he just said very indifferently, "Humph. It doesn't matter, no matter how much the weak worms make trouble, they will only be at that level. It would be better to say that his approach would make my game a little more difficult, and would not make me too boring." For this despicable behavior of the other party, Luo Hao just thought it was a game that raised the difficulty of himself. After all, if the other party does not do this, I am afraid that the ranking game will end from the beginning. However, just when everyone was discussing the despicable actions of Theodora Astaroth, suddenly, countless orange magic circles appeared in the sky, making people feel familiar. Countless magic powers began to gradually enter this space. Seeing Riaz at this time, she looked up and looked at the countless orange magic circles in the sky. She also said immediately with a surprised expression, "Damn it, these are not the clan marks of the Astaroth family. This is the coat of arms of the old Demon King Corps." With just one glance, Riaz had already judged it. Who is the opponent this time? And heard Riaz's words immediately. At this time, Luo Hao's family members immediately took out the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight. And Hajime Aquino, she said with a very troublesome expression, "Sure enough, I knew that guy was not a good guy, it's just I didn't think that he was actually colluding with the Calamity Group and ambushed us in this ranking game." Accompanying Hajime Aquino's voice just fell. Immediately, from the orange magic circle in the sky, countless soldiers of the old Demon King began to enter everyone's field of vision. That huge number, the dense formation seems to cover the entire sky. If it were a normal situation, ordinary demons would have no way to contend against such a huge army of the old Demon King. And this time, Luo Hao's enemy. He also slowly appeared in the sky at this time and appeared in front of everyone. "Well, this is the big gift I prepared for you, Theodora Astaroth," he said arrogantly to everyone on the ground. At this moment, he seems to have a winning attitude. And listening to Theodora Astaroth's words and expressions, at this time Riaz, she also immediately shouted loudly towards him, "Theodora Astaroth, you insulted the Demon Lord's name, also insulting the ranking game, you be *****D, you have no right to continue living in the underworld." For Theodora Astaroth's practice, obviously at this time Riaz felt extremely angry, but listening to Riaz's words, at this time Theodora Astaroth also slowly opened his pair of Mimi eyes and said with a rather distorted and proud expression, "Humph. This time I have prepared such a large number of soldiers, what do you think it is for? As long as I completely kill you in this different dimension, no one will find out what I have done. Just struggle slowly, I will wait for your arrival in my castle." Ha 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 tilde. After a burst of creepy laughter, Theodora Astaroth also disappeared into the sky with a blue magic circle. And just after Theodora Astaroth disappeared, the soldiers of the old Demon King who were densely packed in the sky, they also immediately made a fighting gesture towards Luo Hao and his dependents on the ground, and looking at the large number of old Demon King soldiers. At this time Riaz, they also immediately showed an extremely troublesome expression. "The number of enemies is simply too large, it's really hard to handle. I saw countless soldiers of the old Demon King in the sky." Early on, they clenched the spears in their hands and assumed a fighting stance. The masks they wore were like demons, which made people feel horrified when they looked at them. But they were just demons. That huge number of legions just lined up together, it is enough to cover the entire sky. Such a terrifying amount, I am afraid that no one can compete with it. Sure enough, this time Theodora Astaroth had already made the most complete preparations early. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Hao's strength had already surpassed the limit of this world early on. There is no way for him to be shaken by these traps that he has set. It's just that as Luo Hao's family, Leah and the others at this time, she wouldn't just let Luo Hao take action. After all, as Luo Hao's dependents, if it were so easy, they would let their kingdom be the king. It would be a shame for them to join the battle. I saw Hajime Aquino at this time, her hand was shining with extremely strong thunder. I saw a confident smile on her face, he said. "HMPH, just relying on you weak demons, there is no way to touch my lord Luo Hao for a single cent." Hearing Hajime Aquino's words, at this time, Riaz also immediately condensed a powerful destructive magic power shining red in her right hand. Hajime Aquino is right. This kind of opponent is not yet qualified to let our lord Luo Hao shoot. Let us, the family members, completely eliminate these guys. As Riaz's voice just fell, at this time her brows were also slightly wrinkled, and she still showed a rather complicated expression. Although she thought that these huge numbers of demons were not qualified to let Lord Luo Hao take action. But even so, these extremely terrifying and huge demons still made Riaz feel extremely difficult at this time. After all, the number is simply too large. If there is no large-scale attack skills, I am afraid this time is an extremely difficult battle. At the same time, he is also a saber at this time as Luo Hao's family. She was also the only one who raised the holy sword in her hand. Unlike the other followers of Luo Hao, the saber has a holy sword. She is the only one among all her kin who possesses powerful destructive skills in an extremely large range, even if only talking about destructive power. Among Luo Hao's family, there is no one who can compare with Saber. Even if that holy sword completely freed 13 seals, Saber, she will be an extremely terrifying existence in this world. If it is just this number of demons, I am afraid that it will not be able to cause any threat to Saber, and Luo Hao, who was guarded by many family members behind him. At this time, he couldn't help frowning. Obviously, she felt very unhappy about the feeling of being protected by a woman behind her, but if it's just an opponent of this level, he doesn't want to shoot like this. After all, for him, an opponent of this level, if he shoots, is simply an insult. So of course, they all immediately showed a very shocked expression. Why is Odin, the main god of Northern Europe, such a noble existence? Only now he slightly raised his right hand and said hello to Luo Hao in front of him. At this time, he can only entrust this battlefield to these dependents. Noisy, little friend Luo Hao, I'm here to support your battle. Looking at the Norse god Odin who suddenly appeared in this battlefield, Luo Hao's retinues at this time. Although the number of opponents is very terrifying and huge, it is only if Saber releases his holy sword. Then these enemies are not to be feared at all, that's all. In front of them, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared. Today's fourth update, please support a wave of subscriptions, thank you readers. Soon, in this blue magic circle, a tired figure slowly entered everyone's sight. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Looking at this blue magic circle, Luo Hao's family members. It's just that when Odin appeared on this battlefield, his eyes were always on Luo Hao's body from the very beginning. But just when Luo Hao's relatives were about to start fighting, will he appear in this dangerous battlefield? With such a large number of opponents, you must be quite troubled. But they once again showed a very alert state and showed it, is this another enemy?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.